Welcome to the AdaKay Show. I'm your host, AdaKay, and I am a criminal justice major. I am also a deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama while providing full ASL interpretation, making justice accessible to everyone. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. Don't forget, comment, like, and subscribe. And if you love this channel, please become a member. Hello, everybody, and good morning. I hope this finds you well. Let's go ahead and do a quick sound check, mods. Thank you so much. I am so blessed to have you here. I hope everybody had a great weekend. This week is going to be busy this week. Today we are in Kouri Richins. Tomorrow we'll have Kouri Richins and, oh my gosh, what's his name? Warner. Will be verdict watch for Warner tomorrow. So, yay, we got a lot going on this week. Thank you, mods, for popping in. Good to see everybody in chat today. I'm trying to get my chat up. Thank you guys so much. Let me see. Let me get over here. Thank you, Miss Angela. First in chat, second in chat, June Honey, third in chat, and Ari. You are on the ball, like and sharing already this morning. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate that. Okay, I wanted to, before we get going, this has been 2 full weeks of trial. I've taken some, I've got 5 points that I think are the top points of this case. It's going to be quick while we wait for court to come in. These are different aspects of the case that I believe that are very important. And then, yeah, we'll go there. So the first one is the grief book. Now that was written after the death of Kouri's husband. The prosecutors, I believe, are arguing that the book is a part of the narrative. I think they believe that it builds, it was done afterwards to skirt the focus. I don't know. It was really strange for her to write a book. I think she wrote the book. I'm not saying not as a grief through grief itself, but I think it was a diversion from her being alleged to have caused the death. I think the book has become a little bit more of a centerpiece in the media coverage because it shows her publicly as a grieving widow, while the prosecutors believe that she was using it to conceal the red rum. Now, the fentanyl, we can say it a little bit. The fentanyl poisoning evidence. Well, I think the prosecutors are saying that Kouri poisoned her husband with 5 times a lethal dose of fentanyl in a drink. Now, interesting enough, I watched an interview with the attorneys, and oh my gosh, y'all, I was surprised that the attorneys even entertained doing an interview, but they felt they had to go public to put off some of the false allegations and information going on out in the community and in social media. And one of the things they talked about was the fentanyl in the drink. And that was that they said that nobody had said anything about the Moscow Mule. None of the prosecution, none of the defense, nobody shared anything about the Moscow Mule. It was social media who connected the F-Rug with the Moscow Mule. Now, They did say they were anxious to see if the prosecution was going to pick up on that and start using it, and they did. Now, what does it do? Well, it establishes the death and supports a premeditated homicide on the prosecution side. The prosecution is arguing that only someone with access to fentanyl and the opportunity could have administered it, i.e., the only way they could see, because she said he had a Moscow Mule that night, is through the Moscow Mule. They have adopted that theory. The text messages about buying the rugs, one of the most damning pieces of evidence, I believe, involves the message that was allegedly sent to Richins while trying to obtain the rug. The text showed the request for the Michael Jackson stuff, a slang word used in reference to the F rug. Messages indicate that she asked for a stronger rug pretty quickly after the first supposedly administered and just shortly before death. The investigators did trace the communication to a rug dealer and who later cooperated and testified and helped the prosecution. Well, they had to. They didn't want to get charged for any crimes either, so, but still, it ties together. It suggests to me that there was planning and, what's the word? Procurement, or the ability to acquisition the drug. I'm having a hard time with my words this morning. I haven't had a sip of coffee. That's probably why. The jurors often, in my humble opinion, will view this evidence as very persuasive, because if I'm on the jury, it appears that she sought it out. She was able to acquiesce it and was able to utilize it, in my humble opinion. Now, the financial motive. There's one thing I have a little catch on so far, and I'll tell you in a minute. A major theme throughout this prosecution's case is also the money. Now, the prosecution has argued that Richins took out a large life insurance policy on her husband. Well, this is where I kind of go, because the large life insurance policies, um, were taken out by the defendant himself prior, well, quite some time prior to any of this possibly happening. And he did change things without her knowledge, but in relativeness to size, you're looking at a shortly before his death, she did take out a $100,000 life insurance policy. Now, the defense is saying that it was a mail out that she got from her bank. We've all gotten them, and I'm not saying that she didn't, but I'm just giving my point of view. We have all gotten those little mailers from the bank that sign here. You can get a $50,000 or $100,000 life insurance policy through the bank. Well, that is what it's waffling again. Oh, let me reboot. Okay, is it waffling still, or is it better? Please let me know. Testing 1, 2. Either in comments or private chat, somebody let me know. Is this better? I'll keep talking until I hear. Testing 1, 2. Is this better? How about this? Is this better? Testing 1, 2. Does it help if I get closer to the mic? I got to get back to that setting. How do I get back to the setting? Um, mic. I'll have to fix it in a minute, guys. It takes a lot to get to the setting. Okay, well, I'll get this done quick and then try to fix it. Um, Richins had to take out that large life insurance policy, and when Richins did so, it was only $100,000. I'm not saying the life insurance policy didn't play a part in this, but I'm saying it wasn't the only reason that she did this. The thing about that, so the next thing is the celebration night. I'm on the line about that. Some people have wakes and some people party. The night after Eric had died, there had been they threw a party. It was kind of like, I guess, a wake. She made Moscow mules for people that night. Anyway, that night was a little bit on the fence for me. What One of the things that I am going to be watching is more of, I want to hear more forensic evidence, and I want to have more tangible evidence. In this case, I'm going to go ahead and stop my narrative at this point because I don't want to continue too much. But one of the things I want to talk about quickly is the jailhouse statements and recorded phone calls. There are moments where she allegedly said after her arrest some information and conversations that could be interpreted. She was also trying to influence the witnesses and discuss the case with people. And that to me is always a sign of guilt, in my humble opinion. Court is starting. Let me get us up and going. And then I'll work on that sound. It's hard to do while I'm talking. But I'll fix it. We'll work on it. I don't know what's going on. It's frustrating. All right. Here we go.
Some things to discuss. A couple of motions filed last night.
Ooh.
We also need to discuss jail calls and
That's what I'm talking about.
the other information that'll be coming in through Detective O'Driscoll. Let's start with schedule. Mr. Bloodworth, who are the state's anticipated witnesses today?
Your Honor, Kouri Richins, Matthew Throckmorton, Jamie Woody, Todd Gabler, and then if we get there, Jeff O'Driscoll.
There's probably a lengthy discussion regarding the state's motions and defendants' positions regarding the jail calls, the interview transcript, that we need to have prior to Detective O'Driscoll. Is that your sense of it?
Yes, Your Honor.
So if we're going to have that before he gets on the stand, we're going to have it today, which means he's probably not getting on the stand today.
Agreed.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, you're the one looking at me, so I'll just ask you, does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So we'll plan to at least begin, if not have that discussion sometime today. Then, let's see, the state filed a motion regarding exhibits 8-57R and 8-63R. Need to make sure I give defendant an opportunity to respond to that. Ms. Lewis, what are your thoughts?
No, I believe those are the,
Testing 1, 2. Is this better? I made a mic change, said a change. Is this better? Testing 1, 2.
videos, is that correct? The videos of the interviews with Carmen? I wasn't sure what they
Well,
were.
It's the
Yeah, it's 857
consistent
through
portions.
63. It's,
My apologies, that's right.
And we've submitted the transcript, but of course, a video would be redacted once we make a decision based on the transcript.
Okay. 'Cause, yeah, I didn't see the specific if those are the redacted, wasn't able to look at them. I just saw that.
They're all filed as separate docket entries.
There's this 6 Carmen Law interviews involving Summit County Sheriff's Office and 1 involving the United States Attorney's Office. And these are redacted portions of those 6 interviews used to rehabilitate Carmen Lauber.
Okay. I guess I need to look at the redacted version. I didn't realize that. I was looking through what the state files in box to get to us, and it wasn't in there when I was looking at it yesterday evening. So
these are the attachments to the motion that was filed over the weekend.
and we have the same objection to the motion. I mean, it's the same objection. I will have to look at the redacted version, but
I'm not sure what you mean by same objection, but let's not spend time on that now. The state is designating specific portions, a very limited subset of the 900 pages of combined transcript, as consistent statements to rebut a charge of either recent fabrication or pressure to change her testimony. I'm going to have to make a ruling regarding each of them.
okay, I'll read them. Redacted versions. Sorry,
okay.
I misunderstood what was filed.
So that's that. What's a reasonable time to have that conversation, Ms. Lewis?
I'm gonna try and look at them this morning. I don't know, let me pull them up, and then maybe
Okay.
at the break we can talk about that.
I'm not okay. We'll check back in about that. I had them to bring it in. It's this much paper, and so it may be more than you can do between now and the lunch break, but let's be reasonable. Mr. Bloodworth.
All right.
Your Honor, I think that's a prerequisite to having a full discussion on Jeff O'Driscoll's testimony.
Is that true? Why is that true? Why don't those issues stand alone or stand independently?
Your Honor, they do stand independently, but Jeff O'Driscoll will likely be the state's last witness. We would then then use those exhibits as part of his direct examination.
That makes sense to me. Okay. I understand that. Okay. Let's see. Defendant's motion for mistrial regarding the alleged Giglio violation that was mentioned on the record. I asked defendant to file that in writing. They did. It's docket 1691. Need to give the state an opportunity to respond to that. What's reasonable, Mr. Bloodworth?
Your Honor, state can respond right now.
I'm gonna need some details that I'm not sure you can provide right now. Even if you can, having it in writing would help me keep it all straight, even if it's just the factual position about what was provided when.
Your Honor, we can do that. I don't think that the state disagrees on the facts
Okay.
laid out in the defense's motion, but we can provide something to the court in writing tomorrow morning.
That's fine. And if that's the case, it sounds like it won't be burdensome to produce it or to draft it.
No, Your Honor, it's not too burdensome.
Okay. Sounds good.
Your Honor, just maybe a heads up. Can I refer to the court to State v. Bisner? That will feature in the state's response.
I look forward to reading it after I get your response.
Understood.
Okay. Very good. Then, Ms. Lewis, there's also the oral motion for mistrial that you made at sidebar regarding references to quote-unquote charges in States Exhibit 2-46. That was on March 5. We provided a curative instruction to the jury on that. Is that something your defendant is standing by, or is that motion withdrawn?
Can I have a minute? It's 2-46.
This is the video, the audio recording, the two-part audio recording that was played. It's a recorded telephone conversation.
Oh,
Your client used the word charges. I instructed the jury that that referred to civil
That's right.
litigation.
that motion's withdrawn.
Okay. Brittany, can you make a note of that in the minutes? All right. Okay. That's what I had on my initial to-do list. Mr. Bloodworth, anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis?
No.
Okay. I've already forgotten the order of witnesses. Mr. Wright?
Yes, sir.
And just confirming, you've reminded Mr. Wright of the bounds of the court's prior ruling regarding his testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
No. Oh, well, that simplifies that. We're going to take a 5-minute break and locate the juror who has not yet arrived. All right, very good. We'll be recessed for 5 minutes. Thank you.
All rise for the judge.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Test, test. Okay, I got movement on that mic. Let me test some sound. I'm going to go back.
We'll be recessed for 5 minutes. Thank you.
All right, the judge.
Is it good? Now I gotta reconnect my hearing aids. Until then, I gotta wear this. Yay! Test, test. I hear myself. Okay. All right. This is a perfect time for us to do the sound check. I had to totally reconfigure my board back to factory default and not like they told me to set it in the past from the manufacturer. So, mods, sound is way better. Okay, let's talk about volume because I don't want to blow anybody out of the water. Hello, everybody. Court is on hold. They're in a little recess. They're still in a little recess, as far as I know. Yes. So I'm going to play court and I'm going to play me.
That was on March 5.
Okay, right near. I'm going to, oh, that late juror. Yep. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the court and I'm going to tell me, mods, if the court in mod chat, tell me if the court sound is good, higher, or lower.
We provided a curative instruction to the jury on that. Is that something your defendant is standing by, or is that motion withdrawn?
Okay, I'm going to try and talk over the court. So one of the things I was talking about before this went wrong was the insurance money. You're right. She did not need to get insurance at all. It's echoey.
It's 2-46.
All right, where's it echoing? When I talk over it or now? Angela says it's good, June. Okay, give me a minute. I gotta go home. I go to settings. Settings, output, routing. Is this better? Okay, we're going to try it one more time, Miss June. Thank you so much. Okay, am I echoing now?
This is the video, the audio recording, the two-part
Testing,
audio
1,
recording
2.
that was played. It's a
Testing,
recorded
testing.
telephone conversation.
Oh,
Your client used the word charges. I instructed the jury that referred to civil
That's right.
litigation.
that motion's withdrawn.
Okay.
Testing, 1,
Brady, can you
2.
make a note of that in the minutes? All right. Okay. That's what I had on my initial to-do list. Mr. Bloodworth, anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis?
No.
Okay.
Okay,
I've
but am
already
I clear
forgotten
over the
order of
court?
Witnesses, Mr. Wright?
Yes, sir.
And
Can you
just
hear me
confirming,
comfortably
you've
over the
reminded
court?
Mr. Wright of
Am
the
I too
bounds
loud?
of the court's prior ruling regarding his testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
No. Oh,
Okay, while the court is on a little break waiting for a jury to show up, we had to do a major sound reboot. So, am I clear? Anybody can answer. Joe Schmo, you can answer anybody. Am I clear when I was talking over the court? Yeah, Joe, we sprang forward so much we feel like we've lost more than an hour. We are waiting for a juror, so please don't run anywhere, okay? But I did have major sound issues, so can I have a bit loud over the court? Okay, I turned it down just a little bit. Let's try
well,
again.
that's
So
not-
while the
that's not-
court is talking, I'm going to talk. We're just trying to set my
We're gonna
balance
take
and
a
sound.
5-minute break and locate the juror.
And so the one thing I'm going to talk about is,
All right, very good.
let's talk about that
We'll be recessed for 5
insurance
minutes. Thank you.
policy. She didn't need to take an insurance policy, but she did. But she did. And that insurance policy is what makes all of this suspicious as hell. Because she hadn't taken out an insurance policy, this would not be as suspicious. Okay. Did that work? Was that good? I know court is back. Okay. Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay, I know court's back. I know.
The jury in?
I don't
Okay.
mind having a quick,
Let's do it.
because here's been the problem. I can't like giggle and go, really? Did they just say that without stopping the feed? I'm not going to talk over the feed a lot, but I shouldn't have garbled reactions either. $10 to 15%. Well, when I'm talking over the volume, over court, that does need to happen. But I will say, does the court volume need to be louder? Is everybody good? I'm going to, let me know if I need to bump the court volume any. Here we go. Here we go, Joe Schmo. I couldn't resist. My apologies.
All rise for the jury.
Please have a seat as you come in.
Now I just got to make sure I don't get excited.
Please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We'll continue with additional evidence from the state. Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, on Thursday, the court took testimony from Chelsea Gibson, who referenced a celebration on March the 5th, 2022, and the state was redacting some children's faces from the video. The state now moves that Exhibit 8-8 into evidence and moves to publish it.
Chelsea Barney, correct?
Barney, did I say Gibson again?
Yes, sorry. Chelsea Barney, March 5, 2022.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. Let me get that up.
He's such a helpful judge. Was that clear? Was that okay? Just testing.
Can you folks see that okay? Very good. Scott, please proceed.
And it does have some audio on that, John, but it's not what it sounds like.
It has some audio, but,
It's not coming through, it doesn't sound like.
all right. I don't know why that is. Scott, let's try again.
court having
Your Honor, I'm
audio
sorry, we
problems too?
submitted this through Alley Staking, not Chelsea Barney.
Understood. Scott, would you pause?
So what are they
Would you
doing with the
disconnect and
cans?
reconnect, and we'll just start over. Check the settings on your end, please.
I'll do it.
I'll pause because I don't want to talk. Well, they're not speaking. I don't mind talking when they're not anything going on in the courtroom, but I just want to make sure the sound coming through with me speaking over the courtroom is comfortable for everybody. But I was going to say, look, even the court has gremlins. It's a Monday. Welcome to Monday, March 9th. March Madness and the Olympics, Paralympics.
Okay, I'm getting all free.
Cheers, boys.
Yeah, come back in the corner with us. There we go.
Richard?
Richard.
Richard, yep.
Richard.
Look, Chachi's still going. Ron, take the sexy out of here.
Oh! You're an Afghanistan warrior.
You are an Afghanistan warrior.
Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Kouri Richins.
Mr. Wright, good morning. If you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Please proceed.
Good morning, sir. What, sir, is your name?
Kouri Wright.
Spelled W-R-I-G-H-T?
Yep,
Did you know Eric Richins?
I did.
How?
Eric was a really good friend of mine and also a business partner. Met him in high school. He was an acquaintance of my brother. Met him through him.
Yeah.
Became good friends through the hunting world. He was a rancher. I liked hard work. He loved hard work. And we became friends almost immediately through that. That led to a lifelong of events together and fun together and work together. We had a lot of good times. Shortly after I met him, he came to work for a family business as a hod tender. Got to teach him what hod tending is all about and hard work that way, which was fun. We both served LDS missions shortly after that, came home, continued to work together through that family business. In 2010, we decided that it was time to separate from that business and start our own. We started our own masonry company together, and that was another journey in and of itself. It was fun.
Is that masonry company C&E?
Yes, C&E Stone Masonry.
Is that for Cody and Eric?
Yes. And we worked in that masonry company together for almost 12 years, 11 and a half years or so.
How often would you see him when running your company together?
See him a couple times a week probably. We ate lunch fairly often. In the fall, I saw him a lot because we were out in the hills and doing fun stuff, whether it be on the ranch or up in the mountains. We spent a lot of time together in the fall. We spent a lot of lunches together while we worked and things like that, but talked to him pretty much every day on the phone if I didn't see him.
When you talk about spending a lot of time together in the fall, is that hunting?
Yeah, we spent a lot of time.
About how many days each fall would the two of you hunt together?
We would spend the end of August and most of September, and sometimes October, and sometimes November, and sometimes that bled into December, January, and February. But
And would you
quite a few days.
would you travel together to hunt?
Yes. Yes, we went on different trips as well.
What was Eric's personality?
Eric's feisty. Eric's hardworking. Eric's the life of the party. Eric's funny. Depends where he's at and what he's doing. He can be very fun to be around, very comforting at times, and also he can tell you what you've done wrong and make sure that you knew that it was wrong and that should have been done differently. And so, good personality.
What was he like personality-wise in business?
Business, he was serious. He took that very serious. That was one of the things that he was very passionate about. He wanted to grow C&E. He wanted to be successful. He wanted to do the best he could with that. He came from a background of hard work and business as well, and saw that and wanted to replicate that from his parents, I'm sure. But he was very serious when it came to business, wanted to make sure that things were done right, and wanted to grow that business.
Were you able to interact with Eric and his boys?
Yes.
What are some examples of that?
One that comes to mind was he asked me, I did a lot of baseball growing up. I pitched in particular, and he asked me to work with Carter with some pitching lessons. We went over and worked with Carter and helped him learn how to pitch. That was one that comes to mind.
What was Eric like as a father?
Competitive, dedicated. He wanted to know what my kids were up to so he could tell me what his kids were up to and how well they were doing as well. He wanted his kids to be the best on the team. He wanted them to succeed. He wanted to make sure that I knew that how well they'd done over the weekend and how good they were doing in all their sports.
What was your business relationship in C&E?
We were 50-50 partners, so we were, I ran half the business, he ran half the business, although that wasn't like a perfectly straight line, right? We did paver, stone, tile work. I took care of tile and paver work. Eric took care of the stonework side, so we did have it split. To where he took care of his projects, I took care of mine. We overlapped in the bookwork end of things or in the administration side of things. But as far as work went, he had relationships with people that I didn't, and so he would take care of those clients and I would take care of others.
How many people did C&E employ in early 2022?
Approximately 90.
And about how many projects at any given time was C&E running?
When Eric passed, I obviously stepped into a full-time role in that whole business. I remember counting 47 projects.
What was C&E's business outlook in early 2022?
Good. It was great. Business was good, and business continued to be good, and was projecting upward each year. We'd done a little bit more, and it was definitely on its way up.
Did you and Eric have any plans for the business before he passed?
We had, I'm more conservative than Eric was, and so my plan was always to just be okay with where we were at. Eric's plan was, let's grow this thing and keep going. And I was like, good with where we were at a lot of the time. He definitely was very motivated to continue to do more and more and be better and bigger and better.
Did C&E have an office?
It had my house and a small office at Eric's house. We both had home offices, and so we ran the business from his office and my office at our residential home.
Did Eric use a C&E computer?
Yes.
Did he keep that at his home office?
Yes.
Did you and Eric have a C&E email account?
Yes.
How did that work?
It was a joint email. If you know him or I, you know that we're not technology people. And so one email was enough to handle. So we had one email that we both would look into, that all of our emails would come through. That way we could make sure that we were taking care of each other as well. That seemed to work, and so that's what we did.
Did C&E receive its America First Credit Union bank statements by email?
Yes.
Are you generally familiar with Kouri Richins Realty?
Generally familiar.
Did there come a time when C&E assisted Kouri Richins Realty?
Yes.
How did that come about?
Eric called me, was distraught. I said that some things had happened in their home that
Object to hearsay.
I knew it was
Sustained.
coming.
Please rephrase. Or just keep moving.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Sure.
Okay, while they're doing that, what is the benefit of beer? What is it? Snorking, for the better word. What's the benefit? Is it just another catalyst to get it in your system, or does it make the buzz higher? I don't know. I don't drink beer. Can't stand beer. But tell me, I'd like to know. Ah, okay. I know what the funnel is. I've seen that through movies with frat parties in it, but I'm not versed in any of that. I'm not. I may be a champagne or wine every once in a while type person. My moonshine every once. I'm a sip. Give me something to just sip over a period of time. I like anything else. I'm not big into it. If it burns going down, I don't want it. Except for maybe moonshine. I'm Tennessee. I got to have the moonshine. Uh-huh. Oh, thank you very much, Angela. I see the yes. Thank you for the way you answered me. Appreciate it. I sometimes love private chat. You can say anything in there. Yeah, be careful with the B word, Ari. I don't know if that's good or not. I don't know if we can say that or not. But yeah. Okay. Well, I did do a tasting once, and they had about 6 different little samples. There was an apple flavored light. It was almost like a blonde beer. I could, if I had to drink beer, I could do that one. That one I actually took 3 or 4 sips of, but I'm a super featherweight. I cannot get intoxicated because I fall asleep before that happens. Truth be told.
Sir, did there come a time when C&E assisted Kouri Richins' business?
Yes.
How did C&E, without saying anything that Eric told you, how did C&E assist Kouri Richins' business?
There was a loan that was needed to be had for that business that was asked for, where C&E would provide the funds to fund a project, and C&E did provide those funds.
Was that a loan rather than an investment?
It was a loan.
Was it in extraordinary circumstances that caused C&E to loan Kouri Richins money?
There was a need for that loan. There was a need for that money to make sure that financial things were going to happen for reimbursement.
And was that related to a K. Richins Realty project on Franson Lane?
Yes.
And was that in October of 2020?
Yes. I believe so.
And was that approximately $200,000?
Approximately.
Are you familiar with a buy-sell agreement that you and Eric had in place should anything happen to either of you?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a New York life insurance policy, a set of New York life insurance policies that were associated with that buy-sell agreement?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the series of beneficiary changes to the New York life policy on your life in January of 2022?
I was told those happened.
Did you make those beneficiary changes to your New York life policy in January of 2022?
I did not.
Did you ever make any beneficiary changes to that New York life policy?
No.
Did you ever observe Eric Richins make any beneficiary changes to that New York life policy?
No.
Your Honor,
Of course.
Your Honor, I'm approaching the witness with Exhibit 8-49. It's some handwriting exemplars I think everyone's familiar with. Then I need to lay some foundation on. So can you please turn to tab 2? It's 849. It's the exemplars. Sir, did you collect those business and haircut receipts from C&E's records?
Yes.
Can you turn to tab 3? Did you recover those documents from Integrated Solutions?
I'm looking at an IRS e-file signature authorization form 8879. Is that?
Would you repeat the tab number, Mr. Bloodworth?
Tab 3.
Maybe just take a look to make sure you and the witness are on the same page. These 4 pages of tab 3.
Sir, did you collect those documents from Integrated Solutions, those 4 pages in tab 3?
We requested any signatures that they might have to be sent.
And did they then provide those to you?
Yes.
Sir, can you turn to tab 7, please?
Yeah.
Did you request and obtain from Big D Construction those documents containing Eric Richins' signature?
Same thing. We asked if they had any signatures and if they could send those over. If they did, provide those for us.
And then, sir, tab 13. Did you request and retrieve those documents from the Ford dealership?
I did not request the ones from Labrum Ford.
Okay. The documents at tabs 2, 3, and 7, did you then provide those to Katie Richins?
Yes.
I'll get that from you. Thank you. Scott, if you can bring up 10-89, please. Defense Exhibit 10-89.
He has it.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, we don't have it.
You should. Mr. Wright, can you see that photograph on your screen?
Okay, I can
Okay.
see it on the
Ms. Nestor, can you see it on your screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll fix that during a break, Mr. Blower.
Yes, sir, thank you. Your Honor, can the court publish it? Defense admitted this into evidence with mistaking.
Brittany, will you just confirm that that's correct? I don't recall. Yeah, defendants 1089-1089. Trust and verify. Okay, very good. There you go.
Sir, are you married to Allie Wright?
Yes.
Is Allie Wright in this photograph?
No.
Thank you. Sir, have you ever observed Eric sick or injured?
Yes.
Can you give some examples, please?
Eric had Lyme disease at one point. Saw him when he had COVID. I saw him when he had a cold. I saw him when he had the flu. I saw him when he had back pain. Hunched over from lifting a rock and tweaking his back to where he could barely walk.
How did Eric react to illness or injury?
He's a cowboy. Eric is a go get him. He's not going to sit at home because he's sick. He's not going to stay home because he has COVID. He's not going to not show up because he's feeling under the weather. He's very tough-spirited, rough-hearted as far as not being a wimp goes.
Other than allergy medication, have you ever seen Eric use over-the-counter drugs?
No.
Have you ever seen Eric use prescription drugs?
No.
Have you ever seen Eric use illicit drugs?
I have never seen him use illicit drug.
Sir, do you recall receiving a phone call from Eric at approximately 2 p.m. on Valentine's Day, 2022?
Yes.
Without saying what Eric said to you, why is it you remember that phone call?
The fear in his voice, the the urgency of the situation, the seriousness of what was going on.
Had you ever heard Eric sound like that before?
The only other times I heard that urgency and that fear when he called me telling me that his mother had passed away in the hospital. I also heard that urgency or that fear when he had been rear-ended in an accident, and feared that the person that had hit him had passed away as well, or had hit him hard enough that he was scared of what had just happened.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
There's more water in that correct?
Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning, sir. You and I have met before, but just to remind you, I'm Kathy Nestor, and I'm one of Kouri's attorneys. So I want to talk to you about C&E a little bit. You mentioned that the, excuse me, Your Honor. You mentioned that the company was growing about the time Eric passed away, right?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes, it was slowly growing. Yep.
Okay. And you guys split everything 50-50?
Financially and in the administration part of the business, yes.
So whatever you made in a year, he made in a year.
Yes.
So in 2022, how much did you earn that year?
Objection,
I
Your
don't.
Honor, relevancy.
If you approach, please.
While they're doing this, I'm gonna talk over the court feed as a test. So let me know if it waffles or if it's clear. Rihanna, Rihanna's. We followed her civil case. Beverly home was hit by gunfire. Police say the Beverly Hills. Let me get it in front of me so I can actually read it. Get the court back. The Beverly Hill home of pop star Rihanna has been hit by gunfire. Police say the officers from the L.A. Police Department responded to reports of firing at 13:05 local time on Sunday. A suspect was located and taken into custody. The police officially told the news that the home was targeted belonged to Rihanna and the assault rifle casings were found on scene. Thank God nobody was injured in the incident. Rihanna was in the mansion at the time, law enforcement source told the LA Times. Police say that the suspect, a woman in her 30s, stopped in a car outside the home and fired 7 shots before speeding away. Her vehicle was located about 8 miles away from the singer's home, where the woman was taken into custody. She's not been publicly identified. I wonder if it's the woman that lost the court case, the ex-security guard. Last September, the star gave birth to her 3rd child, a girl, with partner ASAP Rocky. The couple, who also shared 2 sons, announced that Rihanna's latest pregnancy at last year's Met Gala. The couple's baby news was not the first time they made headlines in 25. February, ASAP Rocky was found not guilty of firing a weapon at a former friend in the trial that saw Rihanna bring her 2 sons into court. Also, the Barbados-born celebrity, full name Robin Rihanna Binti, I think. She's a rap star. We don't need to go into her background. But thank God nobody was harmed. But that must be very scary, y'all. Very scary. I'm glad the children are okay. Oh, that was Cardi B. You're right. My bad. My bad. It wasn't Rihanna. It was Cardi B. I'm not into this scene. I don't listen to that music. My apologies. I get those 2 mixed up. Always have. Thank you for the correction. That was Cardi B. This is Rihanna. Okay. It doesn't matter. It's horrible, and I can't believe somebody would go and fire into their home like that. My apologies. Didn't mean to confuse them. It said ASAP Rocky, is that how you say it? See, I'm not in that world. ASAP Rocky. Awesome. They're coming back into the court.
Please restate the same question.
Yes, sir. So, how much did you earn, let's say 2021, the year before, just a few months before Eric died? How much did you clear that year, income,
Are you talking personally or in the business or?
personally?
Personally. I don't have those numbers in front of me. I'm not positive what that number would be.
Was it more than $500,000?
Personally, no.
Okay. Do you know that, do you know what Eric made in 2021?
Mr. Bloodworth, go ahead.
Objection foundation.
It's a yes or no question, so if you would start there, sir. Overruled.
Do you know what Eric made in 2021?
No, not off the top of my head.
All right. So if there's tax returns that have already come in that indicate, that came in through an expert, that indicate he declared around between $700,000 and $900,000, would that be way off base for that year?
You pause there for a moment. Mr. Bloodworth,
Objection foundation.
yeah, would you approach for a minute?
Another sidebar. 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 Talking about sidebar. Okay. Yeah, he was ready to jump on that like there's no tomorrow. Absolutely was ready to jump on that. He really was. I understand they had a financial expert in that talked about all the money, and how many of us actually can memorize 4 years, 5 years ago of who earned what in our businesses? I might be able to tell you I got a ballpark of this for myself, but to be able to sit there and say how much exactly was earned, I couldn't do it either. So to me, this is a little bit on the side. I think this is a little bit out of the scope of this particular witness, in my humblest of opinions, which don't mean much. Which don't mean much.
The foundation is sustained. Ms. Nestor.
All right. Did you, at the time that Eric died, did you project that your company was going to continue to increase in value and resulting in increased income to both of you over the years?
Before he passed, you're
Yes.
asking? Yes, we would have projected that our company would continue to grow.
And fair to say that you both would be financially secure as long as that continued to happen?
As long as that continued to happen, yes.
All right. At one point, before Eric passed, you actually had Kouri Richins on your payroll, is that right?
Correct.
And she would get monthly income from your company?
Correct.
And do you remember how much she would get?
Ms. Nestor, I apologize for interrupting. Mr. Wright, I need you to answer just a little bit louder.
You bet.
Brittany's listening on the mic and we're not picking it up. Go ahead.
So you had Kouri on the payroll, right?
Yes.
How much was she making every month? Do you remember?
I don't recall.
Right. And then when Eric passed, isn't it true that Kouri asked to be removed from the payroll?
I do not believe she asked to be removed from the payroll. We continued to pay her for some time after he passed.
Like a week?
I recall it being longer than a week.
How long do you recall it being?
A couple of months.
Okay.
The look is
You also
priceless.
had as part of your company a business called Fox Lake Investments, right?
Correct.
And Fox Lakes was separate from C&E, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, scope.
Sustained.
Okay. Did you at one point engage in house flipping like Kouri Richins had through your C&E business?
Through C&E?
Not through C&E, through Fox Lake, through anything?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor, scope.
Sustained.
Okay. All right, let's talk about the Fransom Lane property. The Fransom Lane property, you just testified that you gave a loan or invested, or whatever word you want to call it, about $200,000, right?
Approximately.
And do you know what that money was used for?
The money was used for fixing up that home,
Rehab costs,
rehab costs.
right? And you got all of your money back plus interest, is that correct?
I believe we did, yes.
And do you know how much interest or profit you made on that?
I don't recall.
All right. And you talked about a buy-sell agreement that you guys had, and you just discussed that with Mr. Bloodworth. The buy-sell agreement is basically when partners in a business buy an insurance policy on each other, right?
Correct.
So that if Eric died, you would get money. If you died, Eric would get money, right?
Correct.
And the idea of that policy is that you pay the family member to divest from your business and say, look, here's the $2 million. Please don't be a partner with me. I don't want to be partners with you. I just want to pay you $2 million and you go away and you're done with this business, right?
The idea of it is to do whatever the contract states. So whatever is in that contract would be followed.
And was it your understanding that your buy-sell agreement would allow whichever person survived the other partner to pay that money to the family, and then the family would not be involved in the business from there forward?
In our buy-sell agreement, we had it so that the proceeds would go to the family.
Right. And Mr. Bloodworth talked to you about a beneficiary change on the buy-sell agreement, right?
Yes.
And that occurred on January 1st of
Objection,
20.
Your Honor. Just foundation, the beneficiary changes on the life insurance policy, not the buy-sell agreement.
I think that's what Ms. Nestor meant.
That's what I meant.
Appreciate the clarification.
Thank you. So the beneficiary to the life insurance that backed up the buy-sell agreement was changed on January 1st of 2022. Is that right?
I was told that.
Okay. And were you in fact told when you learned about this that the policy that was changed was your policy, not Eric's?
So the way that I understood that is the policy is on the person who is still alive. And I don't recall exactly the words that they used to tell me that it had been switched. They told me that someone had logged in and switched that beneficiary, and that was
to your policy.
yeah. I
Right.
don't recall the exact words that he used in that moment.
Well, think about it. You remember everything else. You don't remember if it was your policy or Eric's policy that it was changed?
Your Honor, objection, asked and answered.
Your Honor, I'd like him to have a chance to answer it.
Overruled. Please answer Ms. Nestor's question.
So it's tricky because when it's a flip-flop. So I'm trying to think about that in this setting. Give me just 1 second.
It's okay. Take your time.
So what I was told was that there was a change made to the beneficiary, that somebody had gone in and changed that and then switched it back. I do not recall him telling me whose name was changed or anything like that.
So it's possible it was your policy?
There's a possibility.
Okay. And if it was your policy, that means if you died, the beneficiary would be somebody different, not if Eric died.
Okay.
Right?
Correct.
Okay. And then it was changed back, right?
That's what I was told.
So at the time that Eric passed, Kouri Richins was not a beneficiary of your policy, right?
Can you say that again?
At the time Eric died, Kouri Richins was not a beneficiary of your personal policy, correct?
Not of my policy, no.
And she was not a beneficiary of Eric's policy, correct?
The policy stated that if he were to die, I would pay his family the the money.
And that's what you did. You paid Katie Benson and the trust
I
the
did not
money.
pay Katie Benson, I paid the trust.
You paid the
And I had
trust.
put it into the court,
Okay.
which was instructed by attorneys.
Okay. So none of that money went to Kouri, right?
I have no clue where that money sits today.
You didn't give it to Kouri.
I gave it to the court
You gave it
as I was instructed through my attorney.
on the behalf of the trust.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. I want to talk about the times that you saw Eric in pain. So, fair to say Eric had back pain? He had back problems?
He would pinch a nerve once in a while and have back pain, yes.
And he'd be unable to work?
He would work through that.
Sometimes he'd be unable to work?
He would still probably drive around in his truck, which is considered work. I mean,
Okay.
he wasn't out lifting another stone, if that's what work, yeah.
So it might have impacted the type of work he did.
Yeah.
All right. And he also had knee pain, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I believe so.
And he even had knee surgery at some point.
I don't recall that.
Okay. And then he had Lyme's disease.
Yes.
And did he complain to you about pain in his muscles from Lyme's disease?
He would tell me how painful that was, correct.
Okay. Now, Mr. Bloodworth asked you if you had ever seen Eric take drugs, right?
Correct.
And Eric, you mentioned you guys went on a mission together, right?
Correct.
So it's fair
Different
to
times, but
it's
not
fa-
together.
It's fair to assume that you subscribe to the faith of the Church of the Latter-day Saints?
I am LDS.
Okay. And as part of that faith, you all subscribe that it is not proper to drink or take drugs, right?
If you are an active following member and you believe that, then that is correct.
And Eric knew that you were of this faith, correct?
Correct.
And he did not share with you when he drank alcohol, did he?
I would hear about it.
He didn't share it with you.
I've never been offered a drink from Eric.
And I'm sure that is a sign of respect to you and your faith,
I
yes?
believe so. To me as a person.
And he never shared with you that he used marijuana gummies?
He himself? No, he never told me.
Okay. Did you ever see him do that around you?
No.
Okay. And again, he knew that you would not approve of that, right? Under your faith.
Eric would be okay telling me some of those things. He would tell me, but in the light that I am his good friend, that he would tell me things, right? But not be proud of that by any means.
So he did share with you that he used drugs?
No.
Objection, Your Honor. It's not a question calls for hearsay.
Well,
Sustained. Just ask your next question.
did you just testify that he did tell you about things, he just wasn't proud of it?
Ms. Nestor.
Yes, sir.
Sustained. If you'd ask a different question, please.
So when Mr. Bloodworth asked you the question if you had ever seen Eric use drugs, your answer was no, correct?
You're correct.
But you have knowledge that he did.
People have told me that.
Objection.
I'll leave it.
Hearsay.
But it's out. What do you want me to do now, Mr. Bloodworth?
It is out. What have people told you?
You can follow up. Okay, Ms. Nestor, please keep moving.
You mentioned that you and Eric used to go hunting together. Is that right?
Yes.
At some point, did you provide information to hunting law enforcement officials about violations that Eric had done when he was hunting?
Yes.
And was he placed in jail for that?
Yes.
And you provided that information and testimony against him?
No.
Okay. But you told the police that he did what they thought he did, right?
I was in, I was brought in and asked questions that I answered to.
And those questions incriminated Eric?
Yes,
Okay.
some of them.
And you and Eric kind of had a falling out after that, is that fair?
Falling out in what sense?
You stopped going on vacations together with your families?
We didn't go on vacation with our families very often as it was. So I would say that that was not something that immediately happened after that.
Your relationship became more tense, more difficult between the two of you?
Oh yeah, he didn't like it.
Okay.
Yeah, he was upset about that.
So I want to talk about the Valentine's Day call that you had with Eric. To your knowledge, did Eric work that day?
Again, work is everywhere we go. We have our cell phone and we are working.
Did you know whether he worked that day?
I would assume that he had worked that day, having received a phone call or two or done some sort of management style of work.
If I were to show you photographs of projects that he visited that morning, would you be able to recognize the project by looking at the house?
I may be able to recognize a project, but I'd have no clue if he showed up there or not, or if he had worked there that day.
Okay, can we put up for the witness States Exhibit 3-13D? All right.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, we still don't have it.
You're welcome to use that. Okay, do you see that photograph in front of you?
Yes.
All right. And that is a photograph and
Could you
Eric.
pause for one moment, Ms. Nestor? Mr. Bloodworth?
Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
He hasn't even let me get it out of my mouth yet, Judge.
Are you about to lay some
Yes,
foundation?
I am.
Okay. And so if you lay it before you represent what it is.
I will.
Thank you.
Do you recognize what that home is, the aerial view? Do you know whose home that is?
Yes.
Whose home is that?
Eric's.
Okay. And can you go to the next photograph, Katie? Do you recognize that overhead view of a home?
I don't.
So you don't know if that's one of the homes that Eric was working on or one of his projects at the time?
Doesn't look familiar to me.
Okay, can you go to the next one, Katie? What about this very large home? Do you recognize that one?
I don't.
You don't know if you guys were doing a project on that house?
I don't.
Okay, you can take it down. On the day that you spoke to Eric Richins on Valentine's Day, he didn't, you weren't aware that he went to a doctor that day? Did you ever know of him going to the doctor, taking time off
He told me that he had gone with Carter that morning.
to get allergy shots?
Something with allergies.
Okay, but after you spoke to him, were you ever aware that he went to a doctor to follow up on how he felt that day?
Your Honor, objection calls, I think, for hearsay. There's no foundation otherwise.
If he had personal knowledge, if Eric took time off to go to the doctor,
Please approach.
So we have another sidebar. Oh, don't blame the juice if you don't like it. No, what I can do is my son can cut up a lime and get the juice, and we can cook. We can put it over the
did
stove.
you give Eric a
and
ride to the
make
doctor
it
that
safe.
day?
No.
Did you give Eric a ride to the hospital that day?
No.
Did you go visit him in a hospital that day?
I did not.
Okay. Did he make any calls to you where you could hear in the background there was hospital noises or ambulances or anything like that?
No.
Did he come to work the next day?
Yes. He would have been working.
Why does she do that?
All right, the day that Eric died, on March the day before he died, the 3rd, you guys went to lunch that day, didn't you?
Yes.
And you went to lunch at the Mirror Lake Cafe,
I believe that's where it was, yes.
and you kind of spent part of the day with him that day, didn't you?
Just that, at that lunch appointment.
All right. And then you got notice that he had passed, correct?
The next morning.
And did you send Becky Lloyd to Eric's house to pick up all of his computers?
At a certain point, yes. I don't remember when, but yes, she went and picked the computer up.
And was that within a day or two of his death?
Yes, it would have been within a couple of days.
And you didn't clear that with any law enforcement?
Didn't, nope.
So you picked up his computer, or Becky picked up his computer and brought it into y'all's custody, right?
Yeah, it was a C&E owned computer that we needed the
Did-
company stuff from.
And did you get into the computer? Did you open it? Did you look for documents in it?
I don't know how to turn a computer on half the time.
Okay. All right, what about Miss Becky? Did she go into the computer?
Your Honor, objection here says go.
Do you know whether Becky went into
Hold
the?
on. Sustained, if you could ask
I will.
a non-hearsay inducing question.
Did you see Becky go into the computer at all?
I did not see Becky.
Okay. And then at some point, a private investigator came to talk to you about that computer, correct?
Correct.
And that would be Mr. Todd Gabler.
Correct.
And Todd worked for the Richins family or the trust.
I don't know who he worked for, but I assume that's correct.
And you told him that Becky had the computer?
Correct.
And you sent him to get it from Becky?
I don't remember sending him.
Did you authorize Becky to give it to him?
We would have in that instance, yes.
Okay. And in all that time, no law enforcement had gotten the computer first?
Correct.
All right. And then isn't it true that shortly after Eric died, you also sent somebody to pick up his work truck?
Correct.
And explain to me what the work truck looked like.
Brown Ford 550 flatbed truck.
And I noticed you said earlier that work a lot of times involved driving around in that truck, right?
Correct.
So he spent a lot of time in that truck.
He did.
And the truck was parked generally in the garage in the back of his house. Is that fair?
I don't know where he parked it.
But you sent someone named, what was the person's name that you sent to go get the truck?
I don't recall who I sent.
Okay. Somebody named Victor?
I don't recall.
Okay. And he went to pick the truck up and took it out of the garage, right?
But if it was in the garage, then he would have taken it out of the garage. I don't know where it was parked.
Okay. And if the police testified that that truck was not searched when Mr. Richins died, to your knowledge, had anybody sought your permission to search it at all prior to you picking it up?
No.
Okay. And then you took it into your custody,
Yes.
and you kept that truck?
Yes.
You still have it?
Yes.
All right. He also drove a red truck, is that right? Like a personal truck?
Yes.
And did the C&E own the red truck?
Yes.
All right. And at some point, you found out that the red truck was being serviced. Is that right?
Yes.
How'd you find that out?
The Ford dealership called me and told me that it was ready to be picked up.
And you knew that that truck was being driven by Kouri Richins at the time?
It should not have been being driven at all.
Okay, but she had custody of it.
It was sitting at her house with instruction that it shouldn't be driven.
Okay. And when you
With
found out,
knowledge that it shouldn't be
I'm
driven.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I
You're
thought
good.
you were done. You found out the truck was ready and you went and picked it up, right?
We went and got it, yes,
You did?
because it had been driven.
You didn't talk to Kouri about it?
No,
You didn't discuss it with her at all?
no.
You just took it from the dealership?
It is a C&E owned vehicle. And there is ramifications for an accident for somebody that's not working with C&E.
Okay.
And
then-
so it felt that it would be proper to make sure that the truck wasn't being driven
Where's the truck now?
in somebody's yard or house, or I don't know exactly where it's at.
Did you give it to Katie?
I did.
You gave it to her for free?
I did not give it to her, no.
You sold it to
It
her?
is owned by C&E.
So did C&E sell the truck to Katie, or did they
No.
just give it to her?
No, it's sitting at their home or their yard or their place.
So they had it. So the people who had access to the truck before any law enforcement ever looked at it were you, Katie, anyone in Katie's family, anyone at the dealership. Is that all right?
Say that again.
The people who had access to that red truck before there was any search executed were you, Katie, anyone in Katie's family, and anyone at C&E that picked it up?
Objection, foundation.
Overruled. You can go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, many people had access to that truck. If access is,
Okay.
they would have to be given the key and given permission to drive it.
So when Eric passed and his buy-sell agreement was executed and you gave the money to the court for the trust, then the company 100% became yours, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that your personal net worth basically doubled at that point?
You could say that.
Okay. Since Eric's death, you've remained close with his family, is that fair?
Yes.
And you and your wife have accompanied Eric's family to court and sat with them during court hearings?
Yeah.
Court's indulgence for just, one question I did forget. The New York Life, that was who had your insurance for your buy-sell, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware of whether Kouri and Eric had personal New York Life policies as well?
I don't know the answer.
Okay, that's fine. Court's indulgence for just 1 minute, Your Honor.
Of course.
I agree. Bonds, I'm trying to find the timestamp where Kouri had that big reaction. Oh, there it is. I found it. Found it. Never mind.
Only if you know, but were you aware, was C&E paying for a personal life insurance policy for Eric through a company called Auto Owners or Integrated Insurance Solutions?
I'm not aware.
Okay, that's fine. You mentioned that Eric loved hunting, right?
Correct.
And after you gave your testimony to the Department of Wildlife and Natural Resources, Eric couldn't hunt for a while in the United States, is that right?
Correct.
But he still could hunt in Mexico.
Correct.
And are you aware that shortly before his death, he went hunting in Mexico?
I am.
Do you know when?
It would have been in February sometime, I believe.
All right. And how often did he
Maybe
hunt
January.
in Mexico? Are you aware?
Sorry, what?
How often did Eric go hunting in Mexico?
He went down there for a trip, so I would assume he was hunting every day that he was there.
Okay. Are you aware of more than one time that he went to Mexico to go hunting?
Yes.
Were you aware of them more than 5 times?
I couldn't say, I don't remember.
Did you ever
Not
go
sure.
with him to Mexico?
Could I?
Did you?
Did I know?
Do you know where in Mexico Eric went hunting?
A general area. I don't know exactly where.
It was a general area
Typically, the hunting takes place in somewhere around Sonora,
around Sonora.
somewhere.
Okay. I think that's all I had. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Mr. Blue?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Like I said in my comments, I have a friend who goes hunting 3 or 4 times
Sir,
a
from
year
your
in Mexico.
perspective, was the loan to Kouri Richins Realty in connection with the Franson Lane property out of necessity?
Yes.
You testified that generally people had told you that Eric did drugs. I want to be specific. Did people generally tell you that Eric would use THC edibles?
Object to hearsay.
You opened the door, overruled.
Yep, you opened that door.
Can you repeat that?
Did people tell you that Eric would use THC edibles?
People would tell me that, yes.
Did anyone ever tell you that Eric Richins used illicit street drugs?
No.
Y'all missed it. Did you see that glance he just gave to Kouri? No. Did you see it? There we go.
Yes.
Did anyone ever tell you that Eric Richins used illicit street drugs?
No.
You testified that you provided some inculpatory information to DNR officers in connection with their investigation of Eric. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Why did you provide them with information?
Eric was being investigated for a wildlife incident. Somebody else had turned him in, and they brought me in to answer some questions that they had.
And did the incident involve not having a tag and killing an elk?
Yes.
Why did you provide incriminating evidence as opposed to covering for Eric?
Eric knew what he had done wasn't right, and he was okay to be a big boy and take care of his own stuff. And I was okay to be honest and tell them the truth and allow him to do what he needed to do on his end.
Is that hard for you to do?
It was extremely hard. I knew what those ramifications were going to be.
But did you do it because it was the right thing to do?
I did.
Does March the 7th, 2022 sound like about the right day when you dispatched somebody to pick up the brown truck from Eric's residence?
Sounds right.
Why have you sat with Eric Richins' family at various court proceedings?
Object to relevance, Your Honor.
It's within the scope of your cross. Overruled.
I love the Richins. I loved Eric. He was one of my best friends. And I want to be a support where I can.
Thank you.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Of course.
I'm researching something. Okay, I did Google this. Eric Richins could no longer hunt the United States because he had lost his U.S. hunting privileges. It was a suspension nationwide. As a result, he could only use hunting that was left the country. Why? They don't know. The violation is unknown.
Folks, this would be an opportune time for a restroom break. I was about to take one anyways. Please rise for the jury.
Don't know why. It very well hold on.
All right, folks, have a seat.
Your Honor, we can pull it up on the screen if you give me just 1 second.
No problem. Brittany, would you see if we can fix the screen at table 2? Okay.
Your Honor, can I step to the car room for a minute?
Of course.
So I'll pause real quick. He could have been hunting without a landowner's consent, poaching. He could have been hunting from a vehicle. He could have been hunting at night, spotlight hunting or artificial light. He can be using illegal methods. He could been doing felony wildlife crimes like affecting, commercial poaching, or major violations, or he could have had multiple minor violations that he ignored. But trying to see if I can find out what the violation was that he had. If Eric had qualifying violations in the states, a compact would have made him eligible to hunt the U.S. So, we don't know what the violation is, but it was a no. Yeah, I agree with you, Honey and Airy, 100%.
Mr. Wright, I'm not certain, but I think it'll be necessary for you to leave the courtroom for this discussion. So out of an abundance of caution, would you please step into the lobby? Please do not speak with anyone while you're out there. Thank you, sir. We just wait a moment.
Hope you know where the bathroom
We're
is
trying to
because
fix
you
this.
can't ask. Kidding.
Page 60 is. Is there a page and line number you want me to go to?
If you start at line 15 and go
going on?
through the beginning of the next page.
If you can go to the next page for me.
Your Honor, I probably need to read it into the record for purposes of the record.
One moment. Can we go back to page 60? Do you have it up on your screen, Mr. Bloodworth?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay.
So the part that we're seeking to examine the witness, and we submit that the state has opened the door by asking the question, has anyone ever told you Eric used illicit drugs? And his answer was no. In this testimony at the preliminary, page 60 line, beginning at line 15, and were you aware that in high school Eric had an addiction to pain pills? Answer, I did know that he participated in pain pill taking for sure. Question, you did? Answer, yes. And do you know what his pill of choice was that he was addicted to back then? Answer, I believe in high school we called them Red Devils.
Is that where you want to stop?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm not entirely sure that Mr. Wright is referring to illicit street drugs, quote unquote, there, but I also don't know the other way. Mr. Bloodworth, you'd be able to clarify that with him once it came in. I think I already ruled on a motion to eliminate that this issue would be admissible, correct?
No, Your Honor, it was the opposite.
Well,
Oh,
that's,
yeah.
In the motion in limine,
Bring it
and
with me.
we're scrambling in the back to get
Yeah.
this now, the motion in limine briefing to you. But in the motion in limine, Mr. Wright clarified this testimony to say his awareness was from other people.
Oh, that's right.
Not from observing Eric Richins. So whatever he knows about Eric Richins' high school drug use, if any, is hearsay. Mr. Wright also clarified, it wasn't Mr. Wright that was clarified. Also, the state produced evidence that Red Devils, circa whatever it was, 2020-ish, was a reference to an over-the-counter cough suppressant that kids were taking in high school. So I think the defense is saying that that the state opened the door is unfounded.
May I respond, Your Honor?
One moment, I've got to read my ruling.
Yes, sir.
So the ruling was that I deferred ruling on the motion in limine until after the parties have an opportunity to voir dire witness Kouri Wright or provide other evidence outside the presence of the jury to determine whether there is any non-hearsay route to the admissibility of the proposed evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. So here's what just happened. Mr. Bloodworth asked the question, has anyone ever told you that Eric used illicit drugs?
Illicit street drugs.
I objected to hearsay. The court ruled that I had opened the door and allowed him to elicit that hearsay evidence.
Yeah, in
Once
fairness, you're skipping the first step. You opened the door and crossed to
I
this
just said
topic.
that. I just said that.
Right,
that
but
you,
I want to be clear.
okay.
It's not just an allegation that you did. You did.
Okay.
Then Mr. Bloodworth went into it.
Okay, absolutely. I was trying to convey that. I'm sorry if I didn't do it correctly. I was not trying to skip any step. You ruled that I had opened the door. You allowed him to elicit what would typically be hearsay evidence because I had opened the door. Now it's in. Now this witness is sat on the stand. No one's ever told him that Eric used illicit drugs, and that is not true.
Illicit street drugs. Please be precise.
That's what these are. He's
Well,
claiming.
we don't know one way or the other. Would you like an opportunity to voir dire Kouri Wright about that, consistent with the court's motion in limine ruling from January?
I'm happy to voir dire him if it helps the court with your ruling. It is my position that at this point, I'm entitled to impeach him for making a statement in response to the state, elicited by the state, that no one's ever told him Eric used illicit street drugs. Here I have testimony that is contrary to that. I have a right to impeach him on that. I'll voir dire him on whatever you want, but it is my motion now that I be allowed to go into this because the state has put it there. They've put it out there. I have a right to impeach that he just testified falsely and inconsistently with what he said at the prelim. And it's very important, Your Honor.
If he, in fact, said something impeachable, you have the right to impeach him.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm not sure that he did yet. Why don't we get to that point? Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, certainly we can voir dire him. I think if the court reads further down in the preliminary hearing transcript, counsel asks.
You know I don't have that ability, so if you could cite me to it.
Oh, do you not? I'm sorry.
No, I don't have control over what they're showing me.
I can email it.
If there's a docket entry you want me to look at, I know that it's in the
Sure,
docket.
it's page 61 that I thought was on your screen. It's on my screen.
So,
It is now,
Exactly,
yeah.
Ari.
At the bottom of page 60, I guess, we just read from the middle of page 60.
60, line 15 through 25.
Correct. If
Yeah.
the court keeps reading to the top of page 61, Kouri Richins says he has no idea what Red Devils were.
He said,
I want to take a quick breather in this and just say, you're right, Ari. No one told him about it. That's true. But he had personal knowledge of it. That's true. Doesn't mean he lied about the other one. And he may not know what a red devil is. I think we can say it. I'll find out in a minute if not. But we're saying it pertaining to the court. So he may not know what that is, but he knows it's something that's not legal. The defense, you're pissing me off.
prior to that he's very aware that Eric took pain pills in high school. He says that clear as day.
Why don't we just ask him what he knows?
We can, but
Oh, you don't want that. You want to just use this.
I want to use this, and I want to do it in front of the jury. I
But
don't want to give a
you don't want to
chance.
just put it in. You want to ask him questions about it, right?
No, I just want to I want to impeach him with this document only.
You
That's
don't
it.
have any foundation that Red Devils are illicit street drugs, though. So you need that foundation
Pain
for
pills
this.
would be.
But that's not illicit street drugs, and that wasn't the question. This is an important difference. Nobody's asked this gentleman
Your Honor,
or shown
If
that
you buy pain pills.
please
I'm
don't
sorry.
speak
I'm
over
sorry.
me
I'm
so
sorry.
that you have a clean record.
Yes, sir, I'm sorry.
If there is an impeachable statement by this witness as to whether he's aware that Eric Richins took pain pills at any point in his life, this would be directly relevant to that. But we need a non-speculative foundation for the idea that Red Devils are illicit street drugs.
So the pain pills that they're talking about, if they are
Who's
taken,
they?
if that is being referred to in this prior statement, the
Red
pain
Devils.
pills that, well, he says pain pills and then he says Red Devils.
Okay.
So my understanding, according to this, is that Mr. Wright doesn't know what Red Devils are, but that's what they called them in high school,
Seems accurate.
which is clearly saying these were not doctor prescribed, these are illicit drugs that he's using in high school. So,
No, there's some distance between a nickname called Red Devils and illicit street drugs. And I don't know what the Red Devils he's referring to are, but it doesn't automatically mean they're illicit street drugs.
if you use
Okay, I'm going to pop in because that is true. There's a lot of red colored illegal street drugs that have also been called Red Devils, not just a prescription pain pill that is being taken illegally. It's a legal drug being illegally used called street devils. He is so hit on the money. I love this judge. Boo, preach it. I'm loving it.
pain pills
He's so
without a
patient.
prescription, that is illicit street drugs.
It is not, and you know that to be true.
I disagree, Your Honor.
It might be diversion of a prescribed substance, but it's not illicit street drugs.
They've certainly heard testimony from Mr. Crozier that he's selling oxycodone on the street that came from prescriptions. That's illicit street drugs.
I'm not sure you want to take that position going forward, but I don't endorse it in any respect. Certainly, we know that diversion of prescribed legal medication is different than purchasing on the street prescription medication is different than purchasing non-FDA approved substances on the street. There is a range of conduct here, and the question asked by Mr. Bloodworth was specific.
Can we read back? Can we get it read back, what he asked? Do we have the transcript of the exact statement that Mr. Bloodworth just asked him?
State courts do not create transcripts.
I think we have someone doing it live right now.
When you say we, who are you referring to?
Ms. Payer,
She's not a court employee. I don't know what you're referring to.
if you can give me 5 minutes, I can email her and get the exact statement.
Sure. While that
No.
occurs, I'm going to use the restroom. We'll take a recess until 10:35.
Okay. You are all correct on this, and this is one thing that's really, I'm gonna just do this to fix my view, don't worry. And then this one, okay. You are all correct in this. Just because a medication, it oh, thank you so much. I was just about ready, but just because a medication is being used does not mean. Can I pull it up? June, it's not letting me open it, June. Okay, wait a minute. I think I got it now. Hold on. Let me see if it downloaded. Medications are come on. There it is. Medications in and of themselves are not illicit. They are not illegal. It is the manner in which you use them can make it illegal. And that is what we're talking about here. And she doesn't understand that. And the medications that she's talking about, she's trying to use as an illegal, illicit medication, rug, and it's not. I'm pulling it. Okay, we do have it. Oh, let me share this during break. Let me share this on screen, y'all. Let me share it on screen. My mods, you freaking rock. You know that? Share this tab 100%. 100%. I need to get rid of this thing. How do I get rid of that? I don't want that side thing. I'll get rid of it. There we go. Okay. Before the state of Utah Wildlife Board, the Division of Wildlife Resources, Eric Richardson, petitioner, how many pages is this? 6. Okay. Admits that the jurisdiction of the division over him and over the subject matter of this action. Petitioner acknowledged that he entered into a stipulation, voluntary and other than in which contained in the stipulation no promise or threat whatsoever have been made by the division or any member, officer, or agent representative of the division to induce him to enter into the stipulation. Petitioner, represented by legal counsel Mr. Owens Esquire, have reviewed the stipulation with his counsel, knowingly executing the stipulation, fully understanding the terms and conditions. The petitioner acknowledges and understands any of the stipulation of big game hunting privileges imposed in the stipulation is given reciprocal recognition in other states participating in the interstate wildlife violator compact. So in other words, he can be in Texas and get this, but it affects all 50 states. The petitioner understands that he is entitled to a formal hearing under the Utah Wildlife Board, which means he may be present in the board evidence on his behalf, present own witnesses, and confront adverse witnesses. Petitioner acknowledges by the execution of this document that he waives the right to 1, a hearing before the board; 2, present evidence on his behalf; 3, present his own witnesses; and 4, confront adverse witnesses, together in such other rights as to which he may be entitled in connection with said hearing. Petitioner understands and agrees that by executing this stipulation, he waives his right to further administration judicial review. So, the petitioner does not consent to the following alleged divisions. 1, on or about September 10th to 16th, the petitioner went elk hunting on a property he owned in northern Utah. At the time of his September 10th hunt, the petitioner held an unfilled and valid 2016 antler elk control permit. Petitioner already harvested the bull elk and filled his 2016 hunter elk quota permit. So there is a quota. He may have been over hunting. At the time of September hunt, petitioner held an unfilled and valid 2016 antler elk control permit. Petitioner already harvested the bull elk and filled his hunter choice elk permit. Petitioner invited and I can't read there. I got to do it this way. Vetted and acquisitions of his Mr. Wright to hunt on petitioner's property. Mr. Wright held a valid 2016 elk permit. Petitioner shot an arrow at a 6x6 bull elk, and the elk died. Petitioner requests Mr. Wright tag the elk with his permit, and Mr. Wright did so. On November 21, 18, petitioner entered into a no contest plea with the wanting abeyance to walk this wildlife class a misdemeanor. An informal administrative was completed by May 7th of 2019 to consider suspension of petitioner's hunting privileges. The petitioner participated in the hearing and was provided an opportunity to present evidence on the issue of suspension. Petitioner was represented by Mr. Aaron Owens, Esquire. The division issued a decision in order of May 31st and 19, ordering, among other things, suspension of petitioner's big game hunting privileges for a period of 8 years, effective of June 3rd of 19 to June 3rd of 22. Petitioner applied for decision and ordered the Wildlife Board of 2018. Okay. Petitioner acknowledges the circumstances around the allegations of paragraph 8 and may support and findings that the petitioner act was committed knowingly, intentionally, and recklessly and constitute a violation of the wildlife code. Petitioner asserts the appeal, so he can't appeal. So, petitioners big game hunting privileges are suspended for 4 years, 8 months, and 27 days beginning on June 19th, ending March 1st of 24. Remains a time period of suspension imposed. Okay. So basically what he did, because I want to make sure we get back into court, but they're still not there. So he had to surrender his wildlife resources and any license or permits, and they're coming back. So basically what happened is he, if I read this right, shot his elk, tagged his elk. That was fine. Then he shot another elk and used somebody else's tag so he could take that elk. Highly illegal. It's like I can shoot a deer and max out my deer, but I can't use somebody else's.
A little bit more context here for this discussion.
Oh, sorry. I can't use somebody else's license to. I can't shoot an elk and put somebody else's tag on it. Once I'm done, I'm done. You can't share your tags. That's very, 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 very taken very seriously, as you can see. It wasn't a lifelong ban. And so in 2024, after March 1st, he could continue hunting. He can get a new license. But he wasn't here. Thank you, Miss June. You rock.
During the hearing on the parties' various motions in limine, the topic or the concept of whether Eric Richins used pain pills during his lifetime, prescription or non-prescription, illicit, that is relevant. But at the motion to eliminate hearing, and as I sit here right now, it's unclear as to whether there's any admissible evidence that he did. So, Ms. Nestor, I think the correct course forward, based upon where we are right now, is to allow you to voir dire Kouri Wright regarding his knowledge of the topic that he discussed at the preliminary hearing. Having heard or known or learned somehow that Eric Richins used pain pills in high school and they were Red Devils. If that reference is to prescription pain medication, it impeaches Mr. Wright's testimony on the stand today that he's never known Eric to use prescription medication. If it's illicit street drugs, it impeaches his testimony that he's never known or heard about Eric using illicit street drugs. If he doesn't know what Red Devils are, we're all just speculating, including the jury, and that's not permissible. Mr. Bloodworth, any comment there?
Your Honor, I think Mr. Wright's testimony, let me grab the question. Was that he had never seen Eric Richins use prescription drugs or illicit drugs. Okay.
So let's see what he says on voir dire to see if it actually impeaches that or not.
Correct.
Yeah. I'm sensitive to the precision of the questions you were asking at various points.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything further, sir?
No, sir.
All right. Ms. Nestor, anything before we invite Mr. Wright back in
No,
for
sir.
that purpose?
No, sir.
I'm going to wait for Mr. Bertram to whisper in your ear.
Go ahead, call back.
Okay, very good. May we invite Mr. Wright back into the courtroom, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Wright, thank you for your patience. If you take the stand for me. If you'd like a glass of water, you can pour yourself one. You are still under oath. Ms. Nestor has a few extra questions for you, and then we'll see where we go from there. All right,
May it please the court?
please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Welcome back. So we want to just dig in a little bit to the question that you were asked on redirect. When Mr. Bloodworth asked you if anyone had ever told you that Eric used illicit drugs. And I believe he said illicit street drugs. Does that sound right? Or do you recall?
Did he say illicit street drugs? Is that what you're asking?
What was your understanding of the question that he asked you at the very end about whether you'd ever heard about Eric using drugs?
My under-
Illicit street drugs.
Right. What was your understanding of that question?
If anyone had ever told me about him using an illicit street drug.
Okay.
Now, I'm not in the drug world. I have no clue what most drugs are categorized as. So
Did you talk to anyone outside in the hallway while you were waiting?
I did not.
Okay, just checking. Okay. So at the preliminary hearing, we asked you some questions about whether you were aware that Eric used pain pills in high school. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And are you aware of that?
I was told that that had happened.
All right. And were you ever told about where he got those pain pills?
I have no idea where he got those pain pills from.
So when Mr. Bloodworth asked you earlier today if you were ever aware of Mr. Richins using prescription drugs, you said no.
Your Honor, that's not the question I asked.
Pause, Mr. Wright. If you would just object to foundation and restate the question for me.
Your Honor, objection foundation.
Let me ask you this way.
Sustained. Go ahead,
Do
Ms. Nestor.
Was it your understanding in high school when you had this knowledge that Mr. Richins was using these drugs illicitly? In other words, not with the prescription of a pharmacist?
I need you to be more precise in that question. Which drugs are you referring to?
The pain pills, sorry.
And if you would re-ask it, please.
Was it your understanding in high school when you knew about this that Mr. Richins was using his own prescription for pain pills or someone else's?
I learned about this later on in life, not in high school.
Okay, and what did you learn?
And I learned that he had taken pain pills in high school. That's what I had been told.
Without a prescription?
I didn't get asked whether it was a prescription or not. I don't know.
All right, and then I think you said in the prelim that you thought they were called Red Devils, is that right?
That's what I was told.
And was it your understanding that Red Devils were an illicit street drug?
I don't know what an illicit street drug entails, but I assumed that the Red Devils were being abused, as that's what high school kids were doing.
So people were doing that in your school?
I heard that, yes,
And did you know what Red
later
Devils?
on in life.
What did you know what Red Devils were?
I learned later on what those were, yes.
What are those?
I believe it's Sudafed.
Oh, it's Sudafed?
I think. I'm not a drug person. I'm sorry.
Okay. Could be pseudoephedrine, maybe.
I have no idea.
Okay.
but that's what I think it is Sudafed being abused.
Okay. So when you testified at the
Wait for
preliminary
it.
hearing that you were aware in high school that Eric, or you became aware later that in high school Eric abused Red Devils and pain pills, do you still stand by that today?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, do you need more than that?
I understand Mr. Wright's testimony on the record.
Okay. Okay. Let me just think for 1 second if there's anything else. When you answered Mr. Bloodworth's question in front of the jury that you had not heard from anyone that Eric used illicit street drugs, that's except for what you heard about in high school?
Objection, Your Honor. The foundation.
I can ask him what his intention of his answer was, Your Honor. Did you intend to carve that out?
That's a fair question.
Can you restate that? I'm sorry.
You intend to carve out from that answer what you knew about high school?
What answer? Sorry.
From the answer that Mr. Bloodworth asked you in front of the jury, if anyone had ever told you or if you had ever heard that Eric used illicit street drugs, did you intend to not include what you knew in high school? Are you carving that out?
If I said it that I was in high school, what I've been told about Eric is throughout my life. I don't know if it was exactly in high school. I don't know if it was in my early 20s or now. What I've been told over the years is that he had used those in high school, and that's what I know.
All right. And so if I were to ask you the question again that Mr. Bloodworth asked you, has anyone ever told you that Eric used illicit street drugs, and you included all the knowledge you have all the way back through what he did in high school, what would your answer be now?
I don't know what illicit street drugs entail.
Okay.
I've been told of some drugs that he used, and that's what I would testify to, is that I know that he used some drugs, form of drugs. I don't know what they are exactly. I don't know if they're illicit street drugs or not, but that he had used drugs at some point.
That's it, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr.
That didn't
Bloodworth,
help her.
Anything else from Mr. Wright at this point? In terms of where to?
Sir, is the only drug that you've been told he used in high school the Red Devils?
In high school, yes.
You haven't heard of him using any other drug in high school other than marijuana? Let's just accept marijuana from this whole discussion, okay?
Yeah. So in high school, I was told that people were using Red Devils. I had heard that Eric had popped pills.
Okay. And is your understanding was the pills that he popped were the Red Devils, or was it Red Devils and something else?
Understanding that a Red Devil is a pill, he popped pills, and I don't really know much more than that.
Okay.
I don't know what pills they were popping or anything to that
Thank you.
extent.
Can I just follow up on that, Your Honor? So you mentioned in high school, like maybe there was after high school as well. Did I misread what you just said?
I have learned of these things through people over the years. I don't know this exact times and days that people have told me this knowledge. Eric popped pills in high school is what I've been told.
Beyond high school, do you have any knowledge if he popped pills?
I don't have any sure knowledge that he popped pills after high school.
Not sure knowledge, but if people told you that?
I have knowledge that he took THC gummies.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to make sure because I heard that clarification, and I wanted to make sure we followed all the way through with it.
Great.
As far as you sit here today, other than what you heard about what he did in high school, and other than knowing about the THC gummies, have you heard any other from any other person that Eric used drugs in his lifetime?
No.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
I need to make you take a walk again.
Okay.
Please don't speak to anybody in the lobby.
Nut and booger. It's hearsay. I was told that is hearsay. Oh, powwow. We got a powwow over there. It's all hearsay. The only thing he has personal knowledge of are the gummies. So it shouldn't come in. It's all hearsay. Sorry. Not. Nice try. Kouri, your faces need to be a little more under control.
Well, Your Honor, I mean, I think that this witness has now clarified that if he were to answer the question now, he would include that he was aware Eric popped pills in high school. He also heard that people in his high school were doing Red Devils. He said he assumed that's what Eric was doing, but he doesn't know. But he has knowledge that Eric was popping pills. This whole case
Hearsay
is about
knowledge.
pill addiction. This whole case is about whether or not Eric Richins voluntarily ingested that or if he was given it by his wife. This is a critical piece of the defense. He's been allowed to make a statement in front of the jury that we have now found out through voir dire is not 100% accurate on one of the core issues in this case. I am only asking to impeach him. I can limit it to what he said in the prelim. We can go farther if you want us to, or we can limit it to what he said in the prelim. I'll do it either way. But I think to deny Ms. Richins the right to impeach him on something this critical to the defense and the prosecution when the door was absolutely opened by the prosecution would be reversible error.
No. You opened the door. The judge said you opened the door and the prosecution walked through. Nice try, honey.
We're asking that the court allow us to do that now.
Mr. Glover.
You opened the door. The judge said
Your
so.
Honor, the state disagrees with all of that, including the
Of course.
veracity of some of that. The state reverts back to what we had briefed in motion, saying, by the way, that any relevancy to what happened in high school has decayed to zero 40 or 20 plus years later. The testimony at issue is Mr. Wright's response to the question of, did anyone ever tell you that Eric Richins used illicit street drugs? To which he responded, no. Nothing in his voir dire impeaches that testimony. Therefore, bringing in the preliminary hearing transcript or any further questioning on this, the preliminary hearing transcript or any further questioning on this is inadmissible.
All right. The case has to be tried based upon admissible evidence. And on both sides of the V, there are pieces of evidence that either the state or the defense has sought to admit that the court has ruled are not admissible. I'm required to apply the rules of evidence. We instruct the jury that the rules of evidence have developed over hundreds of years to make sure that trials are tried in a fair and impartial way. This issue developed in a way where defense counsel asked a question that elicited hearsay testimony regarding what Mr. Wright had heard about Mr. Richins' prior drug use generally. Whether or not that's what the defendant intended, that's what happened. So then, on redirect, the state asked two very specific questions to characterize that volunteering of hearsay by Mr. Wright. Whether they'd heard that Mr. Richins had used THC products, and whether he had ever heard that Mr. Wright used illicit street drugs. Nothing in his prior preliminary hearing testimony or during his voir dire outside the presence of the jury on the stand is admissible evidence contrary to his sworn testimony on the stand in front of the jury. His prior reference to Red Devils, he's now clarified as Sudafed, which is not pain pills to begin with. Moreover, he doesn't have any admissible testimony that Eric Richins used illicit drugs of any kind. This is hearsay. It is speculation. It's not admissible.
Your Honor, may I just make a record?
Of course.
Your Honor, it's our position that, first of all, when I asked the question, it was not objected to by the state. Second of all, I'd like to make the record that this would be for purposes of impeachment. To deny us this opportunity is a violation of Crawford. It is a violation of our Sixth Amendment right to cross-examine. It is a violation of our due process right to a fair trial. We would be able to call, in our case, an expert who would testify that Red Devils were in fact PCP. In that period of time, they were not Sudafed. The DEA has a pamphlet on that. We're being denied that option. We're being denied the ability to attack the credibility of someone who has changed. Respectfully, we disagree with Your Honor's position on this. We think he absolutely changed his testimony, and we're being prohibited the right to impeach him on the fact he changed his testimony. And I believe that the question I would ask him, if I were allowed to go forward, would be, did you learn that Eric popped pills in high school? And that would impeach what he said to Mr. Bloodworth, unrebutted and not allowed to be rebutted by me when we know that I can rebut it. And we, on our strongest way possible, we object to this. We would like a continuing objection. We move to strike all of Kouri Wright's testimony. All of the issues that Mr.
Whoa. You lost me there.
On redirect, the redirect testimony.
Which piece?
Where he answered the question that I'm not now being allowed to impeach him on. We're asking to strike it at the very minimum. All of the things that Mr. Bloodworth just brought up all go to weight, not admissibility. And
what is the non-hearsay route for this witness to testify regarding what he heard, if it's coming in for the truth of the matter asserted?
It's not. It's coming in to impeach that once the court allowed him to answer that question with hearsay, to rebut the hearsay that we elicited unintentionally.
What's the evidence that he heard prior to today, testifying today, that Eric Richins used illicit street drugs?
He just testified to it on the stand.
That is not true.
Okay, well, we agree to disagree on that, Your Honor.
Have you disclosed that expert that would provide a non-speculative basis that Red Devils are an illicit street drug?
We have disclosed that expert. His name is Mr. Kearney. He is on our list. He's been available. We did not know the Red Devil stuff was coming in until 10 minutes ago because we were told.
It's not coming in.
Well, okay. Well, that's obvious then. I mean, we did the best we could. We gave him our drug expert that as soon as the Red Devils comes in, we can let them talk to him about that because we sure would go into that with our expert, that we're now being denied the ability to do that. There is a key question here, Your Honor. If Eric Richins had a drug problem, and if he did, Ms. Richins is innocent, and we are being prohibited from going into that with the one person who knows. And I just think that the veracity of this witness on this topic cannot be underestimated for purposes of the defense. I know you disagree with us. I believe I've made my record. Yes, he's changed his story. He's now saying he's never heard that Eric used drugs when he knows in the prelim that he did. And I just think this is just a huge, huge impediment to us to put on a fair trial in this case. And I believe I've made my record. I can't think of anything else I need to say on the record. Thank you for letting me make a proffer.
Okay. Are you asking me to strike Mr. Wright's answer that he's never heard that Eric used illicit street drugs?
Yes.
On which basis? On what basis?
On the fact I'm not allowed to impeach him on it, and we all know it's not a correct answer.
You certainly can impeach him on it if you have any evidence that it's impeachable.
No, any other way to show it to the court other than what we've already done.
Okay.
Can
I want to be clear. There's just no evidence that Kouri Wright believes that Red Devils are illicit street drugs.
But he separated the Red Devils from the popping pills. He separated that.
No,
He
with
did?
respect, he didn't. But okay.
Well, I think the transcript will reflect it.
All right. Let me pause. Anything further?
Prosecution's like, we're standing shut. We're not saying a word. We're winning here. We're going to let the judge fight our battle for us. Beating a dead horse is what you're doing. I spelt it wrong on purpose just to make sure I didn't get in trouble. YouTube has gotten really picky on some of the words and phrasing. So, yes, I know it's spelt wrong. I did it on reason, on purpose. Although I do have crappy spelling, but I know how to spell horse. But he's all like, I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
I have nothing further to add, Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth, a direct question. I need to exercise a measure of humility here. Is the state sure that you don't want to just get this out on the record to insulate the potential of a verdict on appeal?
Oh, he just handed you a silver platter. Oh, you didn't.
You now know what Mr. Wright's going to say.
I like him. I'm going to pause it here. Do you know why? Because what he just did could be appealable if she wanted to. Because now she is he's coaching. She's going to say, how much you want to bet this comes in an appeal? That he coached the prosecution in this matter. And that is going to be appealed as well. If the rate she's going, that's going to be appealed.
If you need to
We need a conflab.
confer with your team, I'm happy to give you a moment.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, let me take a moment to confer. Can I make a record on one thing, though?
Sure.
Let me read to the court the expert disclosures. It relates to...
I don't know that we need to get into that at this moment. I won't be basing anything I do on that.
Okay, then.
Thank you.
Can I step back?
Of course.
Ooh, yo. It's good. Ooh, I'm loving it. I wish we had more people watching because y'all, this is definitely, what's the word I'm looking at? Strategic.
We're
This
off
is
the
lawyer
record,
strategies 101. Oh, this is heavenly. I'm all excited now. Okay, so what's happening is, and if I understand it right, we have everything is hearsay. The witness is like, I was told years later, I was told this later, I was told that later. The only thing he personally knows is the THC gummies. And in reality, how many of us think, in the show of hands and comment, put a 1 if you think the THC gummies is going to be a big deal for the jury? Do you think the jury is going to give any credence to THC gummies? I mean, THC gummies nowadays are like nothing. Sorry, I had to put some away. THC gummies, and a lot of people go, THC gummies. But as far as the Red Devils and anything pertaining to illicit
Please proceed.
drugs, nothing.
Your Honor, the state is comfortable with the court's ruling in the record.
Okay. Very good.
Okay.
Court stands on its ruling. Anything else before we invite Mr. Wright back in and the jury? Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
Can't remember. Did we?
I'm not persuaded that
I
you've
know,
provided a basis to strike Mr.
Nice try, madam.
Wright's statement that he's never been told that Eric Richins used illicit street drugs.
I understand your ruling. I just can't remember how he ended it with the witness because so much has happened. So,
I think you had the witness on recross.
I approached before I recrossed. Okay, thank you for helping me remember.
Do you have any recross questions within the scope of redirect?
Can you give me just 1 minute?
Of course.
You guys, this is good. This is what I live for, y'all. So, unfortunately for the defense, they really don't have anything this guy has said that was not a hearsay. This shouldn't even be considered any prior reg use in his hearsay. It is all hearsay. And it was back in high school 20 years ago. Does not mean he is currently using. And on top of that, she made a comment. without this. She's innocent. If he was, basically, she said, if we can get him to say he was using this, then my client is innocent. It doesn't matter if he was popping Red Devils and gummies. It does not mean he digested fentanyl on his own. One does not equate to the other. Just because he's using X illicit drug does not mean he's using Z illicit drug. I don't understand. She's beating a dead horse. And all it is exasperating the judge and the court, and it's not going to bode well for her. And if this is what your entire defense is based on, boo, you've lost, in my humble opinion. No, I'm not a lawyer.
The bridge, and I just had to get back to where we were. I think I do have a quick recross within the scope of this redirect.
Very good. If we could invite the jury back in, please.
One does not mean the other, in my humble opinion, and I know.
All right.
She is fighting vigorously. I've gotten off of turning off the mic. My bad. I'll do it again. My bad. But she is, in my humble opinion, she's fighting tooth and nail for her client. You got to give her kudos for trying anything and everything and throwing all the candy and crap at the wall and see what sticks. But at the same time, you are irritating the judge beyond. I got to give the judge kudos while they're bringing the jury in. I got to give the judge kudos for his patience and his calmness and his ability to not get exasperated by her. Just saying. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. She's put off. She knows he's not going to get from this witness what she needs.
Yeah. If you can get him.
I'll take the Nuttenberger down. We're done with the Nuttenberger. Didn't mean to put that, but I love the two puppers. Love the two puppers. Y'all, while they're waiting, don't forget we have a new member end of the month giveaway. Y'all see my
All right,
coffee
folks, have a seat.
smoking?
Mr. Wright, if you would take the stand again, I'd appreciate it. Mr. Wright, you're still under oath. Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're almost done. You mentioned just now to Mr. Bloodworth, or a few minutes ago, it's been a minute now, that you were aware that Eric used THC gummies, right?
I heard that he did that, yes.
Okay. Do you have any personal knowledge as to how often he would use THC gummies?
No idea.
Do you know why he used them?
I couldn't tell you that. I don't know why he would have used them.
And do you have any personal knowledge about where he obtained his gummies from?
0.
Okay. So that was just a part of his life he didn't share with you.
Correct.
And on the truck, when you sent whoever, I know you said you don't remember, Mr. Bloodworth just talked to you about a date. The work truck, not the red one, but the work truck, you guys got that just within a day or two after he passed, correct?
The work truck was picked up within a few days.
Okay. And then the truck that you took from the dealership was about a month later.
Or so, yeah,
Okay.
months later.
I just wanted to make that clarification. Thank you. That's all I have. We tender the witness, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Are
We're
we
done.
releasing this witness, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, sir, you are free to go. You are released from the subpoena. You can talk to anybody you'd like.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Matthew Throckmorton.
Okay, real quick. With this witness was a big nothing burger for the defense. The defense lost bitterly, and it's going to be hard to pull out of that hole she just dug for herself, in my humble opinion.
Very good. Mr. Throckmorton, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
So if I understand this witness, and I could be wrong, he's
Do you
about,
solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the
I think this guy is more about the estate planning and the financial findings. I think.
Thank you. Have a seat.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is George Matthew Throckmorton. That's Throckmorton.
Sir, are you employed?
Yes.
How?
I work full-time for the Salt Lake City Police Department in the crime lab as a crime scene investigator with a specialty in forensic document examination.
Okay. How long have you been with Salt Lake City as a crime scene?
27 years.
And what is a forensic document examiner?
Forensic document examiner is an individual who examines and compares writing in an attempt to determine identity, authorship, or authenticity. This includes the examination of handwriting, erasures, inks, papers, basically anything related to documents.
So how long have you been
sorry, I was wrong.
doing that forensic document examination?
30 years.
Okay. Did you have any special training
No, maybe
that
not.
you've done
Maybe not.
just specifically for FDE?
Yes. I apprenticed with my father, George Throckmorton. It's about 4,000 hours of training in casework and study over a 2-year time period. I also trained with other document examiners at the Southwestern Association of Forensic Document Examiners. I completed courses through the Institute of Applied Science in Chicago. I also was trained at the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia, and have trained with other document examiners and attended courses and conferences throughout the United States.
Have you practiced this FDE or forensic document examination with other labs?
No, just pretty much my own.
So did you do something with the state lab in Montrose, Colorado?
I did train with other document examiners at the state lab in Montrose.
Okay. So you didn't practice, you were in training?
It was part of my apprenticeship.
I see. Okay. Have you had to maintain continuing training
Yes,
in the intervening years?
yes. I've attended various courses and conferences put on throughout the United States.
Have you given presentations yourself at such conferences?
Yes, I've actually been a guest instructor at the Salt Lake Community College as well as the University of Utah at the Law Department. I've trained at the Utah Post Academy helping police officers understand what a forensic document examiner is and how they can help them with their cases. I've also trained employees at American Express to detect potential forgeries, and I've also taught classes at the IAI, which is the International Association for Identification. That's the largest and oldest forensic organization in the world.
Are you a member of that organization?
Yes, I am.
Do you belong to a particular section of the IAI?
Yes, I belong to the question document section.
So over the last 30 years, this may seem like kind of a dopey question, but have you ever had the opportunity to examine question documents?
Yes, I've worked on over 1,500 individual cases over 30 years.
And have you ever testified in court as a forensic document examiner?
I've testified 61 times, 48 times as a question document examiner.
In the world of forensic document examination, are there some basic underlying principles upon which the science rests?
Yes, that no two people write exactly the same way. That's to say that no two individuals share all the same characteristics and habits, given the proper quantity and quality of documents to compare to show that their writing is different.
Okay, before we move on to the second one, I wanted to just very briefly go into this idea of habits. When you're talking about, what do you mean by habits of writing? I guess just have you explain it.
Habits are part of an individual's writing where most of the time they really don't even know what those habits are. They're just writing, trying to create either a letter or they're signing their name. And as they have learned to write over the years, they pick up different characteristics and habits within that writing. That could be how they cross the T is the crown at the top of the staff, medium part of the staff, or down closer to the baseline. When they write an ER combination, for example, is the E bigger than the R or vice versa? Are those two letters connected, or is there a pen lift between those two letters? Is the U more rounded or a little more pointed? So they just develop and use these habits as they write different types of things or sign their name.
So when we first learn to write, we're writing careful what our teacher is teaching us, and then as we go on later in life, we become more concerned with the content and not the formation of the letters. Those are just subject to habit?
That is correct. We learn a textbook style of writing in school. We're just trying to duplicate what we see. Again, more concerned with making it look like how we see it. And again, concentrating, like you said, more on what it looks like. As our skill level increases, we're more concerned with the content of what we're writing, whether it's assigning our name or whether it's the letter that we're trying to write to somebody. And the longer we write, those characteristics and habits just become muscle memory to us, and we don't necessarily think about how we're writing letters and formations. We're more concerned with what we're writing.
Okay, we've talked about individuality. What's the other principle upon which your science rests?
That an individual can't make all of the variables the same to make two pieces of writing the same as one another. There's always going to be a natural variation that occurs as we write our name. You're not going to find two signatures that are an overlay. There's always going to be a little bit of difference in how those look or in a body of writing.
Okay, so are there studies out there where researchers have looked at these principles?
Yes.
Okay. Could you very briefly go into this idea of individuality?
Absolutely. There's a study done called Cedar Fox out of the University of Buffalo in New York, and the premise of the study was to test the theory that no two people share all of the same characteristics and habits within their writing. And what they did is they had 1,500 participants of varying ethnic backgrounds, age, and gender. The objective was to make it similar to what the population and makeup was for the United States. They had these 1,500 individuals write some handwriting specimens. These specimens were put into a computer. They picked 8 characteristics out of the writing and had the computer analyze those 8 characteristics. It was determined with a 98% confidence level that no 2 individuals wrote those 8 characteristics exactly the same way.
Okay. Are there studies that have looked at the ability of a trained document examiner versus lay people on their abilities?
Yes. There's been a number of studies over the years. Cedar Fox also did a study of twins, again, to differentiate if the writing of twins could be seen as it was different one from another. In that particular study, they hired lay people to do the examination. The computer did an examination, and they also had intern document examiners look and do those comparisons. In that particular study, it was determined that the computer had about a 9% error rate in differentiating writing one twin from another. It was determined that the lay people had a larger percentage of an error rate, and that the intern document examiners had about a 5% error rate in differentiating writing one from another.
Those are interns, not fully trained. Okay.
Correct.
Now, were there some studies known as CAM being one of the authors of these studies that also looked into the abilities of a trained examiner versus layperson?
Yes, Professor Moshe Kam out of Drexel University did a number of studies, and in his studies he had lay people do examinations as well as document examiners, from intern to those that had completed the 4,000 hours of training. Throughout his studies, he determined that lay people made larger mistakes in doing their examinations, and that document examiners, starting as interns going to the fully trained, that their error rates were less than the lay people, and that the fully trained document examiners had about a 4% error rate.
Okay. Now, how could you explain to the jury what you do in this comparison process?
Yes. In this particular case, I was given...
Just very briefly, generally, you receive question documents and known documents?
Correct. I receive a stack of documents. First of all, I separate the question from the known. I go over each page individually, looking for comparison between whatever has been questioned versus the undisputed known samples that I receive. I compare my findings one from another. Then I evaluate those findings in order to render an opinion.
So this process, does it include digitizing the documents? Say they come on paper, do you reduce them to some digital format?
I scan everything, first of all, to preserve the evidence. Documents, I'll scan the whole document, and as well as the signatures or the questionnaire individually, and then same with the known samples.
I see. And when you're doing that, do you then do a side-by-side comparison, or do you do one a question and then knowns? How does that work?
Yes, I do a juxtaposition examination, which is comparing the question versus the known side by side, looking for similarities and differences that may be amongst the writing.
Okay. What are you looking for? These habits you mentioned before?
Yes. I'm looking for everything in the writing, just looking for, again, similarities and differences, looking for evidence that will basically say, was this authored by the same person, or was it authored by 2 different people? I look for letter formations. I look for proportion between letters. I look for where the writing sits within a margin. Is it closer to the right, left? Is it on, above or below a baseline? Looking for shading where darker areas of the writing may be. Just basically looking for everything on the documents to compare.
Okay, so when you're doing this comparison, do you consider the underlying facts of the case you're working on?
No, I just look at the evidence sitting in front of me. Usually I'm asked, does the question and known writing, were they authored by the same person? So I'm looking specifically for evidence one way or another on that.
Okay. When IAI, or I think you've mentioned earlier, you talked about the Southwest Association of Forensic Document Examiners, SWIGDoc, or somebody, does somebody give you a set of standards for your conclusions?
Yes, there's a set of standardized opinions that initially was put together in 1977 by the ABFDE, the American Board of Forensic Document Examiners. In 2016, SWIGDoc, which is the Scientific Working Group for Forensic Documents, took that standardized group of opinions and made it their own.
Okay.
And that's the scale that I use today.
Okay. Can we briefly review what that scale is?
Sure. The first one is an identification. Identification means that the questioned and known signatures agree in every observable detail and that there's no unexplainable differences or variations present. The opinion below that is highly probable or strong probability.
That it was authored by that person?
By the same person, correct.
Okay.
And that means that there was either something that was different between the question on it, might be a feature was missing, the way a letter was connected. It also might be the difference looking from an original document to a copy of a document that I didn't have the original. I was only looking at a copy. I didn't have best evidence. So because I can't tell the origin of the document, I'll drop that down from an identification to a highly probable or strong probability. The opinion below that is a probable, and a probable means that a majority of the evidence says that the question and known document was authored by the same person, but the reason that it would be dropped to a probable could be, again, that it's a copy, could be that there were signatures that were out of the timeline than the question document was. So I don't have maybe current documents to look at. The opinion under that is an indication, and an indication means that most of the evidence says that the question and known were authored by the same person, but again, might be dealing with a copy, might not have as many signatures as I would like to have in doing that comparison, so it drops it to an indications. The next opinion is a no conclusion, and this is basically, I couldn't tell one way or the other whether it was authored or not authored by who it purports to be.
Then it continues towards exclusion in a reverse sequence. So indications it was not authored by, followed by probable not authored by, highly probable not authored by, and then an exclusion?
An elimination.
Elimination, that's the word, okay. In your process, then do you somehow try to verify what your opinion is?
Yes.
How do you do that?
Usually I'll contact a peer, another forensic document examiner, and have them review a blind examination of the same evidence that I looked at.
What is a blind view?
That means that they don't know what my opinion is, that they're going to do their own examination and come up with their own conclusion.
Okay. Now, are these the principles and methods accepted in your field?
Yes.
And are those the methods and principles that you applied in this case?
Yes.
Okay. So did you receive a question writing in this case?
I did.
Okay, can we, I think it's been offered and accepted, 7-21.
One moment, please. Would you like to publish, Mr.?
Yes,
Okay.
please, Your Honor.
7-21 is published.
Okay. Let's just scroll through it from top to bottom just to refresh the jury. Okay, so that's page 2. Let's go return then to page 1. Do you recognize this, sir?
Yes, I do.
Is this the question document?
Yes.
Okay, now, what did you receive? A copy or an original? And if a copy, what type of copy?
I believe on this one I had a PDF copy.
Okay. Is that a good thing or a bad thing for your purposes?
PDF is not the best quality of document.
Why is that?
First of all, obviously best evidence is the original document.
Okay.
Next best evidence would be a photocopy of that document.
Okay.
And then PDF comes after regular photocopy.
Sure, but what, is it because of when, is there some limitation on PDFs that, for your purposes?
Yes. If I could talk about photocopies first.
Sure.
A photocopy is a distorted picture of an original document. The problem with a photocopy is it's a picture that is slightly smaller than the original document. There is, the colors are not as vivid or clear. The tones may be less vivid as well. In some cases, in photocopies, writing pen strokes can diminish and in some cases disappear. There's also marks that can appear on the photocopy that weren't on the original document. These are called trash marks. Trash marks can occur from damage or dirt on the scanner glass, as well as wear and tear on the inner workings of a photocopy machine. So it's going to change or alter the evidence a little bit. The PDF has a lot of the same problems with it. The problem with the PDF is there's no default setting. So depending on the software or where it was made, if it was made on a computer with a scanner, or if it was made on a copy machine, or in some cases a cell phone, it changes and alters the document, makes it so that kind of the overall appearance looks good, but if you were to try and enlarge or zoom in to a particular area, it will pixelize and get rid of some of the finer details that you would have in the original or in a copy.
Okay, so in this case, did you receive some known documents?
Yes, I did.
Okay, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm handing the witness what has been marked as state.
Try and
My part.
enlarge or zoom in to a particular area, it will pixelize and get rid of some of the finer details that you would have in the original or in a copy.
Okay, so in this case, did you receive some known documents?
Yes, I did.
Okay, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm handing the witness what has been marked as State's Exhibit 8-49. Can you take a look at that and review it for a moment?
Yes. Counsel, my apologies for interrupting your question. Make a note of this one. We'll come back to it. I need to take a quick break.
Yes.
Please rise for the jury.
All rise.
Have a seat, please. Okay. Mr. Throckmorton, I need to take a 5-minute break. We'll just say until 11:40, all right? please do not speak to anyone during the break.
Yes, sir.
I know you've done this before.
Yes.
Very good, sir. Thank you. We'll be in recess until 11:40. Thank you. Court's off the record.
Okay, we've got a little bit of a hot break. So let's talk about Kouri some more. He was the business partner to Eric Richardson, and he testified to their business dealings. Now, part of the thing is that I'm watching the judge. Okay, good. There's a lot of questions that were asked concerning the finances of this. Let me get my mind back on what I was going to say. My apologies. I had to reset something. So Eric testified to several things, and one of them was the bank statements and the loan and the internal business information. And one of the things that was asked a lot of was about the insurance policies. Did you know that there was an insurance policy? Who took it out and all that? And of course, he wouldn't have known everything. There was also questioning about the truck. Now, here's why the truck, I believe personally, is important. Let me come over here. Y'all stick around. We're just taking a little 5-minute break. The judge will be here in just a few minutes. So the truck is a big issue here. And part of the reason why the truck is an issue here is because it was in the possession of the company at somebody else's property for some Soxy, my cat is clawing me, for some period of time before, my understanding, it was searched. And so the defense is going to say, well, they removed all incriminating evidence. That is in my humble opinion. Yeah, that's right. Partner's name is Cody. I'm sorry, did I say Eric? I meant to say, I thought I said Eric's partner, Cody. I thought I said Eric partner's Cody. But we're talking about Eric's life insurance policies and the vehicle that he drove and all of that. I think that the biggest thing that the defense was really hoping to get was the rug use, and try to get something that will glue the rug use to Eric himself, self medicating and harming himself, and that just fell flat. That was a nothing burger. Now we are into a person who is a handwriting analysis person, and this gentleman is I just pulled a blank on the guy's name. Let me pull it. I have it back here. Matthew Throckmorton. That's a hard one. Matthew Throckmorton. Hi, welcome, Rocket Man. Thank you so much for joining us today. We're glad to have you. So, Mr. Matthew Throckmorton is a crime scene investigator, but he focuses on handwriting analysis. And honey, I think you're right. You can't see the subtlety in the pen stroke or ink thicknesses. Darker, harder pen stroke versus areas where they lift the pen and on the stroke when you have a copy. That's correct. You got to have the original for the analysis. The defense can bring that up, but is there any evidence that the truck was cleaned, or other than just bringing up the possibility that it could have happened? I remember a comment earlier in trial that they were adamant about the truck being cleaned, but in reality, there's no evidence that it was. It is sitting at somebody else's property, and they were like, does it belong to you, or did you sell it? Did you sell it to this person? It still is owned by the company, but it is being parked. It may be parked because this is considered evidence. I don't know. So, but we do know that there was, from what I understand, and once again, I'm not a lawyer, but from what I understand by previous testimony, there wasn't really anything found in the truck. But I find it interesting that Kouri used gummies herself. She would sometimes partake with her husband. At one point, she said that she never used gummies. She never used them. Never used anything illegal or illicit, or never did any of that. But then it was turned around in some of her interviews and statements on cell phones and whatnot that she did partake sometimes with her husband using the gummies. I find it interesting that when we looked at the video of the home earlier, I think in week one, that all the videos that were originally taken at the time of his death are now um, are now, when you look through it, then you didn't see any evidence of gummies anywhere in the house. Then all of a sudden, when they come back later, they're finding gummies everywhere, empty packages, gummies, and in strange places, like they were trying to be hid, but not too hidden. One of them was in a closet. Um, there was a video image where a police officer walked in the closet. You know how they check every little nick and cranny to make sure everything's safe. And the clothes were hanging there. There was no evidence, nor did we see anywhere a packet of gummies sticking out of a pocket halfway. She has very young kids. Why would, I mean, it just doesn't make sense. If he was going to use gummies as a responsible parent, he would not have them where the children could reach them. And precariously hanging a bag of gummies hanging out of a pocket in a closet, it's kind of odd to me. The other thing that I felt that was very odd was that some of the gummies were found in very low lying areas. Do you know how, like in the kitchen, you have the under cabinet and you can put your cookie sheets in and things like that? There was a lot of gummies found in reach of children, and that to me is very suspicious. Why can't I bring that up? Oh, there it goes. It wouldn't let me bring it up. There it is. Reasonable doubt doesn't include manufactured doubt or mere possibility of doubt. You're right, Ari, 100%. And it's interesting that the timeline they gave when she started reaching out for the rugs and when she started all of that was February. And then it happened in March. She started buying rugs all of a sudden. Yeah. It just doesn't make sense. There's a lot of things that don't make sense in this case. And the other thing is the insurance thing. Why would she buy a $100,000 insurance policy when the insurance policy that he had was over $1 million? In fact, in their world, $100,000 was chump change for an insurance policy. So why was it that all of a sudden she buys a low insurance policy? Sorry, my eyes are watering. I have allergies. Why would you buy an insurance policy for $100,000 when you know that there's $1 million plus insurance policy in play? Brings to question, and just as my humble opinion, it doesn't know, there's no facts to base it on. Hold on, my candle's getting too hot. I don't want to burn my mat. Why would you purchase a $100,000 insurance policy? And she claims she didn't know it was put in a trust. Everybody said she had no idea that she did not have access to everything. She did get a payout on one of the insurance policies, but I'm just saying there's just something weird about the financial. And why would you buy a $100,000 life insurance policy? What were you going to use that $100,000 for when you knew there was a lot more money out there? Yeah. Well, this is true. She did not make sound financial decisions. I'm just saying it's suspect. It's very suspicious in my humble opinion. Very suspicious. Um, okay, we're coming back in court. I'll be right back. sorry, Monkey Butt wanted more breakfast this morning.
Please have a seat as you come in. Have a seat, thank you. I promise I'm paying attention to the temperature. We're trying to adjust as we go. Mr. Throckmorton, you're still under oath. Mr. Burmester, please proceed.
Sir, this State's Exhibit 849, have you had a chance to look through the various documents that are in 849?
Not yet.
Do those look familiar to you, sir?
Yes.
How are they familiar?
These were the undisputed known samples that I received in preparation to compare the signature on the true stage to the signatures and initials found in these known documents.
And signatures?
Correct.
Okay. And where did you get them from?
A majority of these documents were received from Katie's attorneys, and
Is that the law firm Bennett Tuller?
yes,
Okay. And so initially, were you hired by the trust or the Tuller or
I was
Or
hired by
Katie?
the attorneys at Bennett Tuller,
Okay.
who were working for Katie, Eric's sister.
Okay. And how much were you paid by the
I received
Bennett Tuller?
a $900 retainer to help with that.
Okay. Since that time, have you been hired by Summit County?
Yes, I have.
Can you briefly describe what is this collection of documents that are contained in 849?
There was canceled checks, driver's licenses, just various documents that Eric had authored and signed over the course of his regular daily activities.
Was there a trust and a will?
There might be amongst the documents.
Okay,
There's also tax documents and
I see.
receipts.
I see. Okay. Now, there were some other documents like that appear to be like photographs maybe of a journal, a mission journal,
Yes,
and a photograph of some appear to be written coupons.
yes.
Those documents, where did you get them?
I received them from your office.
Chelsea Gibson? to be
That's
precise?
correct.
Okay. How did that delivery take place?
She met me at the Salt Lake City Police Department in a parking lot and gave me a thumb drive that contained all of those photographs.
Okay. The other documents, the ones from Bennett Tuller, were they paper or were they electronic?
There were some hard copies, and there were also some digital PDFs that were sent to me.
Okay. Did you go, well, let me ask this. How many actual signatures of Eric Richins did you receive in all those documents contained in 849?
I found that there were 86 signatures and 24 sets of initials.
And did you do a comparison like you described earlier with the digitizing and then going through the analyze, compare, evaluate, verification?
Yes. I compared the question signature versus the 86 known signatures and 24 initials, looking for similarities and differences.
Were you able to come to a conclusion yourself?
Yes, I was.
And did you send that out for a verification, a blind, as you said, a blind verification?
Yes.
To whom?
To my friend in Colorado. Her name is Darla McCleary Celentano.
And was she able to come to a conclusion?
Object to hearsay.
Yeah, would you approach for a moment, Mr. Burmester?
Wow.
Okay. Let's take a look. Did you prepare a slide for the jury to look at in preparation for your trial, or for trial today?
Yes.
Okay. Can we take a look at, just to the witness and counsel, 8-28, please?
The witness has it.
Okay. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Would that be helpful in communicating your testimony today?
Yes.
State would offer State's Exhibit 8-28 and ask for permission to be published.
No objection.
828 is admitted and published.
Okay. Let's set aside 828. Well, why don't you orient us first? What does 828 show us?
828 is an exhibit that shows the question signature at the top, taken from the true stage document.
Okay.
And the Q stands for question, 3 is the series of documents, page is page 2, and A is the first signature used on that document. The signatures, the 10 signatures below are samples taken from the known signatures that I received and initials to compare. Again, K stands for known, 1 stands for the group of documents, P stands for the page, so page 2, and again, A is the first signature on that page that was used.
So 849 is all the Ks, and this particular one is from the first tab?
Correct.
I see. Okay. Now, let's take a look at 7-21, please. This is page 2 of 721?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, looks like there's a couple signatures on this page. What one were you focusing on?
The one on the right, the one that purports to be Eric.
Okay. And then, so did you take the one from the true stage and then put it into your exhibit?
Correct.
Okay. And that's the one that we have. We just don't have, you didn't add the date that it was given.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We can go back to 828, please. Were you able to come to a conclusion?
Yes.
Okay, what was that conclusion?
My conclusion was that there was no evidence that Eric authored this signature,
Okay.
and that he probably did not, and that it appeared to be a simulated forgery written by somebody who was familiar, had access to his writing in an attempt to copy, draw, or duplicate his signature and try and pass it off as a genuine signature of Eric.
Okay. We'll come back to this in 1 second. Your Honor, could the witness step down with the microphone?
Of
And let's just look at 828 for a moment. Why you have, well, I'm thinking of it, there appears to be one that's in yellow. It looks like it's been highlighted. Has it been highlighted?
No. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No, that one came from an NCR copy. It was a yellow piece of paper. All I did was crop the signature off that paper to put it on this document.
All right. Could you explain to the jury how your analysis went?
Sure. First thing, in looking at the question signature on this, it's basically EER, and the way that the E is formed starts at the top, comes down, creates the first semicircle, comes to a point, and then comes back down towards the baseline. When it gets to the baseline, it shoots off to the right. Then a line comes down towards the baseline, continues up to create the second E, which is leaning a little further over. This E is not as defined, a little more loosely made. When we get to the second portion of the E, it shoots over to the right to start the letter R, which creates a kind of a triangle formation there, then goes up and creates kind of an arc, kind of more square than normal, comes back down towards the baseline from towards the baseline, and then shoots off over to the right and terminates. A couple things that stuck out to me on this signature. This is what's called a one-stroke signature. That means that the writing instrument starts and continues all the way through to the end. There are no pen lifts. As well, within the signature, the things that stick out again is their pen lifts are not found here. If you look at the known samples from Eric, you'll notice that there's a pen lift between each of the letters, a pen lift between the E and the E, a pen lift between the E and the R, and that's a consistent characteristic and habit that Eric has. The other thing too is the second E actually starts at the baseline. You'll notice that on the known E's, the E's start up top in a normal fashion. That they always start at the top. They don't start at the baseline like this one does. The other thing too to note is this R, again, where it's connected, it actually starts down closer to the baseline and then comes up. You'll notice in these E's, or in the R's, that they start at the top like we traditionally learn how to do in school. You've got a line that comes down, pen comes off the paper, and then the second part of the R is made. You can see the staff of the R here, staff here. So a couple of things that stuck out to me that were not common among his writing, again, is we've got a single one-stroke signature instead of pen lifts. The E, second E starts at the bottom at the baseline, and the R starts at the bottom at the baseline. It was by looking at these characteristics in comparison that I was able to render an opinion that the question and known signatures were not authored by the same person.
Okay. Take a seat, please. Now, your opinion was that it was probably not signed by Eric Richins. Why probably not as opposed to elimination?
Because I was dealing with a photocopy, the true stage was a photocopy of a document. Basically, I'm missing evidence. So as a conservative opinion, instead of an absolute elimination, it's closer to a little weaker than that. So it was a probable. As well, I couldn't identify who the author of that signature was. In the case of a simulated forgery, the author gives up their own habits and characteristics to try and copy, draw, or duplicate somebody else's. So because I was not able to determine who was authoring this, basically I came back to that there was no evidence that Eric did it, but I couldn't determine who actually authored it.
Okay, so your final conclusion then is also that there is no evidence, that you could find nothing in the knowns that would support the question document was signed by Eric.
That's correct.
Okay. That's all the questions that I have for this witness. I have off. Yeah, there we go. It's in front of the
Ms.
jury.
Jester.
Of course it was accepted.
May it please the court. Almost good afternoon, good morning still, sir.
Good morning.
My name's Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Kouri Richins.
Okay.
So I want to first talk about your, I guess we call it your curriculum vitae, which is a fancy way of saying your resume, right?
Correct.
And I reviewed that, that you gave to us. And can you tell me, sir, is there a difference between a document fraud examiner and a certified forensic document examiner? I said it wrong the first time. I'm going to get it right. Forensic document examiner is your title, correct?
That's correct.
And is there a difference between a forensic document examiner and a certified forensic document examiner?
Certified examiner is somebody that belongs to an organization that they pay and that they recognize him or them or her as part of their group.
It's not just payment, they also take a test, right?
Depends on the organization.
And in fact, there was an organization, there's an organization that accredits these organizations, and it's called the Forensic Specialties Accreditation Board. Is that right? Do you know what that is?
That's one of them.
And they are people who accredit these organizations to certify people, right?
Yes.
And if you go to one of these accredited organizations, and I'm going to just read some examples and see if you're familiar with them. The Board of Forensic Document Examiners, is that one of them?
There's an American Board of Forensic Document Examiners.
Okay. And are you also aware there's just a Board of Forensic Document Examiners?
I haven't looked into that one.
And Scientific Association of Forensic Examiners, SAFE?
I've heard of them.
Okay. And the International Association of Document Examiners, IADE?
I've heard of them.
And the National Association of Document Examiners, have you heard of them?
Yes.
And the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, ACFE?
Not familiar with them.
Okay. And all these are groups that provide ways for forensic document examiners to become certified, and they're accredited by this Specialties Accreditation Board, right?
Yes.
And the way that they become credited, certainly they have to pay a membership fee, you're right about that, but they take an exam, right?
I assume so.
And they're given a bunch of samples that are peer reviewed by others to see if they agree that their analysis are good, right?
Correct. That would be the process.
And they do an oral board where they answer questions and respond to like on the spot testing of their skills.
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation. Is that, he said he doesn't know.
Well, so far, there hasn't been a foundation problem. Ask him whether he knows, which I think is what you're doing.
And it appears to me by your answers, you know about all of this process, right?
There's a lot of organizations out there that people can join, even people that haven't been properly trained.
Right. And by being certified by any of these organizations that are accredited, that's an extra security and assurance to your customers and your clients that you've been screened, you've been vetted, and you've been certified that you're good at what you do, right?
It can be.
And you've never, ever done that in your whole career, have you?
No.
You've chosen not to ever seek certification.
Correct. Never gone for it.
And you do agree that the forensic science that you're involved in of handwriting analysis involves a lot of using your own best judgment, right?
Judgment based on experience and training, absolutely.
But your judgment, your analysis.
Yes, and I've been properly trained in order to know how to use that judgment.
Okay. And certainly you agree that not every single forensic evaluator is going to come to the exact same conclusion by looking at the exact same writing. Is that fair?
I don't know that I agree with that. It would, again, depend on how much training they've had. It depends on who they were trained by. It is possible that individuals aren't going to have the exact same opinion as me.
Sure. And it also depends on the quality of the sample you're given, right?
Correct.
And original is best, right?
Yes.
One copy later after the original is a little worse, right?
There's about a 1 to 3% distortion rate from an original to a first generation photocopy.
And do you know which generation photocopy you were given?
I have no idea.
You know how many times it was photocopied?
No.
Do you know how many times it was faxed?
It didn't appear to be faxed, but no.
Okay. Do you know, and you never got a paper, you got a PDF sent to
Objection,
you.
Foundation.
Well, these are yes or no questions, overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. You got a PDF sent to you on email, right? You didn't even get a document.
For this document, that's correct.
Right. And if we could please bring back up 8-4 and go to the page ending in 781. I believe this has been admitted, Your Honor.
One moment, please.
Can you make sure?
Not yet.
4?
His report, did you put it
No.
Oh, sorry,
Not-
just for
seriously.
his review only, Your Honor.
The witness has 8-4.
781, I think it's like maybe the fourth or fifth page. Let's just kind of scroll. That one right there. So this page that you're looking at, is this a page that you included in your report that you submitted to the prosecution in this case?
Yes.
All right, and can we blow it up just to the extent you can a little bit, please, so he can see the body of it? Okay. And these are the levels of certainty that you talked about with Mr. Burmister, right? From the strongest opinion to the weakest opinion.
Yeah, it's not a scale based on pass or fail, but it helps the examiner to express his opinion as
Okay.
a whole.
So it's the standards that you typically use in your reports.
Yes.
And the best report you can give somebody is elimination. I can say 100% this person did not write this, right?
Or identification, depending on,
Which one you're doing.
correct.
In or out, 100%, it's definitely not them.
I don't use percentages.
Okay, but that's your strongest.
Correct.
Elimination or identification are your two strongest opinions you can give, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and then you can also give an opinion of strong probability did not, right?
Correct.
And that's not quite as good as I'm sure, but a little less than I'm sure, right?
It means all of the evidence says, in the one you're using, that the question and known were not authored by the same person, and that there's some feature that's missing. In this case, it's that it's a copy and not an original.
But you didn't use that. You didn't reach that conclusion in this case, right?
Correct.
So let's go to the next one. The next level of certainty is probably did not.
Correct.
Probably did not. And that is what you decided in this case, right? That
That's correct.
Eric probably did not sign that true stage, right?
Correct.
And can you read to me, or it's not in, but is it fair to say that probably did not means it's not quite up to virtually certain, right? Isn't that fair?
Correct.
Okay. And that is what you have reported with your training and your opinions, your expert opinions, that Eric probably did not sign that true stage document.
There was no evidence he signed it.
And you cannot say that Kouri did sign it, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, by saying that, you have no personal knowledge whether Kouri Richins was given permission by Eric to sign his name.
Objection.
Do you?
maybe approach.
Sure.
Okay, I'm going to take a moment to say this. In my humble opinion, I believe that Matthew Throckmorton is qualified, as you see me stating. Certifications are more like clubs. In some fields, you pay a lot of money for the certification, but in real life, it doesn't always mean as a whole bunch. And that sometimes, you get this person fresh out of college who goes and gets certified. You have somebody who has 20 years experience. Oh, I meant to pause it. You have somebody who has 20 years experience. um, I'm going to take the 20-year experience. I face that all the time in my ASL interpreting. And then also, in my humble opinion, many fields certified versus qualified will always be an argued position. I do believe certification is important, but I don't believe that is the end all be all. And also, no, he cannot prove that Kouri Richins is the one who signed this unless even if he had her signature, he couldn't prove that she did. This is here. I think, what's important with his testimony is somebody else signed it, period. And that's what I'm getting. You guys voted. We had a poll. The poll was, come on, how important do you believe the testimony is concerning the handwriting analysis? 50% said very, somewhat was 33, and neutral is 17. Back to court. Let me get the sound.
So just to repeat the question, you have no knowledge and you weren't given any information to suggest one way or another whether Kouri had permission to sign her husband's name to that?
Correct.
So you don't know that?
I was not asked that, and that was not part of the examination.
And I see you're a married man.
Yes.
On your wedding ring?
Yep.
And does your wife ever sign your name on anything?
Objection.
It's
I think
personal.
we're a little bit beyond the scope of this gentleman's expert testimony. Go ahead. What's your
Okay.
next question? Sustained.
And is it my understanding
True,
from
too.
your resume that you no longer do forensic document examinations for the Salt Lake City Police Department?
That's correct.
When did you stop doing that?
2020, I believe.
And is that the reason you stopped connected at all to an internal affairs investigation against you for falsifying documents?
No.
Did you, in fact, were you submitted to an internal affairs investigation for falsifying documents?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach, please?
Sure.
What? This is impeachment. She's going for the impeachment. Oh, this is getting good, y'all. Ari, I agree with you on that. I do. It can be argued both ways. We have to take each individual person and look at them and then make that decision whether they're qualified or not. But I'm just saying, just because someone has a certification doesn't mean they're qualified. Especially in my field.
I need you to restate the question.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Were you subjected to an internal affairs investigation for falsifying documents?
Yes.
And were you ultimately exonerated?
Yes.
And was the person who accused you of doing that a law enforcement officer?
He was a retired sergeant who'd been hired back as a supervisor, who was then terminated for a number of issues.
So you were falsely accused by a law enforcement officer?
I was falsely accused by somebody who had been a law enforcement officer, but not at the time they made the complaint.
Thank you for that clarification. Are you aware that the whole science of forensic science I'm sorry, just 1 minute.
And vice versa, June. Yeah.
Are you aware that the whole science of forensic document examination has come under fire in the last few years for accuracy and reliability?
Objection, it misstates the source. I noticed you grabbed her memo. There is
Foundation,
no.
Mr. Hurst. Are you objecting on the basis of foundation?
Yes.
Would you lay some foundation, Ms. Nestor?
Certainly, certainly, Your Honor. Are you familiar with the national, I'm sorry, I need to make a little bit of water. familiar with the National Resource Council report titled Strengthening Forensic Science in the United States, A Path Forward?
I've read it at some point.
And are you aware in that report that they concluded the scientific basis for handwriting comparison needs to be strengthened?
Yes.
Are you aware that they found there's only been limited research to quantify the reliability and replicability of the practices used by trained document examiners?
I read that in there.
Are you also aware of something called the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology report, the PCAST report?
I'm familiar with it. I probably read it a long time ago.
Do you remember that they expressed concerns regarding the validity and reliability of conclusions made by forensic examiners and called for more empirical testing in the area?
Vaguely.
You talked about an error rate, is that right?
Yes.
And remind me, what is the error rate of non-certified forensic document examiners?
The same as document examiners that have been properly trained.
Do you know that for a fact, or are you assuming that?
I'm assuming that not all document examiners are certified,
Fair.
and that the error rate, if they've been properly trained, apprenticed with the 4,000 hours that are required, that their error rate should be the same,
Which is what?
is less than 4%.
So 4 out of every 100 times they're wrong?
4% of the time they may make an error in their judgment.
Are you aware that the National Institute of Standards and Technology issued a report from an expert working group for human factors and handwriting examination, which found multiple problems with the reliability of handwriting analysis?
I haven't read that.
All right, you've referred to the big binder in front of you, which were all of the handwriting samples that you reviewed and included in your report. Is that right?
Yes.
Right. Is that in? Nope. And you relied on all of those documents in concluding whether or not, making your decisions about whether Eric's probably did not sign that document?
Yes, I reviewed all 200 pages.
Okay. Can you turn to, let me see. Court's indulgence, can I talk to Mr. Burmester for just a minute?
Of course.
I just want to say hello to everybody who's joining us today. Thank you so much. I appreciate every one of you. Welcome to the AdaKay Media. Please leave your DNA.
Looking over the documents, did you include a document? I am so sorry, my throat is fried. I know it's annoying to listen to. Give me just a second. Sorry. Looking at the documents that you relied upon, was one of the documents titled the My Princess letter?
I did review that, yes.
Right. And what was that?
It was a few pages of writing purportedly written by Kouri.
By Kouri?
Or sorry, no, by Eric. I apologize.
Where did you get that letter?
This exceeds the scope, Your Honor, that is not in 849.
Your Honor, I'm allowed to go to anything he looked at to form his opinion.
Yeah, I just need clarification for a second, if you approach.
Okie dokie, y'all. Yeah, I'm ready. Now, I do know, I remember hearing last week that they said sometime Monday, Tuesday-ish, the state may rest. So we're getting close to the end. Yeah, handwriting analysis is not an exact science, and you know, it's up to the jury to decide whether or not they accept his testimony as a valid or fact versus whether they don't. It's all in the hands of the jury.
Okay. Oh, my voice came back. So on the My Princess letter, that is something law enforcement gave to you to review in making your opinions, correct?
It was given to me as a question document, not a known sample.
And you were to review it to see who you think wrote it?
That's correct.
And can we pull up for the witness only MT4?
Your Honor, this is now outside the scope, clearly, because the foundation is,
Yeah,
was not part
I
of it.
misunderstood your position, Ms. Nestor. Would you approach for a minute? My apologies.
Oops, we made an error. So right now, this is the handwriting expert that's on the stand, and for those of you who are just hopping in, he is not certified, but the state believes he's qualified.
When you were looking at the Eric Richins handwriting samples to compare them with the True Stage signature, had you also already reviewed this document?
No,
This came after?
correct.
Oh, okay. Okay. Were you asked to look at any other insurance documents to determine whether or not they had forged signatures on them?
I looked at a number of different documents that were in question.
Okay. And did some of them include insurance documents? Other policies besides the True Stage?
There were other documents, but I don't have recollection of how they were related.
So how many documents total were you asked to look at and decide who signed them or who didn't?
Your Honor, can we just clarify if it's a question or a known document? I'm lost.
That would be helpful if you could provide a little specificity there.
So just to be clear, there's documents that are called question documents where you're looking at them to decide who you think signed them, right?
Who was the author? Yes.
And then there's known documents where you know for sure through some way they've been validated that that's an actual signature that you can compare,
Correct.
right? So how many documents, questioned documents, were submitted to you for your opinion in this case?
Between the civil and criminal, probably half a dozen or so.
Okay. And the only one that you're here today giving an opinion on is the True Stage document?
That's correct.
He's given it, no, I'll just.
Court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor. I think I'm almost done. Just one moment, sir.
Everyone who's new and has not seen, this is Diane, our ASL interpreter, my partner in crime. We are now providing access to a deaf
Were you ever
person who is
asked to look
viewing
at
the
any
live.
closing documents for the Midway Mansion to determine the veracity of the signatures on those documents?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Within the scope of cross, Mr. Burmester.
You defense counsel asked if you're certified. Have you, once again, have you testified in a court of law regarding your forensic document examination?
Yes.
How many times?
48 times.
And if you, hypothetically, well, let me back up. Hypothetically, if you send your known and questioned documents out for verification, is your action different if you receive back information that their opinion differs from yours? Or do you just submit it?
Objection.
Sustained.
The fact that you received a PDF is reflected in your ultimate opinion, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you're, Ms. Nestor talked to you about the, that initial report, the status of forensic sciences.
Yes.
That report, do you know when it came out?
Off the top of my head, no.
2008-ish or so?
Approximately.
Okay. And it addressed not just handwriting, but DNA, all the sciences, pattern matching sciences,
It reflected a majority of the different forensic sciences.
and gave opinions about steps each of those forensic sciences need to do better at.
Yes, the individuals involved in those were to study various aspects of the different forensic sciences and then come up with possible issues and then how to address those issues to make all of those forensic sciences more sound.
And PCAST came out in 2016? Sound about right?
Sounds about right.
Okay. And it did not mention at all forensic document examination, did it?
I don't recall, but that sounds right.
Identifying an author is difficult if it's a simulated forgery. Is that what you said?
That's correct.
And why is that?
Because in a simulated forgery, the individual gives up their own habits and characteristics in order to try and copy, draw, or duplicate somebody else's. And so the writing itself is, you can't identify who the author was, just eliminate who it purports to be.
Did you find any evidence at all that Eric Richins signed the True Stage document?
There was no evidence whatsoever.
Thank you.
Just very briefly. Talked about if it's a simulated forgery, people give up their own way they write to try to write like someone else, right?
Yes.
What about people who are intoxicated or under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Does their signature change?
There are a number of factors that can affect how a person writes. Drugs and alcohol can change it. In some cases, I've seen where alcohol makes somebody more exaggerated. Other things that can affect writing is stress, the writing surface, the writing instrument that they use, chronic pain, medications that they may be taking. There's a lot of factors associated.
THC, being stoned?
Haven't done specific studies in those, but anything that can affect motor skill could potentially alter how a person writes, but it won't change their characteristics or habits.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
I have nothing further.
Okay. May we release this witness, counsel?
Yes. that would
Yes,
be
Your
the
Honor.
state's request.
So you're free to go. You can talk about the case with anyone or no one. It's up to you.
Sounds good. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
You too.
Counsel, is now an appropriate time for a lunch break.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break until 1:15. During the break, as always, please do not discuss the case with anyone. Don't let anyone discuss it with you. Please do not read, watch, or listen to any report or any coverage of the case of any kind. And please don't do any research of any kind about the case. Enjoy your lunch break. Please rise for the jury. Oh,
May I ask for an additional 15 minutes, Judge?
yes,
Is that okay?
that's fine. Just doing that 1:30.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, folks. All right, please have a seat. Mr. Bloodworth, anything on the record before we recess for lunch?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, Mr. Ramos?
No, sir. No.
All right. Folks, if you would make your way out of the courtroom or just stay quiet, I need to do a detention hearing in another case right now. Thank you.
Clear the table, Your Honor?
No. Thank you.
Okay, we are now in break. Yay! I have some breaking news I wanted to read. I've been holding on to it until lunch. An improv explosive device near New York mayor's home, let me bring it to the center, are being investigated as ISIS-inspired terrorism. New York PD commissioner says. Hello, Miss Diane. An improvised explosive device hurled during the protest outside of New York Mayor's Zohran, Zohran, Mamdani, Mamdani, Manhattan home on Saturday. Two other devices are being investigated as an act of ISIS-inspired terrorism. New York PD Commissioner Jessica Tisch, Tisch, said on Monday. The first device was thrown at an anti-ISLAM, I'm trying to be careful, protesters clashed with counter-protesters that did not explode. 2 men have been arrested in connection with the device admitted to being inspired by the ISIS, law enforcement sources told CNN. The same man threw the IED, lit a second device, and dropped it on the street and ran, a New York City Police Commissioner stated. You saw the video? Well, preliminary test results determined that these were not hoax devices nor smoke bombs. We can say that. They were improvised explosives that could have caused serious injury and death. A third device found Sunday is being investigated in connection with Saturday's incident. The device tested negative for any kind of explosive. Be back after lunch. See you later, boo. The violence Saturday erupted during an anti-ISLAM protest organized by the right wing. Okay. I'm trying to be careful because I don't want to get tagged for a lot of words. So the protest boiled over. The anti-IS protested and drew about 20 participants, and it just exploded. And I mean, it evolved into something really, really big and horrible, and that is awful. Nolly, my monkey is a little bit, and now we're on lunch break. I'll say this a little bit, not herself because we are doing a lot of packing and moving, and she doesn't know what's going on. So thank everybody. Thank you guys for watching. Appreciate it. Would you guys like for me, and say yes in the comments because there's people hopping in who may not have seen it. I would like to, but it's up to you during lunch. Would we like to go back and watch that exchange again that happened earlier with the motion concerning the partner of Eric and what he knew about Eric's drug use? Would we like to go back and watch that again and kind of dissect it a little bit? That's up to you guys. I'm giving you the option. I don't think we have a whole lot to fill in today for lunch break. There is another trial that is starting today, but is not on our docket. Please comment below so I know what you would like for me to do, if you would like for me to do that. By the way, if you have not been watching the Paralympics, oh, U.S. hockey, go support them. Uh-oh, I see the judge's head moving around in court. We'll kind of keep it right here. We may not see what he was talking about, but it's staying right there for the moment. So if anybody wishes, I need a comment, yes or no, if you would like to go back and rewatch that very dynamic time in the courtroom this morning. In the poll, the question was, how important do you believe the testimony concerning the handwriting analysis? 56 said very, 15 said somewhat, and 11 said neutral, and 0 said not at all. I'm going to go ahead and end that because that witness is not going to be on the stand. June, we can do a dual live starting tomorrow if you wish. I'm not too sure I want to do it today. Do we want to watch some of that other case live during lunch? We definitely can. Let me pull it because I've gotten no biters on the replay of the drama from this morning. There was a lot of drama this morning. I'm going to court TV right now. By the way, the U.S. Hockey Paralympic game is 5-0 in the first quarter for those who care. Okay, let me see if I can get a little bit of information. A Florida man, I'll give Miss Diane a moment. A Florida man, Cole, C-O-L-E, Goldberg, is accused of trying to strangle and drown his girlfriend, Caroline Schwittzky, Schwittzky, during an argument on a boat at Lake Boca, B-O-C-A, during a Boca bash or party. She appeared in the 2016 season of TLC's reality show 90 Day Fiancé. Oh, I remember this now. Reportedly escaped by jumping into the water. Hold on. We have live court. Oh, that's that case. It started rolling. Sorry. She was the 90 Day Fiancé, reportedly escaping by jumping into the water, but Goldberg allegedly followed her and held her under the water by her throat. Goldberg faces charges of attempted second-degree murder and battery. That is the case. So we'll go ahead and put that on. We'll go ahead and put that on while we're in lunch break.
3336, may I have the appearance of the parties?
Victoria Suarez and Anna Kuskova for the state.
Suarez, Mrs. Cook.
Good morning. Good morning, Laura. How do you feel like Mark on behalf of Mr. Goldberg?
Good morning, Judge. Good morning. Mr. Goldberg, good morning. Good morning. All right, so here, for a non-jury trial today, I have the waiver of jury trial that was filed on January 14th, 2026. Refresh my memory, did I call with Mr. Goldberg last time we were in court?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. State, you want to call with again, or you think my previous call with
I think it's fine if we could just do a brief one that nothing's changed.
Sure. So, Mr. Goldberg, could you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, just change that down. What's going to make me? So, Mr. Goldberg, I believe we spoke back in January when your attorneys filed the waiver of jury trial. But you understand that you have a right to a jury trial. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
And you also have the ability to waive that right if you choose to do so. You understand that? I have a waiver of jury trial that's signed by you, indicating you'd like to waive your right to a jury trial. Does that still remain your desire?
Yes, sir.
Is anybody for forcing, pressuring, threatening, or coercing you into waiving your right to a jury trial?
No, sir.
Has anybody promised you anything in exchange for your waiver of jury trial?
No, sir.
As you sit here in court today, are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Are you suffering from any mental health conditions that would affect your ability to understand your right to a jury trial and your ability to waive it?
No, sir.
Is it still your desire to waive your jury?
Diane, do you want me to do the judge since I have the up-to-date captioning? Would that make it easier? You're having a hard time hearing. Let me bump the court feed up a little bit. I don't want to blow ears out.
Yes,
Court
sir.
feed going up.
Any other inquiry? Okay.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Ms. Goldberg. I have the
So just so you know, so because it's hard to hear, the defendant has waived his right to a jury trial. Thus, we're having a trial by judge.
amended information filed on October 10th, 2023. Was there a second amended information?
I believe that is the second immediate judge, I'm just verifying. Judge, the information. Yes, I have one that's filed. There should be a second amended. The one I have pulled up is it's February 2nd, 2024. And it has 3 counts: attempted second, domestic battery by strangulation, and battery.
Got it. All right. I have that up. I know there were some pretrial motions that you all have worked out over the lifespan of the case. Are there any that remain pending that need rulings before we get going?
There were reserved rulings by the court, but none outstanding.
Anything from the defense perspective?
No, sir.
It appears that a lot of the issues are issues that would be pertinent if there were a trial jury here. So I'm presuming we don't need to address them at this time, and you'll address them with timely objections if and when they become relevant.
I think that's what defense and I had discussed, yes.
Yes, sir.
They're not gonna cause mistrials, so we can just address them as they come.
Okay. All right.
Oh, that's fine.
All right. So with that being said, you all have the ability to do what we say if you wish. So we turn the stage. Just you need to make sure you're by a microphone. Our microphones are a little bit they've been difficult lately, so you have to be right by them.
All right, Judge, brief open.
Sure.
Good morning, Your Honor. This case is about a situation that happened on April 24th of 2022. It was what is colloquially termed as Boca Bash. And what you will hear throughout testimony is that the defendant, Nicole Goldberg, and the victim, Caroline Schwitzky, were in a dating relationship. They arrived at Boca Bash. They spent the day with friends. They were consuming alcohol. And throughout that day, arguments arose. The defendant threw a can at the victim. And at some point, she reaches a juncture where she says, "This is over." And she swims away. And she's swimming. Her intention is to swim to the shore. She is not really sure of how to get to the shore. And so she comes across a boat that's occupied by several people, 4 of which you'll hear testimony from. And these 4 people have never met this woman. They've never met the defendant. Up to them. There's only one of them left in the water, because at this point they're ready to kind of pack up and leave. He says he's enjoying the last few minutes in the water. She comes up and she asks him if she can hold on to his flotation device. And we say flotation device, it's like a pool noodle, I believe, that he is using. And while she's holding on to it, everybody on the boat is close enough that they can all speak. She seems tired, she seems upset, and she's standing there. What they don't, or swimming there with that noodle. What they don't see, and what the victim doesn't see, is that after the victim had jumped into the water and began swimming, the defendant also jumped in and began to swim after her. And this is witnessed by another boat that had a few males on it. Those males had seen some arguing throughout the day. They had noticed the victim. The victim was a young woman wearing a bathing suit. They noticed her, and they had seen some issues. They saw her swimming, and then they saw him pursue after quite quickly. And so out of nowhere, to the 4 people on this boat and the victim, the defendant comes up from behind her, grabs her shoulder neck area, and submerges her in the water. And seconds go by, and seconds go by, and seconds go by, until everybody that's watching this happen realizes that this isn't gonna stop. So Mr. Paris, who's in the water with her, pulls her out from under the water. You'll hear that he then, the defendant, tried to kind of pursue again. And it took Mr. Alexander Terechuk on the boat, threatening him with a boat hook to stay away from her. These 4 people on this boat and the other 2 are all gonna testify today, or tomorrow and Wednesday. And they're gonna tell the court what they saw in their own eyes. Not every single one of them saw every single detail, and the court knows each person has their own perspective. Each person brings in their own things. Some people noticed certain details, others noticed others. But they all agree that this was not someone asking somebody else to save them. They all agree that this was not somebody seeking a life-saving device and using a person instead, which can be done, but that this was not that. They will testify to his face, his facial expressions, his demeanor. They will testify how he reacted after. They will testify that he swam away and then swam back to that boat. And when he swam back, that's when they notified FWC. FWC was the law enforcement agency patrolling that day, and Florida Fish and Wildlife, I don't believe, has the services to have enough local officers take care of this event of this magnitude. So they have local or out-of-county volunteers in FWC work this event. And almost every single FWC officer that was out on scene that day had never experienced a domestic violence incident. They've never investigated a domestic violence incident. They are FWC officers tasked with, most of the time, boating incidents, fishing incidents. And they all, had to kind of work this investigation that was brought on them. They were patrolling the area and flagged down. And so you'll also hear, in addition to Matthew Paris, Sherilyn Paris, Rachel Terechuk, Alexander Terechuk, Anthony Bullen, Lloyd Whiting, civilian witnesses that do not know these people. You will also hear from 2 officers on the state side, Dylan Hudson and David Pulaski, and you will hear from Caroline Schwitzky. We obviously have the burden to prove the attempted second-degree murder, and I know the court knows the elements and has them readily available, as well as domestic battery by strangulation and the battery of that can throwing. And we do believe that after the court has heard all of this evidence, it will return the verdict of guilty.
Okay, Miss Diane, your turn.
Mine's going to be a bit longer. This whole incident, as you might have heard, stems from an incident at Boca Bash. Boca Bash is known commonly as the 3 Bs: boating, booze, and bikinis. And while all 3 of those contributed to this unfortunate event, it's primarily the third one, the bikini worn by Mrs. Schwitzky, a red G-string bikini, that contributed mostly to this event. You're going to hear that Mrs. Schwitzky referred to Cole as a quiet, sweet boy. That's what she believed he was. And this quiet, sweet boy is somebody that she took advantage of
and that's what brought us here. She's motivated by a number of things, and the evidence will prove that. You're going to hear, Cole's going to take the stand, and you're going to hear that he was 23 years old at the time of the incident. He lived with his parents, his brother and his sister, in Broken Sound, which is a pretty affluent area in Boca Raton. He comes from a family of lawyers. His grandfather, his uncle, his father. Cole himself had plans on going to law school. He graduated from FSU in 2021, and during the summer of 2021, he actually had registered for the LSATs, and that was his plan. During the summer of 2021 is when he met Carolyn Schwisky. Carolyn was in her 30s at the time with 3 children. And this woman unfortunately destroyed his life and brought us to where we are here today. The evidence is going to show, as I said a moment ago, that this entire unfortunate event is motivated by a number of things. These reasons include money, using Cole, promoting herself with the media before and after this incident, seeking fame after the incident, and also avoiding prison or jail for her own legal problems that she was facing at the time for a violation of probation that was pending at the time of this incident. You're going to hear that during the summer of 2021, Cole met Ms. Schwisky at the Dreher nightclub at the Hard Rock down in Broward County. You're going to hear that Mrs. Schwisky lived in Miramar at the time with her children. She claims to be the founder of an alleged talent agency where she handles castings and bookings for any number of types of folks. She describes herself all over social media as being the former Queen of Miami, an actress, a producer, a motivational speaker, a model, someone who's acted in multiple TV series, including Burn Notice, and was a big star on 90 Day Fiancé. She's produced or been involved in music videos before and after the incident. And again, all over her social media, she sees herself as an influence. She basically promotes herself for attention. And that is in large part what this case is about. She has 86,000 followers on Instagram, where she also says that she's a host and a performer and a dancer. After this incident occurred, she posted on social media a number of interesting posts. One of them was, "I love putting on a show for the camera." That was on July 25th of 2022. On August 5th of 2022, she shaved her head to copy Doja Cat, and she posted that she was reborn after she died in the waters on April 24th of 2022. She was paid $20,000 for that incident. In one of her bios posted online, she posted, "Always be in the spotlight." When these two met in the summer of 2021, it was very clear that this was going to be a summer fling. He's a young boy, young man, going off to law school. She's a very attractive woman, a model, an actress. They met, and it was very clear that that was his intent. He did care for her, not saying he didn't, but it was just going to be something that was going to be short-lived. This wasn't a woman that he wanted to marry. They dated, they would see each other a couple times a week. At that time, Mr. Schwitzky was employed as a dispatcher for a trucking company. Upon meeting Cole, she very quickly lost that job or quit that job. She told him that she didn't like the 9-to-5 lifestyle. And the evidence is going to show that she became increasingly more dependent upon him financially. He was working part-time at the Hard Rock during that time, just making a little bit of money before he was going off to law school. They took their relationship day by day. Very quickly, Mrs. Schwitzky started talking about marriage. She wanted to have a kid with Cole. She was trying to latch on to this kid. She saw the wealth, she saw the affluence. She wanted to marry him. He wanted no part of that, but he still cared about her. She kept begging and begging, and he would just basically blow her off, but keep the relationship going, but at an arm's length. The evidence is going to show that Ms. Schwitzky was well aware of
Cole and his family's position. She stayed at their home in Broken Sound a number of evenings. You're also going to hear that Cole would go down to Miramar and spend time with Carolyn and her children. Shortly into the relationship, the evidence is going to show that he was taking her kids to school. He's giving them money for grocery. He's paying her rent. He's giving her money for all sorts of things, including $2,000 for a car repair when she got into a car crash shortly before this incident. She ridiculed him openly for not being a man for taking care of her family. A kid, 22, 23 years old, that he had just met a few months before. Bottom line is, this was her meal ticket, that's what she saw in him, and that's all he was. The evidence is going to show that on April 18th of 2022, 6 days before the incident, Mrs. Schwitzky was in a car crash. She struck a tree, and she didn't wait around, she left the scene, and the evidence is going to show that as a result of that car crash, she sustained some minor injuries, bruising to her arms and legs. She asked Cole for $2,000 to repair that car, and he took his student loan money and gave her that money to do that. She's going to allude or suggest to this court that those bruisings, those injuries on her arms and legs occurred at the hands of Cole on April 24th at Boca Bash. And you're going to hear that law enforcement, and as Ms. Suarez indicated, a perhaps not well-equipped law enforcement agency to handle this type of case, very quickly jumped to the conclusion that these bruises that are clearly old and you can tell they're not fresh were done at the hands of Cole Goldberg. That's not the case. You're going to hear that Cole's parents were not thrilled with the relationship either. They kept pressing for a baby and marriage, and his family knew that that was not what was in his best interest. Carolyn kept insisting that her 3 children call Cole's mother grandma, somebody that only knew them a short time, months. The relationship was all about money, and still is, Your Honor. Boca Bash has been around since the early 2000s. It's held every April on Lake Boca. It's a little bit of a misnomer. It's not really a lake, but it's like a quasi-lake. It draws thousands and thousands of people and boaters from all over. It's a huge party on the water, basically. Loud music, professional DJs, super yachts, sponsor yachts, serving alcohol, giving away free shots, boats, yachts of all kinds. It draws huge crowds, and it's all about booze, boating, bikinis, and partying. As Ms. Suarez indicated, police come from all over the state to help out because it just requires a lot of police authority and attention to help out. There's a lot of BUIs, as Your Honor can imagine. FWC has a large presence there. You're going to hear that Lake Boca is shallow in some areas. It's basically knee-deep near the sandbar. Sandbar sort of in the middle, and it's a place where people tie up their boats, they anchor there, and then they get off and they party on the sandbar. It's usually about knee-deep. But you're going to hear that outside the periphery of the sandbar, the waters of Lake Boca are extremely deep. There's a rough current. The tides are strong. And that's where a couple of these boats, including Alex Tracharchek, I can't pronounce the names, I'm just going to call it Alex, the boat with the 4 individuals was anchored, along with the other boat that Ms. Suarez told you about, with the group of 6 men. They were anchored in the deeper water. You're going to hear that on the day, on the 24th, that Carolyn had spent the night, Mrs. Schwitzky, the night before at Cole's parents' home. They got up early, they had a bagel, and then they ran a couple of errands to Walgreens Publix. They bought a couple of cases of seltzers, they bought a couple of bottles of champagne, and they headed over to East Boca, onto the Intercoastal around 8:30 or 9 o'clock to meet Cole's very good friend, Sebastian Espinoza. Sebastian's father is a neurologist and owns a boat that he keeps right there on the Intercoastal. And it was the plan that Dr. Espinoza was going to take Cole and a large group of people to Boca Bash. You're going to hear that there was about 14 people on the boat, several young girls, between the teenagers, 16 to 18, 21 years old, and a couple of Cole's friends. They arrived at Boca Bash around 9:30 in the morning. Because they got there so early, Dr. Espinoza was able to find one of the prime spots near the sandbar and was able to anchor there. As soon as they got to the sandbar, that's when the party began. You're going to hear that Cole and Mrs. Schwitzky began drinking around 10 o'clock. There were mimosas, tequila shots, seltzers. Everybody was drinking, not just these two. They were dancing, music was blasting, in the sun all day, basically dehydrated, not drinking water, not taking good care of themselves. You're going to hear that Cole sustained a knee injury. You may see some photos of that. All of them were boat hopping. Boats are tied up. They're jumping back and forth. That's how he hurt his knee. You're going to hear around 12 o'clock, a couple hours after that they arrived there, they went to one of the big super or mega yachts, sponsor boat. They drank there, they were partying, dancing, they stayed there for a couple of hours, and around 2 o'clock, Cole and Mrs. Schwitzky went back to Dr. Espinoza's boat. You're going to hear that Dr. Espinoza and everyone that was on that boat decided to call it a day, and they said they're leaving. Mrs. Schwitzky didn't want to leave. She was having a good time, and she persuaded Cole to stay. So everyone took off except for Cole and Mrs. Schwitzky. They were walking around after Dr. Espinoza had left, and Cole saw one of his friends, Michael, who had offered to bring him onto another boat that was being operated by a Captain Doobie. That boat, Captain Doobie's boat, was tied up to Cole's friend's Anthony's boat. And you're going to hear that everyone was basically hopping back and forth between these two boats. Again, as I said earlier, both Doobie and Anthony's boat were in deep water, not near the sandbar, and these waters were quite rough. You're going to hear that around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, that Cole and Carolyn, Mrs. Schwitzky, decided to go back to that mega yacht that I told you about earlier, that sponsor boat, the vodka boat. They paddleboarded over there, they hung out there for a bit. You're going to hear that Mrs. Schwitzky decided that she was going to jump on the trampoline that was tied off this mega yacht. It's a two-story big boat. And there's a trampoline on the back of it. You're going to hear that there were a bunch of young women back there on the trampoline bouncing around, and she as well. You're going to hear that while she was on the trampoline, Cole went over to a cooler that was on the further from the trampoline on the other side of the boat. Ms. Schwitzky asked him for a seltzer, was motioning for him to get one for her. He reached into the cooler, started walking over to that direction, and in an underhanded toss, threw her a seltzer. She missed and slipped through her hands. She was never struck in the face or the eye with a seltzer, and Your Honor will see photos of no injuries to her eye or to her face. May I approach a little closer? Of there being a hard toss of a can striking her in her eye or her face or her head. You're going to hear that eventually they decided to leave the vodka boat. Ms. Schwitzky decided she was going to leave and swim back to the other boats, the Doobie and the Anthony boat. And Cole followed on a paddleboard. They went to Doobie's boat quickly, then they hopped onto Anthony's boat, and everything was fine. There was no arguing, they were having a good time. It was just another day. You're going to hear, though, when they got back to Anthony's boat, that
Are y'all seeing us freeze? Are we freezing on your end? Because on my end, it's showing we're freezing. You are? Hmm. I don't have a whole lot open. We'll keep an eye on that. My apologies, guys. We'll keep an eye on it.
When they got to Anthony's boat,
I got my
you're
numbers
going
up.
to
It looks
hear
fine.
That some drunk guy came up to Mrs. Schwitzky and slapped her on her behind. And she became enraged at that. She became upset with the guy, the drunk guy, but she became more enraged with Cole because her sweet, quiet boy didn't go after this drunk guy and beat him up. And that enraged her. This guy disrespected her. Cole disrespected her by not doing anything to protect her. And that's what set this off. Cole was never angry at her. She became enraged at him. Cole actually stood in between the drunk guy and Mr. Schwitzky and extended his arms to break it up. Not that they were fighting, but they were heading towards each other. And to divide them, and even just by getting in the middle of them, you're going to hear that the guy fell down. That's how drunk he was. She was still enraged. She was upset, disrespected her. They left and they went back to Doobie's boat. When they got back to Doobie's boat, you're going to hear that they were sitting there on the back of the boat, the front of the boat, I can't recall which it was, and you're going to hear from Cole that he had Mrs. Schwitzky on his lap, trying to calm her down. She was upset. There was nothing going on there that would indicate that he was being aggressive towards her or doing anything inappropriate other than trying to calm her down. They were there for about 20 or 30 minutes, and eventually she did in fact calm down a bit. It was at that point you're going to hear that Captain Doobie said he's leaving. We're untying and we're getting out of here. He said, I don't have enough life jackets for Cole and Carolyn. Because as you recall, they just came onto that boat. They weren't part of that crew. They hadn't come with Captain Doobie. And you'll hear that there are very strict rules at Boca Bash and Lake Boca that every boat out there has to have enough life jackets for each passenger on the boat. If not, they get hit with a huge fine. So they take it very seriously, and he kicked them off the boat. Carolyn jumped into the water at that point, off of Captain Doobie's boat. She had her cell phone in hand. She decides that she's going to swim to land. You can't swim to land. She was swimming in a direction that was headed towards a channel out into the ocean. She would have been killed. She would have drowned. So what Cole did is he jumps off the boat and starts swimming after her. He didn't want her to get hurt. Captain Doobie tells Cole, you have 30 seconds to go get her. Go get her. I just found 2 more life jackets. Come back and I'll let you guys leave with me. Cole leaves his backpack on the boat. He jumps in to swim and he starts swimming after Mrs. Schwitzky. As I told you earlier, the water's deep. The current's strong. They're rough. He's swimming fast because he has 30 seconds to get back to Doobie because he's taking off, and they have no way home. Espinosa left, their other friends left, they're stuck. He's swimming fast. He's halfway through, he's exhausted. He starts to panic. He feels like he's sinking. The water's going into his mouth. He starts fearing for his safety. He believes he's going to drown. Carolyn was also having trouble swimming. She was distressed as well, not just Cole, both of them were. Boaters from Alex's boat gave Carolyn a flotation device, I believe it was a round device, when she made it to the boat so that she could gain composure. When Cole got to Carolyn, he couldn't breathe. He'll tell you, he was seeing stars, he was lightheaded, he was in distress. He saw Carolyn's shoulders sticking out of the water where she was hanging onto the floaty. And as a natural instinct, in his panicked state, he grabbed onto her shoulder. He believes with one hand. He doesn't even believe that she went under the water. He did that not with the intention to batter her, but to save himself from drowning. He honestly thought he was going down. He was nowhere near her neck. He hooked onto the shoulder. You're going to see this photo, Mrs. Schwitzky, taken within minutes of the alleged attempted murder. No injuries on her neck whatsoever, no bruising, no marks, no chokehold, nothing. You're going to see, after Mrs. Schwitzky was taken to the dock, which wasn't that much longer either, I don't know the exact time, maybe an hour. Absolutely no injuries to her neck, or her chest, or her face. Her big hoop earrings are still intact after she was allegedly choked and strangled under the water, and he tried to kill her. The state's theory is that Cole intentionally tried to kill Caroline Schwitzky in front of a boat full of people. This makes absolutely no sense. Tried to kill her right in front of everybody. All he was trying to do was save his life. He felt like he was drowning, and that's why he reached onto her shoulder. You're going to hear that when Caroline was pulled up onto the boat or got on the boat, she wasn't crying. There was no CPR. She wasn't choking. She wasn't spitting up water. Her hair appears to be dry from these photos. This is minutes of when the alleged attempted murder, choking her, pushing her under the water occurred. Her hair doesn't even look wet. She's still holding on to her cell phone. She had her cell phone when she jumped off the boat. She had the cell phone in her hand when she swam. She had the cell phone on her when he was trying to strangle her to death and kill her. And rather than take her hand and drop her cell phone and try to get his hands off her neck to save her life, she's holding onto her cell phone. She gets on the boat with her cell phone. It's still in hand. When she gets on the boat, not a single person there calls 911. If anyone had believed that he was trying to kill her, they would have. She tells the people on the boat, right after her attempted murder, that Cole is a good kid, and he's going to law school. He's my boyfriend. And we know she tells him this because all the people on the boat talk about that later. Meantime, Cole is hanging onto the boat, trying to gain composure. Water's too deep, he can't stand there. He's confused, he doesn't know what's going on. They're treating him like something's happening and he doesn't know why they're doing this to him. You're going to hear that Alex, the owner of that boat, picks up a long metal gaff, a long pole. I'm not sure what it's used for, something with fishing. And he goes over to Cole in a threatening manner. And he's pointing at him and telling him, you're not coming on this boat, get away, get away. He has nowhere to go. He's being basically attacked with this, didn't touch him, but he's being assaulted with this long metal gaff and told, you can't stay here, you better leave. So he turns around and he starts heading back to Captain Doobie's boat. At this point, Captain Doobie's boat is no longer as far away as it was when he jumped off of it. It's now about, it's much, much closer. It's about 10 to 15 yards away. Captain Doobie was waiting there for Cole and Carolyn, who never came back. He swam back to Doobie's boat, they helped him up, and Doobie told him he was leaving, and Cole said he was not leaving without his girlfriend. Captain Doobie then brought him closer to the sandbar, let Cole out, he got out, He stayed there for about 10 to 15 minutes to gain his composure, gain more strength, and he swam back to Alex's boat a second time with his backpack on his back. He was going back to get Carolyn. He wasn't leaving his girlfriend with these strangers. He had no clue who they were. You're going to hear from Cole that that backpack filled with air and was able to sort of act like a flotation device and helped him also with his swimming to get back to the boat the second time. When he got back a second time, he was hanging on the ledge, and you're going to hear that Carolyn was kneeling down at the edge the second time that he came back, comforting him, holding his hand, reaching him. She wasn't crying. She wasn't running behind any of the witnesses on the boat to hide from this alleged killer. She didn't even accuse him of killing her. She's acting tender and sweet and concerned that he's in the boat and unable to help himself. So what happened here? You have 4 people on a boat who jump to the wrong conclusion. They're drinking alcohol. They see somebody come up, they see somebody reach for a shoulder, she went down partially, and they think that he's trying to kill her. They saw something that they thought they saw, but they weren't right. They all believed that by grabbing her shoulder, that he was trying to drown her and intentionally kill her. You're going to hear that Alex was in part what caused this. He was extremely aggressive. You're going to hear that he immediately started pointing his finger at Cole, and his words, "You're an attempted murderer, you're an attempted murderer," in front of the other witnesses. You're going to hear that when FWC pulled up with their boats moments later, he's flagging them down. Nobody called number 1, he's flagging them down. And immediately Alex starts telling the cops what happened there. He's setting the stage. He's telling them how to conduct their investigation. He's telling them he committed attempted murder. He planted that seed in the lead detective, or lead officer, excuse me, head. He's basically controlling it. Not a single officer there had any experience conducting any types of violent cases, never handled a strangulation case, an attempted murder case, never handled a violent crime. They're worried about fishing violations and BUIs. And unfortunately, they were out of their league. And you have this man, Alex, telling the officer what had happened and that he committed attempted murder. The whole investigation took 24 minutes from the time FWC arrived there to when, well, he was detained and cuffed well before that, but 24 minutes to conduct an investigation, interview witnesses, look for evidence, everything they had to do before he was accused and arrested for attempted murder of Mrs. Schwitzky. You're going to hear that Hudson never looked for videos, he never spoke with anybody on the mega yacht, he never spoke with anybody on doobies, or never bothered to get phone numbers. If they had left already, he could have gotten phone numbers. He never spoke with anybody on Anthony's boat, he never looked for independent witnesses. Your Honor's going to hear that there were other boats in the immediate area of where this all occurred. And the only boat that he found worthy to interview, I'll refer to as the Hernandez boat, the boat with 6 men. Interestingly, it was Alex who directed Officer Hudson to that boat. He said, they saw it too, go speak to them. He didn't go to anybody else, only to what Alex thought was important. You're going to hear that FWC, Officer Hudson, went to Hernandez boat. There were 6 men on that boat. You're going to hear that he immediately brings up attempted murder. You're going to hear he set the stage in those guys' head. He immediately tells them, what if this were your daughter? Because they don't want to really get involved. He says, what if this were your daughter? And basically encourages them to write statements. He doesn't separate them. They're all sitting around like at their kibbutzing, and they're writing statements and sharing pens, and they're all talking about what they saw amongst each other. And he had already planted the seed that this was an attempted murder. He takes the statements from 3 of the men. He doesn't bother taking statements from the other ones. He doesn't even get the names of the other witnesses. He doesn't check if they have video. He doesn't even ask if they have video. He doesn't check any of the boats if they have video. You're gonna hear that all of these people on the Hernandez boat and on the Alex boat all give varying accounts. And while I certainly understand that perceptions can differ, especially when you're having alcohol and under these circumstances, there's certain parts of their statements that are critical, and on those material issues, that they vary. And you're gonna hear that Matthew Paris, who's gonna testify here today, I believe, said that they being the 4 people on the Alex boat, they had all been drinking alcohol, they were making margaritas, rum and tequila, and that he had actually noticed Mrs. Schwitzky earlier in the day. He noted her red G-string bikini earlier in the day. He was watching the quote-unquote, his word, debauchery of her and the other girls on the nearby boat. He saw her dancing, he noticed her red bikini, she was nice looking, he noticed several nice looking girls and was peeking over, hoping his wife wouldn't catch him doing so. When Carolyn arrived, he's going to tell you that she was in fact distressed. She had labored breathing, and he gave her a floaty. He said in his sworn deposition that Cole came up and strangled her. In the same sworn statement, Mr. Paris later said, it could have been that Cole was just pushing her down on her. He did not see Cole choking her above the water. In the same sworn statement, he said that he saw above water Cole's hands over her shoulders with his fingers pointed forward, and he did not see Cole choking her. One time he said he saw marks on her neck, another time he said he did not. Sherry Paris is Matt's ex-wife. They are now divorced. She said no one was drinking. She said that she saw Cole swim up in front of Carolyn, and he put his hands were pushing her down. His hands were around her neck and was pushing her down. In the same sworn statement, she changed her story, and she said he used both hands and pushed her down on her shoulder, on her clavicle. And then she said she never saw she never saw Caroline being choked. Alex says that they were drinking. He was drinking alcohol on his boat while taking 20 different medications. There were liquor bottles on his boat, seltzers and beers. He saw Carolyn. He saw Cole come up behind her and reach around and grab her neck with both hands, and he pushed her with all of his weight under the water, causing the flotation device to fly out. And he describes Cole, interestingly, as not being in distress, having a crazed look. He told police later that he didn't want to cooperate with law enforcement. He wanted nothing to do with this case. He was concerned that his name was going to be in the newspaper. He didn't want to cooperate because, according to him, what he told the cops on the boat is she had no interest in doing anything. She was saying nothing happened. She wasn't a victim. This was her boyfriend. He's a good guy. So why on earth would they want to be involved? That's when Hudson started with the, what if this were your daughter? And again, all the people on that boat were sitting together. They weren't separated. He's giving them paper and they're sharing pens and they're all talking about what happened together. Alex's wife, Rachel, she's going to tell you there was no beer and no liquor on the boat. She was drinking wine. You're going to see photos where there was clearly alcohol bottles, rum, tequila, a blender. There was clearly alcohol on that boat. She said that she saw Cole and offered him a floaty because it looked like he was having a hard time swimming. He was laboring, to use her word. She saw Cole push Carolyn down on the shoulders, not the neck, and hold her underwater. The other boat, Your Honor, the Hernandez boat, I believe the state's calling 2 witnesses, Anthony Bullen and Lloyd Whiting. Anthony Bullen is going to tell you that he and his boat full of people had been drinking. You can actually, there may be photos where they're drinking beers. He's going to tell you that the waters were very rough. There was a lot of current. He saw Caroline and Cole arguing earlier in the day. And he saw Cole trying to stop or prevent Carolyn from jumping off the boat, the Doobie boat. That he jumped in after her. He did not see Cole choke Carolyn. He did not see Cole strangle Caroline. Cole did not use two hands around her neck. Cole did not grab her shoulders to drown her. Cole did not cover her mouth to cut off oxygen. What he saw was Cole push Carolyn's head down in the water with one hand up and one hand on her. One hand was in the air. He also did not call 911. None of these people did. Lloyd Whiting is going to admit and tell you that he was also drinking beer. He was on the Hernandez boat, one of the 6. He also saw Carolyn jump off the boat. He saw that Cole was trying to stop her from jumping off the boat. He was not pushed off the boat, as she's likely to tell you. He saw the same thing that the other witness saw, that Cole put his hand on Carolyn's shoulder and had one hand up in the air. He also did not call 911. Your Honor, Cole is going to take the stand, as I told you. He's going to tell you that basically everything that I just told you, that he was exhausted, he was drowning, he felt the need to grab a shoulder that was sticking out of the water for no other reason. It wasn't a sinister reason to kill her, but to just give himself some place to grab so that he wouldn't drown. He also told this to police. You're going to hear from several of Cole's friends, one of who was there, Anthony Mimo. You're going to hear that he and Cole are very good friends. He was there. He saw Caroline and Cole throughout the day. They were happy. There was no fighting. There was nothing going on until that incident with the drunk who slapped her tush, her backside, or whatever, her bottom. That was exposed with her G-string bikini. So you got this drunk guy going up slapping her. He witnessed that. He saw that Carolyn was upset. He saw that Carolyn was upset not only at the drunk guy, but more at him for not jumping in and protecting her and beating the guy up because that was disrespectful to this woman. And how dare he do that? He will testify that he saw Cole trying to calm her down, trying hard. He's also going to testify that he heard Captain Doobie say that there weren't enough life jackets for the two of them and that they were kicked off the boat. You're going to hear Anthony Nemo say that Cole, who he's known a long time, has a reputation for being peaceful and is non-violent. You're going to hear from Fabrizio Valenzuela, a good friend of Cole's, knows him well. He was on the boat with Cole and Carolyn, said there was absolutely no issues. These two were fine, they were happy. Everyone was drinking, including Carolyn and Cole, but there were no issues. He's going to tell you that Cole, who he's known quite some time, has a reputation for being peaceful and nonviolent. You're going to hear from Stephen Polino, close friend of Cole, knows him very well. Saw Cole and Caroline on a paddle boat. Later in the afternoon, they were happy, there were absolutely no issues, that Cole has a reputation for being peaceful, nonviolent person. Sebastian Espinoza, also good friends with Cole, knows Ms. Schwitzky. Everyone was drinking, including Cole and Caroline, but there were no issues, no arguments that he was aware of. He's going to tell you he has a reputation for being peaceful and nonviolent. You're going to hear from Angela Rada, Cole's ex-girlfriend. They dated for many years. In high school, 4 years. She went off to FSU. They basically separated during college. To this day, they are still very good friends, and she will tell you that he has never been violent and he has a reputation for being peaceful. Your Honor, we're going to call an expert, Dr. Steve Leatherman. He's a professor at FIU. He's an expert witness in drowning cases. He has testified many times in civil cases. His PhD thesis was in riptides. He's going to talk about the 6 stages of drowning, one of them being distress, where you're struggling to keep your airways open, and that everyone has an instinctive drowning response when you start to trying to keep your airways open, you lose control, you start panicking, you're not thinking rationally, you can't hear people, you can't respond the way a normal person would respond. He's going to talk about something called climbing the ladder effect. that if you see something sticking out of the water, something you can grab onto to gain leverage, you're going to push down on that imaginary ladder in order to gain control, to prevent yourself from drowning. He's going to tell you that once you're in that stage of drowning, within 20 to 60 seconds, you're going to go under unless you can actually grab onto something and gain composure. And that timing depends on how physically fit you are. But in order to survive, you have to gain some sort of leverage. He's going to tell you that the instinctive drowning response is to grab. Mrs. Schwitzky, as I said a little bit earlier, when she got on Alex's boat, she said it to him, to everybody there, he's a good boy, he's going to law school, he's my boyfriend. She told all the officers there, he never touched me that day. She told officers, he never laid a hand on me in the 9 months that we're together. She stayed by his side and comforted him. She denied repeatedly to law enforcement, on the boat, back at the dock, that he tried to kill her or drown her. In fact, when she was told that he was being arrested, she was shocked. She gasped for air, later put her hand over her mouth, said, "No, never." For what? That was her response. She has absolutely no injuries on her neck or anywhere. The old bruises are from the car crash. Everyone was giving Carolyn the attention and creating a narrative of an attempted murder. That simply was not the case. And again, I think this was due in part to Alex and the way he initially handled it with law enforcement. Carolyn, you're going to hear, Your Honor, is an opportunist. She saw a way to run with the story, but didn't do it until later in the day. And the reason she did it is because she had more to gain by creating this narrative. You're going to hear that she was on felony probation for a violent crime. At the time of the incident, she was on probation for an arrest out of Miami for a resisting officer with violence, a third-degree felony. She was placed on probation and reporting in Broward, where she lived. On March 25th, about a month or so before the incident, there was a violation of probation affidavit that was filed by her PO. An arrest warrant was signed for the violation. And on April 24th, 2022, the day of the incident, after she was taken off of Alex's boat, and after some time talking with law enforcement on dock, she was arrested for that outstanding warrant. She tried to get out of it. She was telling FWC officers, she has kids, please don't do this to me. This is all one big mistake. And it was after that that she seized the opportunity and became a victim of an attempted murder. After her arrest, and while this case was pending, she did not go to jail for the VOP. She did not go to prison for the VOP. Her probation was modified on May 5th of 2022. You're going to hear that there was a second violation of probation on December 1st of 2022. Again, no jail, no prison. Probation is modified, she's on probation. She maintained her withhold. She violated her probation by drinking alcohol at Boca Bash on April 24th of 2022. Nothing happened. She violated her probation by leaving Broward County on April 24th and going to Palm Beach County to attend a party and drink alcohol. Nothing happened. She avoided penalties other defendants would have not, just because she feigned being a victim and had an open case. The state ignored these violations and gave her multiple benefits for being a victim.
Objection.
Okay.
We'll come back to it. We'll come back to it. We will. But we're back in this case. This is our
Ms.
primary.
Nestor, anything before we invite the jury in?
No, sir.
If you would invite the jury in, please. Let's see, Scott.
That's strong. Good. Put strong. That'll put hair on your chest. Oh. I got a new poll up for Giggles and Grin. Just want to see where y'all stand after. Oh, my Lord. It's not what I wanted it to say. You may need to start this one until I type this up. I misspelled. In the. Well, yeah. I spelled it wrong. Just for giggles and grin. There we go. I don't think that trial's going to be a long trial, though. It does sound very interesting. They're bringing the jury. Everybody come back. Lunch is over for them. If y'all have not gone in and left your DNA, please do so. Like, comment, subscribe. We appreciate it. Oh, there comes Kitty Kitty. Here, I'll go off focus so you can see her. Kitty Kitty. What, Mama? Rubbing me? What? I think she wants the heating pad on. I can do that. Okay, I turn. Oh.
Please have a seat as you come in. Thank you. All right, please have a seat. Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish State's Exhibit 2-40D, the 911 call.
Any objection, counsel?
No objection.
Okay. Scott, let's give this a try.
911, what's the address of the emergency? My husband's not breathing. He's cold. Okay, what's the address? 282.
I'm gonna shrink me down just a little bit so y'all can see that better. Just for this. Well, maybe I'll shrink both of us down at the same time. Just for this.
Willow Court. 282 Willow Court. Okay, what's the good phone number in case we get disconnected?
Diane, you do operator?
671 1987. Okay, it's going to be in Francis. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. I don't know. I just came in. I was sleeping with my kids. Okay, I can't understand you. I need you to take a deep breath. What's going on? I don't know. I was sleeping in with my kids. I just came in the bed, in our bed, and I turned over, and he's just cold. He's just cold. Who's cold? My husband. I turned the light on. He's not breathing? No. He's not breathing? No. I need you to confirm it for me. Is he not breathing? No. Okay, can you do CPR? No, I don't know how. You don't know? I'm going to tell you how to. Are you willing to do CPR? Yeah. Okay. If there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it. No, there's not. Available? Okay. I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line and I'll tell you exactly what to do next, okay? Okay, are you right by your husband right now? Yes, he's so pale. His mouth is open. Okay, listen carefully. Are you able to lay him on the floor or the ground? On the floor, on the ground? I I'm just shaking. I can't touch him. I can't. You can do it. You can do it. You need to calm down, okay? Yellow. We need to help them. I can guide you through CPR. Take a deep breath for me. I'm here with you. He doesn't have a pulse. He doesn't have a pulse? No. There's no pulse. Okay, I'm here with you. I'm here with you. We need to get him help. If you need to put me on speaker, put me on speaker. I'm gonna guide you through CPR, okay? Okay. Tell me when you've done that. Okay, I'm ready. You're ready? Okay, he's on the floor? He's on the bed. Okay, are you able by any chance to move him on the floor? Let me check. Spots on it. I don't know what's happening. Okay. I'm here with you. You're not able to move him to the floor? Go out. Don't come in here. Oh my God, my sister. You're not able to move him to the floor? Just listen carefully. We just need to get him on the floor. Don't worry about hurting them. No, he's just too heavy. Is he still on the bed? Yes. Okay, if there's a sheet or a blanket under them, can you loosen it from the mattress? Yes. Okay, stand at the side of the bed closest to them and remove anything under their head. Okay. Okay. I need you to pull the sheets towards you and slide them off the bed. Don't worry about him falling. We just need to help him now. Okay. Tell me when he's on the floor. I can't move it. It's just dead weight. Like it's. You're not. If he has sheets under, pull them to the floor. Don't worry about hurting him. Can you please send somebody? Okay, I have the ambulance that's on the way. Okay, there's another way to do this, okay? Grab his feet. Okay. Slide them towards you until they're just off the bed. Okay. How old is your husband? 39. 39? Yes. Okay. Okay, were you able to put his feet off the bed? I'm pulling. Okay, now grab the arm closest to you and pull the rest of the way off the bed. Again, don't worry about the fall. We just need to help them now. I have the ambulance on the way. I just need you to do this, okay, so we can get the help for him. Okay. Once they arrive, they'll take over. We just need to start CPR now. You are doing great, okay? I just need you to get him on the floor. Okay, he's on the floor. You got him on the floor? Yeah.
Okay, y'all, I got to pause. And you may not like what I have to say. Did anybody hear a thud, rustling of the phone, rustling of sheets, rustling of any noise whatsoever? I know they found him on the floor, but I just find it odd. When you move a person who's dead weight, there's going to be a noise. I'm just saying. in my humble opinion. I
Okay,
find
listen
that strange.
carefully, okay? Make sure that there's nothing under his head. Is he laying flat on his back? Yeah. Okay. Okay, just listen carefully and I'll tell you how to do chest compressions, okay? Place the heel of your hand on the breastbone. This is in the center of the chest, right between the nipples. Put your other hand on top of that hand. Okay. Okay. Start pumping the chest hard and fast, at least twice per second, and 2 inches deep. Okay. Okay. Start counting out loud so I can count with you. Okay. We're gonna count 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Let me know when you're ready. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Count out loud so I
She
can
ain't
hear you.
doing
I'm
it.
counting with you. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. If it's easier for you, am I on speaker? Yes. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you know if the front door is open? No, it's locked. It's locked. I need you to go. Is there anybody else within the home, or is it just you? It's all my kids. Okay. Are one of them old enough to go unlock the door? Yeah, it's unlocked. It's unlocked now? Yeah, he's there. He's there. Okay, we need to keep doing CPR. Okay. Do I keep you on the phone? Yes, keep me on the phone. Go unlock the door.
She's not doing, in my humble opinion, I've done a lot of CPR. And let me tell you, there's no way the way she's breathing, she did even 2 or 3 pushes in a row. And there's no ruffling of the phone that she says is under it. I'm not believing this. I'm not.
Come back.
And that's my opinion.
Okay.
Firefighter Monaco is on scene. I'm beginning CPR, chest compression.
Okay, is the ambulance there with you? Yes.
Not yet. Ambulance is en route.
Oh.
Who's the man?
Okay, are we doing CPR still?
Who's the man?
Yes, he's doing CPR. He's doing CPR right now. Okay. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. What kind of vehicle do you have outside? Me? I don't have a vehicle outside.
White Toyota 4Runner.
Maybe police.
Okay, did a paramedic take over?
You can't hear.
Paramedics haven't arrived yet. We're in the back bedroom.
Foxy. I don't know.
Ma'am, who's there with you? Can you hear me? Okay. When did you left?
Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Jamie Woody.
If you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat. Ma'am, what is your name?
Jamie Woody?
You spell the last name W-O-O-D-Y.
Yes.
What do you currently do for a living?
I am a deputy at Summit County Sheriff's Office.
Were you a deputy with the sheriff's office in March 2022?
Yes.
What was your job then?
I was a detective.
What is your job now?
I'm a canine officer.
In March of 2022, were you assigned as the lead detective in connection with Eric Richins' death?
I was.
Prior to this case, were you ever lead investigator on a death investigation?
Yes.
Had you assisted in death investigations?
Yes.
What was your prior experience with death investigations?
We would show up and see if they were basically attended or unattended, expected or not expected.
About how many death investigations did you participate in?
A handful.
Prior to this case, did you have any experience with poisoning investigations?
No.
Did you have any experience with digital forensics?
No.
Did you have any experience with forensic accounting?
No.
Prior to this case, what was the biggest case you had investigated as a lead investigator?
Rape case.
Were most of your assignments prior to this case sexual assault and special victims cases?
Yes, they were.
Were you called to Eric Richins' home in the early morning of March the 4th, 2022?
Yes.
Why?
To do a death investigation.
How is it that you caught that call?
I was just the on-call detective.
And is that just random, essentially?
Yes, it is.
When you arrive at a death scene, I think you just mentioned this, are you first trying to determine whether the death was medical or potentially suspicious?
Yes.
In this case, was the death scene the bedroom where Eric Richins' body was?
Yes.
When you arrived at the Richins' home, what did you first encounter?
I ran into his sister at the bottom of the driveway. I spoke to her briefly. I went in and spoke to the initial officer that was on scene, and I did interview some of the witnesses there.
When you met with his sister in the driveway, do you remember which sister?
Amy.
Did what she told you inform you how you approached what you did once you entered the house?
Yes.
What did she inform you?
Your Honor, can we approach?
Of course.
Hearsay. Good to let me finish what I'm trying to do. Trying to do something. Upon the request of a mod. All right, Miss June. Tell me if you like it. I'm moving it up near the other animals. Guys, we have a lot of cute animal stuff. Like, bro, I haven't had much coffee for this. Or we have camouflage won't hide the truth in this courtroom. Or defense rests literally on the grass. We have objection, Your Honor. This witness is positively biased. And then objection, Maximo stealing this show. Then, of course, we have Drama Llama Ding Dong. And June's favorite, you may call it coffee, but to me it's anti-red rummy juice. So we have some fun things for y'all. Yes, go ahead. I got you. Chill, y'all. It's monkey up time. That's what we say when it's called cuddle up, go to bed. That's how my monkey and I sleep. When she sleeps with me, I've had a few thumbs up the nose that woke me up quite abruptly. But that's my monkey butt. That's Miss Nolly. June really liked it. Y'all, this is cool. I actually had a migraine all day yesterday, so I'm a little bit migraine recovery mode for the moment. But let me do this and do this. There we go. So we are definitely in this. Please, you guys, please remember to share if you don't mind. It helps us grow. If you like the content, please put I liked in the comment. If you liked the thing, if you like us today, put I liked, because then that way, oh, I got to do the blurry thing. My apologies. I'm in the middle of moving, and so everything's a little bit chaotic. I think I'm going to just do the black since I'm interpreting right now. We'll do the black. Oh, I'm sorry. Interpreting right now, and I forgot I'm interpreting still. My bad. Sorry. Thank you. Talking about my monkey and the photo. That's how we sleep. And she'll have her tail wrapped around my neck from the back to the front, and it's like a little hook, and it'll be right here, and if I try to get up, she'll squeeze. Sometimes I can feel a little bit
Ladies and
claustrophobic.
gentlemen, there's a legal issue I need to work a little bit on. If you would stand up, stretch your legs, take a walk.
All rise to the jury.
So June, you're happy with that? I like it. I can't wait because my monkey's
Please have a
getting a
seat.
new cage.
We're still on the record. Excuse me. Detective, you're still under oath. That chair sucks. I apologize. Mr.
I'll
Blood.
just ask the question.
Yeah, ask your next series of questions. Let's see where we go.
When Amy met you in the driveway, did she say anything that informed your investigation?
Yes.
What did she say?
She told me that Eric had said to her that he thought Kouri was going to kill him.
Then did you go into the house?
Yes, I did.
Ms. Nestor, were there any questions about anything else that Amy said to her that you'd want to ask?
Yes, Your Honor. Let me pull up her report really quickly.
Glad you like it, June. Pop it up whenever you want.
Sorry, Your Honor, just one moment.
No problem.
She was not getting any good chest compressions. In fact, I don't think she was compressing, because if you have a phone like this and you're compressing, you're going to hear the scuffling on the phone itself. And you're going to hear 1, 2, 3, 4. She wasn't even 1, 4, 3, 2, not. I fully do not believe that that woman was doing CPR, in my humble opinion, and I can have that.
All right, so I want to make sure, because it appears from your report there were 2 conversations with Amy, so I would like to make sure we're talking about the same one. When you first arrived and you saw Amy in the driveway, You're saying that is when she told you that Eric said that Kouri was going to kill him?
Yes, they said, she said it during both conversations.
Okay. So in your report, when you reported what happened, you said Amy said she thought I should know that Eric and his wife Kouri were having problems and that Kouri had threatened him.
Yes, threatened to kill him, yes.
Okay, that's different than what you just said. So that's what you were referring to?
Yes,
All right. Then you walked in the home and then you came back out and had another conversation with Amy and her other sister, right?
yes.
All right. And can you explain, just because we're going to get into this in a minute, what they told you on that second conversation?
I'm trying to remember. They said they had been fighting a lot and that Kouri was erratic when she was drinking and that Eric had told them that she had threatened to kill him.
And did Amy tell you that Kouri found out recently she wasn't the beneficiary anymore and that because of that she threatened to kill Eric?
She told me that at some point, but I can't remember when.
Okay. So she told you that Kouri had found out he had basically made her not a beneficiary?
At some point, yeah.
Before he died?
She said that at some point, but I don't remember when she told me that.
Okay. Do you remember when you had that first conversation with Amy, any specifics about when that statement was made to his family, under what circumstances, or any details about the statement?
No.
And that's before you even walked in the house, right?
Yes.
Did you ever do any investigation to verify that?
Yes, afterwards.
I'm sorry, verify what?
I don't know what that is. My apologies.
Sorry, that statement had been made by Eric?
We did an investigation, but that specific statement, I could only ask her what he'd said.
So it was just her word? You didn't corroborate with anybody else?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. And what about that statement changed the way you behaved when you went into the house? Because I think that's the question he was asking you.
It just made us look at it with a more critical eye.
All right. I think that's all I need from her.
Would you approach for a moment
Yes.
just to make sure I have the same understanding you do?
Diane! That's a long comfort break, boo. Sorry. Not sorry. Okie dokie. Let me do a refresh here. Hold on. I'm going to type something to my mods. Hold on. It really must be hard, and it really is hard for families to sit and listen to the 911 calls. The one thing, I, in my humble opinion, that I'm not hearing in my feeling is that Kouri Richins was not out of breath. She was whimpering, but when she's pulling a body, that dead weight, off of a bed, that's huge physical exertion. And you should have heard in her breath. Yeah, he's on the, you know what I mean? He should be able to hear her breathing change, some struggle, some exertion. and you heard nothing. And from this one, June, from today's. And on top of that, you don't hear a body hit the floor. I'm not kind of curious. Maybe he fell down and died on the floor itself. What are y'all's thoughts on that? I found that strange. I have been where a person has died in the bed and we used the sheet and we had 2 to 3 people and moved the sheet and put the person on the floor. Diane, when you're ready, let me know. And you could really hear the thud when the butt hit the floor. It was very clear that something, boom, no matter how much we tried, especially a man of his size. Are you ready? Okay, because it's hard for me to talk and sign at the same time. Let me get us back to where we were. I like that one better. Okay, so when the body impacts the floor, you should be able to hear it. I believe he was already on the floor. And I don't believe she did CPR because when you're doing CPR, guys, it is like 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, it is intense. She wasn't even trying. Not even trying. And it took too long for the 911 operator to get her to drive. Not all I can hear in my head is the drawing full song.
Counsel, I appreciate
Let the
this
bodies hit the floor.
Mr.
I don't know
Bloodworth,
that
are you
song.
ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh, let me grab my.
The only thing I don't like is I have to keep stirring these.
Make sure you listen to the question, okay?
Okay, so that is my humble opinion. I don't believe he was in the bed when he passed away. I don't believe she did. If I'm on the jury, I'm not believing this. I'm believing he's already on the floor. I want to hear from you guys. Comment. Not clear to me. And if one person is moving a dead weight body, it's going to impact hard. Oh, I want to say this. I knew of a person who one time had to pull a body onto the floor by themselves to do the compressions. You can see abrasions on the back of the neck where they hit the floor. And there's carpet. Just saying. Why was there not red? Well, blood's not flowing at that point. Never mind. But still. Have you noticed the other 2 attorneys aren't getting up on the defense side very much? It's all the one woman. Okay, I'm going to pull up the song in YouTube so I know what it sounds like. Never heard it. That's Drowning Pool. I don't even know who that is. Oh, that's creepy. He's sitting here going, he's hit the floor.
Have a seat, thank you. Have a seat, thank you. All right, we're on the record. The jury is present. Detective, you're still under oath. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Y'all are sick. Joe,
So
you're
now
sick.
when you arrived at the house, Amy Richins met you in the driveway.
Yes.
Did what she told you suggest that Kouri Richins may have been involved in Eric's death?
Yes.
After you spoke with Amy in the driveway, what did you do next?
I went into the home and I spoke with the initial investigator and kind of took a look at the scene, and then I interviewed people present.
And was that person that you referred to as the initial investigator, was that Vinnie Nguyen?
Yes.
He was the patrol officer that was filling out the death checklist form?
Yes.
Did he update you on what information he had down on his form?
Yes.
Did you also speak with Officer or Deputy David Pimentel?
I don't remember.
Did you speak with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
What did Kouri Richins say about what happened the night of Eric's death?
She said that they were celebrating something and that they had a shot of alcohol, and around 9 o'clock they went to bed. At around 9:30, one of her kids woke her up with a nightmare, so she went down to their bedroom and stayed there for a while until about 3 o'clock, and then she came back to her own bedroom. She said when she got there, Eric was in the same position. He was really ghost white. He was cold, and when she nudged him or moved him, he was heavy. He didn't appear to be breathing, so she called 911.
Did Kouri Richins say anything about Eric Richins' health or using medication?
Yes. She said that he was a very healthy guy. He ran marathons. She said that he had been complaining of chest pains that night, but he had had COVID twice, and that he currently had Lyme disease, but he didn't like taking anything for it. He had pain pills prescribed, but he didn't take them. He took vitamins instead.
Did Kouri Richins say anything about Eric using street drugs?
No.
Did anyone at the scene inform you whether they thought Eric Richins may have died of an aneurysm?
Yes.
Do you recall who?
One of the medical paramedics or one of those guys.
When you looked around the death scene, did you see any evidence of illicit drug use?
No.
Did you see any evidence of drug paraphernalia?
No.
Did you look at the trash cans at the death scene in the bedroom and surrounding the bedroom?
Yes, I did.
Did you find anything in those trash cans?
No, they were empty.
Did you ask Kouri Richins about why they were empty?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said her housekeeper had emptied them.
Did you ask her housekeeper's name?
I did.
How did she respond?
She said she couldn't remember her name.
What, as you understand it, are the laws for searching a home when investigating a death scene?
You can search the immediate area and look for anything that might explain what had happened. Anything more than that, you need either a warrant or some probable cause.
And here, that immediate death scene was the bedroom.
Yes.
With The information you had at the time, what Kouri Richins had told you, no drug paraphernalia, no signs of illicit drugs, possible aneurysm. Did you believe you had probable cause to apply for a warrant to search the entire home?
Your Honor, objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Overruled.
No, I did not.
Can you ask for consent to search beyond the immediate death scene?
Yes.
Did you ask for consent to search beyond the immediate death scene?
I did. We asked if we could search the kitchen garbage.
And why did you ask to search the kitchen garbage?
That's where he had been for the last part of the night, and garbages are usually a good place to see if there's any evidence of any kind of illicit drugs or anything like that.
Did someone else search that garbage?
Yes.
Did they find any evidence of illicit drugs?
No.
Beyond the garbage in the kitchen, did you ask for consent to search the rest of the home?
No.
Why not?
At that point, there wasn't anything that said it was a crime. I didn't know what I'd be looking for, and I wanted to be mindful of family that was grieving.
Let me, in a hypothetical, contrast the death scene that night with a fictional one. If you arrive at a death scene at a home and the cause of death is obviously a gunshot wound, but there is no gun near the body, would you apply for a warrant to search that home?
Yes, I would.
In the 2 weeks following Eric's death, did you gather Eric Richins' health records?
I did.
Why?
I wanted to see if there was a reason or a medical reason for his death.
And who provided you his health records?
His sister, Katie.
Did you then provide those health records or information from that health record to the medical examiner?
I did.
In the 2 weeks after Eric's death, did you also gather Eric's will, trust, and power of attorney papers from Katie Richins Benson?
Yes.
Did you also did you also speak with Crystal Bowman Carter, Eric's attorney, who prepared those documents?
I did.
In those 2 weeks, did you speak with Christina Miller, Eric Richins' divorce attorney?
Yes.
Is the next big event in your investigation when you received preliminary toxicology results?
Yes.
Was that on April the 8th, 2022?
Yes, it was.
What information did those results provide?
That he had died from a massive fentanyl overdose.
Did that preliminary toxicology result alter the trajectory of your investigation?
Yes.
Based on that toxicology result, did you then get warrants to search the Richins' home, vehicle, and Kouri Richins' person for illicit drugs, digital devices?
Yes, I did.
Did you execute that warrant on April the 13th, 2023?
Yes.
When you executed that warrant, did you April 13th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. When you executed that warrant, did you inform Kouri Richins that the preliminary toxicology results showed that Eric Richins died of fentanyl intoxication?
Yes.
Did detectives search the house that day?
They did.
Did the detective search Kouri Richins' automobiles that day?
Yes.
Did detectives find any evidence of fentanyl in the home or the automobiles?
No.
Why did you seek through the warrants to collect Kouri Richins and Eric Richins' digital devices?
I wanted to see if there was a source for how they got the fentanyl, if he was texting or anything like that.
Or if she was?
Yes.
Did you seize Kouri Richins' white iPhone on that day?
Yes,
Did you also seize Eric Richins' iPhone?
I did.
On that date, was there a red truck at the home?
Yes.
Was there a brown truck at the home?
No.
Did you seize any?
I didn't do that.
Did you look at the trash cans at the death scene in the bedroom and surrounding the bedroom?
Yes, I did.
Did you find anything in those trash cans?
No, they were empty.
Did you ask Kouri Richins about why they were empty?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said her housekeeper had emptied them.
Let me go.
Yes.
Okay. When you executed that warrant, did you inform Kouri Richins that the preliminary toxicology results showed that Eric Richins died of fentanyl intoxication?
Yes.
Did detectives search the house that day?
They did.
Did the detectives search Kouri Richins' automobiles that day?
Yes.
Did detectives find any evidence of fentanyl in the home or the automobiles?
No.
Why did you seek through the warrants to collect Kouri Richins and Eric Richins' digital devices?
I wanted to see if there was a source for how they got the fentanyl, if he was texting or anything like that.
Or if she was?
Yes.
Did you seize Kouri Richins' white iPhone on that day?
Yes,
Did you also seize Eric Richins' iPhone?
I did.
On that date, was there a red truck at the home?
Yes.
Was there a brown truck at the home?
No.
Did you seize any THC products?
Yes.
On May the 2nd, 2022, did investigators send those THC products to the state crime lab for testing?
Yes.
On March the 4th, 2023, did Brian Holden from the state crime lab send investigators the test results?
Yes.
And did those test results confirm that there was no fentanyl in those THC products?
Objection, can we approach?
Can I share some good news? I just got a text from my audiologist that my hearing aid should arrive hopefully Wednesday or Thursday. May not be till Friday or Saturday before I can meet him and get them set up, maybe even Monday. But yeah, they've been mailed. Just saying. Also, Um, yeah, yeah. I'm happy. I'm happy, 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 happy. Yo, these I need new hearing aids so bad. These are over 5 years old, and you can ask Diane. Hearing aids usually, at best, with my kind of usage, a year and a half. I'm gonna unmute you. Am I correct? Well, I can't unmute you. You're muted. Unmute yourself, please. Then I will mute you.
I didn't know I muted me. Apologies. I tried not to. I tried
Yeah.
to be
Am I
polite.
not correct about my hearing aids?
You're right.
I can't wait so I can hear better. He's struggling so much.
You won't be
It's
as
been a struggle.
tired.
Huh?
You will not be as tired when you get your hearing aids.
People don't understand.
Oh, yeah.
When you're, oh, we should be signing. We still have a deaf person
I
watching.
was.
My
I
bad.
was hiding when I thought. Oh. Ah. Ah.
I forgot I had a doctor's appointment tomorrow.
Mm.
It's anyway. Okay. So anyway, and it'll be easier for me to communicate with everyone here. My mods will be happy because I don't misunderstand everything. Oh, the doctor's office again.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Mods, after the live today, I just need 2 minutes with you if you don't mind. Okay, so we are still in a sidebar, and that's no longer programmed. Can y'all hear this? You didn't hear anything? All right. I don't know why my stream deck is not giving you my sound. Oh, it wants an update. Of course, everything wants to update. And as I was talking about new hearing aids, it will be easier for me to hear. Hopefully, my hearing loss is so bad, guys, that what I hear from anything at this point is good as a whisper. But I'm hoping I have just enough sound that it will help me with the audio with port and everything else. And my poor mods. Poor mods. Yeah, I mean, I know it's a pain in the butt. I know it's been difficult, but thank you so much for sticking with it. Sticking with it. I'm replugging in my device, see if I can get it to work. Okay. Your hand's hurting, my love?
No, I was using this fantastic cream. Oh, cost a fortune. This happened to be a sample I was given. I'm going to spend a fortune because it's awesome.
Okay. One thing I want to say is I know I shared my opinion about the CPR,
I
and I
can
had
sign.
someone come back. Oh, I forget. I forget. Okay, let me mute. I know I shared my opinion about the CPR. I had somebody in one of my other media formats that I live stream on question where's my authority in this? Well, they're new, so they don't know. I am a first responder, volunteer firefighter from as far back as 2009. I have done CPR more times than I can count. So I do know a little bit about CPR. And I have I have moved bodies myself off of beds, off of couches, out of chairs, things like that to administer good quality CPR. And that's where my experience come from. I am not an EMT, but I am a first responder, which means I probably could pass the EMT test if I choose to become one, but I do not want the liability, and nor do I want to work on an ambulance. So, not worth my time and money to try to become a certified EMT, but I am a first responder. And so that's my personal experience. Um, and anybody who's done CPR quickly understands that. The first time you do it, you don't realize how hard. Hopefully, hopefully June. Understand, guys. If you look at my audiogram, maybe I should show you sometimes. I am down at the bottom. I am profoundly deaf without aids. Missy here has seen and knows, and she's known me through the journey. So when I say I hear things, I really don't. I feel the vibrations a lot of times. Like if it thunders, I said I heard thunder. Well, I felt it because I grew up hearing and became deaf as an adult the last 15, 20 years. Um, I still have the language as a hearing person. And that does piss off some of the people in the deaf community when I pull that crap. But I hope so. We will see. They are supposed to be more powerful than what I have, but how that power equates to my hearing loss
Ladies and gentlemen,
will
thank you for your
yet to be
patience.
determined.
Pause there for a minute.
If I'm sitting here crying when I come in for the first day and I have them on and I start crying, that means I have better sound.
Mr. Bloodworth, I understand you would like to withdraw the state's last question?
Correct, John.
Okay. All I ask, folks, is that to the extent you wrote down the last question and the answer to it, just cross that out of your notepads. Okay. Mr.
Ignore
Bloodworth,
that.
take it from there, please.
Your Honor, on March the 4th, 2022, did investigators send the seized phones to the Regional Computer Forensics Lab for downloading?
Yes.
Did those phone downloads return from the RCFL in July of 2022?
Yes, they did.
Did investigators then begin searching through the phone downloads?
Yes.
Were investigators primarily searching for information on both Kouri and Eric Richins' phones regarding where the fentanyl could have come from?
Yes.
Did investigators find information on either Kouri or Eric's phone about where the fentanyl came from?
No.
Was that search complicated by deletions in Kouri Richins' phone?
It was.
Is it fair to say that between waiting for state crime lab results, download results, and sifting through digital information, that from late spring of 2022 through the fall of 2022, that the investigation wasn't advancing very much?
Yeah, that's fair.
During that time, did the family's investigator, Todd Gabler, begin providing detectives with information that he was discovering through the course of his investigation?
He did.
Did he provide detectives with information to include some phone billing records from both Kouri and Eric Richins' phone?
Yes.
Did he also provide detectives with recorded interviews and interview written reports from his interviews of Kouri Richins' friends and Eric Richins' friends and other associates of the two of them?
Yes.
Was that information helpful in advancing your investigation?
It was.
Towards late 2022, did the information that Mr. Gabler was providing detectives start to accelerate your investigation?
Yes.
In March of 2023, did you transfer from serving as a detective to serving as the K-9 deputy?
Yes, I did.
How did that come about?
I'd been working to get a dog for years, and when the opportunity came and I was able to get that dog, that was something I really wanted to do.
Did Detective Jeff O'Driscoll then take over as the lead detective on this case?
Yes, he did.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Yeah, yes.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
What's your title now?
Just deputy.
Deputy.
Yes.
I want to make sure I call you the right thing. Deputy Woody.
Yes.
We've met before, but it's nice to see you again.
Thank you.
All right, I have a few questions for you. So when you responded to the home, is it fair to say that before you walked in the door, as you told Mr. Bloodworth, you had reason to believe that could be a murder crime scene?
Yes.
Okay. And I know that you hadn't had many of those yet, but
Correct.
you've definitely responded to overdose calls, right?
I have.
Okay. So when you went in, and I don't even know if this is part of your typical death investigation, so if it's not, please advise me. But did you have any crime scene tape with you available?
I don't remember.
Did you put up any crime scene tape to keep people from disturbing a scene?
No, we had somebody posted at the bedroom door.
Right. And eventually that person left later in the morning.
Yes, he was switched out.
So there was no preservation of the scene as far as allowing CSI people to come in and do their thing, right?
Yes, they could come in and work that scene.
But they didn't.
The crime scene techs?
Yeah.
Yeah, they came in.
Okay. So who is it that you're referring to were the crime scene guys?
That would be Chelsea Gibson.
Okay.
And then we had somebody from the medical examiner's office as well.
Sure. Perfect. Other than Chelsea and the medical examiner person who we have heard testify in this trial, was there anybody else there helping you investigate the scene?
There was a patrol deputy.
Who was that?
I believe, I can't remember which officer it was.
Okay, that's fine. So between the four of you, the only area that you searched was the area immediately around the body and then the kitchen trash can, right?
The bathroom that was attached to the bedroom as well.
All right, did you have consent from Ms. Richins? Did she cooperate with you on that?
Yes, she cooperated.
And she gave you consent to search the kitchen?
Just the garbages, that's all we asked for.
That's all you asked for?
Yes.
Right. And you mentioned that she told you that she couldn't remember her housekeeper's name. Did you ultimately confirm that a housekeeper did come that day and clean the house?
I can't remember.
If I gave you the name Norma Garcia, does that refresh your memory?
No.
Okay. So you don't know if you ever confirmed that or not?
I can't remember. I don't recognize that name, though.
Did you or any of the other three search the large trash cans that were out in the back, in the garage?
No.
And did anybody search Mr. Richins' vehicles that night?
No, we didn't search any vehicles.
You did mention that when Mr. Bloodworth was talking to you, that you did not see any evidence of drug use or paraphernalia. Is that right?
Correct.
But in fact, wasn't there an empty hydrocodone bottle seized from right next to Mr. Richins' bed?
There was.
And do you know what happened to that bottle?
We took some pictures, but I'm not sure if we took it or not.
You didn't put it in an evidence bag?
No.
You didn't swab it for the inside of it?
No, it was empty.
Do you know where it is to this day?
No.
You talked with Mr. Bloodworth about the fact that in order to go outside the immediate area of the body or anywhere else where you get consent, you'd have to go to a judge to get a warrant. Is that right?
Outside of the immediate area, yes.
Right. And nowadays, when I first started practicing law, this was different. This has changed in the many decades that I've been doing this. But now you can actually call a judge on the phone and get a warrant, can't you?
You can do an e-warrant.
Right. Over the email?
Yeah, online.
Okay. That did not exist when I started practicing law. So did anybody try to get an e-warrant that day to look anywhere else in the house?
We didn't really have any idea if there was a crime that was committed or not.
So even with all your experience and your training, there was nothing about that house that day that indicated to you it was a crime scene sufficient to even get a probable cause warrant?
Correct.
Okay. You also mentioned that you gathered some health records from Mr. Richins' sister, Katie.
I did.
And did you ever subpoena those same records from the actual doctor?
I can't remember.
So before you gave these records to the medical examiner, you can't say for sure if Katie removed any part of it or changed any part of it or if they were actually accurate, valid records, can you?
I just read them to her over the phone, but yes, I gave her that information.
Okay. And Mr. Bloodworth talked to you about the search on April 13th of 2022. You were basically the person in charge of that search, right?
I don't know if I would say I was in charge. I don't have any rank, but yeah, I was there.
Okay. And when that search happened, is it totally fair to say Kouri Richins did not know that search was imminent?
Meaning she didn't know that it was going to happen?
Right.
I have no idea.
And as a matter of fact, she was seized and detained as she was driving away from her house, right?
She was.
And she was held in a police car while you guys did at least part of this search?
She was only held there till I could explain it to her.
So how long was she held in the police car until you could get to her and explain everything?
I believe they said it was 10 minutes.
Okay. And when you got there, you explained to her what you were doing, right?
Yes.
How would you, well, strike that. She was obviously very upset when you saw her.
Yes.
And is it fair to say that she was under the impression that this was related to them taking her house until you explained to her that it had to do with Eric's death?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember her talking about, is this them trying to take my house?
I don't remember her saying that.
Okay. But either way, you told her that day, hey, Eric died of fentanyl. And that was in April.
Yes.
So just over a month after his death, she knew that you all believed he died of a fentanyl overdose, correct?
Yes.
All right. Have you reviewed the website searches that the states tried to put into evidence in this case?
No.
Okay, no worries. To your knowledge, did any of your 4 team members on the day of the death go downstairs or upstairs?
Not to my knowledge.
When Ms. Richins told you on the day of the death, when you first responded, that she had come back to the bed and found that her husband was cold to the touch, did you ask her if she went anywhere else in the house before she laid down?
I don't remember.
Did you ask her if she went to the bathroom?
I don't think I asked that specifically.
And I know you like dogs. Did you notice there was a dog in the house?
They must have had it put up when I was there, because I never saw it.
Did you ask her if she let the dog out before she went to bed?
I didn't even know there was a dog.
Did you ask her if she went to the kitchen and got a glass of water?
Nope.
To this day, did anyone, to your knowledge, when you told, well, strike all that. I think you've already testified to that. You did mention that you went through everybody's phones, is that right? Or Eric's and Kouri's phones?
Yes, we did downloads.
To what extent did you look through Eric's phones?
I mean, there was a couple of investigators just trying to figure out what it all meant. It was all pretty confusing.
So what exactly did you look at in Eric's phone?
Your Honor, objection foundation, that I think there's a disconnect between you and investigators and who was in the phone.
Would you lay a little foundation
Sure.
for whether this person ever looked through the phone?
And this may be my fault. I thought you testified that you were looking through the phones. It wasn't you personally?
I looked through some of the downloads at some point, yes.
Like the Celebrate downloads? Or what type of downloads?
They would have been like call records, call logs.
And those are the ones you got from Investigator Gabler?
Yes.
Okay. So you never actually looked through the guts of what was in the phone?
No.
Perfect. That was my mistake. Thank you for clarifying that. How often were you talking to Investigator Gabler during the time you were on the case?
He would send emails sporadically throughout the case while I was there.
And how often were you talking to members of the Eric Richins family?
They emailed me pretty frequently, but I can't give you a number.
Do you recall about a week or so after Eric's death, Katie Benson sending you a multi-page timeline of everything suspicious she believed Kouri had ever done in their lifetime?
She did send a timeline at some point.
Going back years?
I'd have to look at it again. I can't remember.
Okay.
Y'all, she's moved on from the case.
Do you remember, as part of this investigation, did you do any investigation into whether or not in Summit County there were reports of fentanyl being found inside marijuana?
No.
Are you aware that a few months after Eric's death, an individual was arrested and charged with selling marijuana laced with fentanyl?
Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
I'm asking if she's aware.
Yeah, the hypothetical needs some foundation.
Do you recall a case that, actually, Katie, can you bring up, just a minute.
Trying
Your
to
Honor, let me get
impeach
the
her?
number. TG1. Yeah, TG1. Just for the witness only, Your Honor.
Yep.
the last page and see who signed it? Go back.
Counsel, would you approach for a minute?
Yes, Your Honor.
Bye, Bob. Okay, guys. I'm going to mute. This is another test. Diana, I guess you can. We still have a deaf person watching, Diane. How is my sound that I'm talking? The video is still playing and I'm speaking. Is my sound good and clear, or is it choppy and uncomfortable? We've made some adjustments this morning, and I just want to make sure that they're still good. Hey, Josh. Thanks for being in the house. Everybody, thank you for being in the house. Appreciate you so very much. Honey, Joe, and Angela, my fabulous mods. Ari, thank you for being in the house. Appreciate you bunches. Appreciate you a bunches. Everybody who's in the house, all of our lurkers, we appreciate you we really appreciate you as well. We are providing ASL interpretation when we have deaf people watching. We do pop in and provide interpretation. Yes, we do. And to all of our lovely lurkers, body dubbing, working buddies, thank you so much for making AdaKay Media part of your day. We hope that we help you have a productive work day. And I am seeking a job, so one of these days I might have to figure out how to do both at the same time.
Ada,
Mm-hmm.
if you're reading the judge's hands, he was going round and round and round. I love to do that. I like to read what people say with their hands and they don't realize what they're saying. Sometimes it's really, really funny.
Well, they don't know that what they're using is actually sign language.
I know, but it's still really, 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 really funny.
Hold on, I got to make a comment. Hold on.
Okay. Oh. Oh, you're stuck. Now, are you going to stay stuck or am I going to have to? Now you're stuck for good. I'm just going to have to.
We can hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking.
I got you. I got you off. You and your. Okay, we're going back.
That's fair. Take that down.
We'll come back. Okay.
It may have to be page 2, Your Honor. I'm not sure page 1 will refresh your recollection.
Take control, please.
Do you recognize the document that's in front of you? No. Are you, okay, then that's fair. Take that down. Did you ever provide to investigator Gabler, the private investigator, reports from cases where people were being arrested for dealing fentanyl in Summit County?
That doesn't sound familiar.
So that if he got those, they did not come from you?
I don't believe so. That doesn't sound familiar.
Totally fair. Did you know that Kouri Richins was represented by an attorney shortly around the time that you did the search on April 13th?
Objection, Your Honor.
Relevance?
Relevance.
Sustained.
When you had the conversation with Kouri on the day of the search on April 13th and you told her that Eric had, in your opinion, died of a fentanyl overdose, had she been trying to set up with you that week a meeting with her and her attorney?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
Yeah.
We have another sidebar. Ooh, I'm getting hot all of a sudden. I don't even have a heating pad on. I want to ask you a question. Does anyone know why the other two attorneys are not doing any of the speaking? It's only this one. I thought the other woman with the blonde hair that's cropped here, I thought she was the lead attorney. Am I wrong? Strange. Just strange. We're not hearing a whole lot. I know the other woman has done a little bit of speaking and questioning. Just strange. I bet she was happy to give up this case and go work with the canine unit. That's where I'd want to be. She doesn't have a lot of experience as investigating. Bet she's ready to get off the stand.
When you interviewed Kouri on the day of Mr. Richins' death, you mentioned that she told you she came back into the bed around 3 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever ask her how long she was in the bed with Eric before she realized he was cold to the touch?
From my understanding, it was almost immediately.
Okay. All right. And you reviewed the 911 call that we all heard here today, right? You listened to the 911 call.
I haven't today, and I don't remember listening to it.
Okay. You never listened to the 911 call?
I might have at some point, but I don't remember it.
And she certainly, Kouri Richins never told you, hey, my husband's a big drug addict. He's probably overdosed. Check for drugs. She did the opposite, right?
Correct.
She told you he was pretty healthy.
Yes.
I think that's all I have. Anything else? That's all. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Enjoy the dog.
Thank you.
No, Your Honor.
May we release this witness?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Deputy, you're free to go. Watch the case. Don't watch the case. It's entirely up to you.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Mr. Bloodworth, I've lost track of the witness list for today. Another witness from the state for today?
Your Honor, the state would next call Todd Gabler.
Okay, let's do it. You folks okay to keep going? Very good.
No, it's 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock there. No, I gotta pack. Gotta move.
A brief point of privilege. Everybody just stay put for 1 moment. This will make sense in a moment.
Oh, that's right. That's correct. Dang it. I forgot. I'm so used to everyone being on the East Coast time. Saying. He's got a neck brace. Ooh,
Mr. Gabler, good
who's the
afternoon.
woman?
Right? Would you mind standing in front of Brittany?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Sir, take your time and please watch your step.
Thank you. All right, how's this?
Sound great.
Great.
Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Sir, what is your name?
My name is Todd Gabler, Gabler.
You appear to be recovering from something.
Yes.
Would you mind just at a high level explaining?
On January 13th, I underwent a 5-level PCLF. That's a posterior cervical laminectomy and fusion. My neck has been fused together with titanium rods.
Sir, are you taking any medication today that would affect your testimony?
I purposely did not take any pain medication today for the purpose of the clarity of my mind and my testimony to you today. I took Tylenol this morning.
What, sir, is your occupation?
I'm a licensed private investigator in the state of Utah.
How long have you been a private investigator?
34 years.
What, sir, is your investigative experience that is relevant to this case?
Well, over the course of 34 years, I have worked on approximately 100 homicide cases. I have been active in the trials of perhaps a dozen or maybe more homicide cases over the course of my career. I have extensive experience in a specialty in digital forensics, which allows me to examine digital devices, phones, computers, other things of a digital nature to uncover information that may have been deleted, destroyed, or altered. I can't really think of anything else that is sort of a 30,000-foot view of what would be important to the jurors in this case regarding my experience.
Well, sir, of those 100 or so homicide cases, how many have you worked for the defense?
All of them. I have always sat on that side of the room, standing in between the state and a defendant.
And you mentioned, sir, that you testified about 12 times. Have you ever testified for the state?
Never.
Did there come a time shortly after Eric Richins' death when the estate of Eric Richins hired you as an investigator?
Yes.
Do you recall about when?
I was first contacted by Crystal Bowman Carter, an attorney. I believe that would have been early to mid-March of 2022. She asked that I contact her client, Kouri Richins Benson, regarding the death of her brother, Eric. She gave me a broad sketch of what she knew about what had occurred regarding Eric's death. And it was a very short conversation, very professional, very to the point. And then it was a few more weeks before I first spoke with Katie and Clint. That's Kouri Richins Benson and Clint Benson at their home in Summit County. That was April the 1st, 2022.
And was that engagement to investigate the death of Eric Richins?
Well, that was part of the investigation. I was under the impression that I had been hired at the instance of the filing of a lawsuit by the defendant
in this case, against Katie for the trust money and the control over the trust that Eric Richins had created.
And to be clear, the lawsuit involved Kouri Richins as trustee.
Correct.
And when you're interacting with Kouri Richins, it is in her capacity as trustee.
Correct.
Or personal representative of Eric Richins' estate.
Correct.
What, if anything, sir, did you inform at that meeting with Clint and Katie? What, if anything, did you inform them of how you conduct investigations?
Right. So I talked with them about some of the various facets of an investigation, how it would proceed. I've already talked to you about the qualifications that I have in digital forensics, and so I talked a little bit about that, about the need to get a hold of phones and computers and other things that would have evidence of either a wrongful death or some mismanagement of finances that was being alleged in the case. For all my clients, it's basically the same speech. You're hiring me to find the truth. The truth is sometimes very difficult for us to accept. I've often said that the truth is half what you most fear that it is, and half what you most desire it to be. And you cannot separate those two from the truth. I told them that they would have to accept the truth about what happened to their brother, no matter what that truth was. If he took his own life, they would have to accept that. If someone was responsible for his death, they would also have to respect my investigation and accept that truth. They agreed.
Sir, from that point forward, did you conduct an independent investigation?
I did.
Sir, who paid for that investigation?
I was paid by Clint Benson, but my understanding is that the legal sort of line of authority for which I was engaged was for the estate and Kouri Richins Benson as the personal representative.
Did you bill them at your customary rate?
I did. I continued to bill them at the rate that was established at the time of my engagement, even though my hourly rate increased during the course of my investigation. They enjoyed a lower rate essentially because of the time that they engaged me.
Did anyone else pay you for your investigation?
No.
Did anyone from the Summit County Sheriff's Office direct your investigation in any fashion?
No.
Did you conduct your investigation entirely independent of the Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Did you provide information from your investigation to the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, on many occasions.
And before providing it, did you receive approval from your client?
Yes, that is part of the standard operating procedure. It would be a crime for me to, under the Utah Private Investigators Regulation Act, to have any file materials go to anyone else but my client without my client's permission. So the standard course would be that I would discuss my findings with my client, and we would discuss handing that over to the Sheriff's Office. In every case, information that we thought important to the investigation was handed over, and there was no event, no occasion upon which we decided not to turn over something to the Sheriff's Office. Full disclosure. That was the rule.
Sir, was that flow of information one way from you to the Sheriff's Office?
Oh, yes, very much so. I initially tried to get the 911 audio call that the defendant in this case had made, and the sheriff's office denied my request under the grandma law. I appealed to the county administrator for Summit County. She also denied my request. It's common for police agencies to be one-way streets.
So it was not uncommon for your request for information to be denied?
Correct. My investigation proceeded regardless of whether they were providing me any information or not.
Did you have contact with the Summit County Attorney's Office before Kouri Richins' arrest?
No.
Did anyone from the Summit County Attorney's Office direct your investigation in any fashion?
Never.
Did you conduct your investigation independent of the County Attorney's Office?
Yes.
On June the 15th, 2023, after Kouri Richins' arrest, did you receive a subpoena from the County Attorney's Office for your investigative file and any forensic data that you had collected?
I did.
Did you provide that material to the County Attorney's Office in response to that subpoena?
I did. I produced 2 hard drives. One contained what I call the logical and physical investigation file. That would be interviews, audio recordings, photographs, videos. That was a fairly large file. And then the second hard drive that I provided a few weeks later was all the computer forensics, the digital forensics, the examinations of the C&E computer, a clone of Eric's iPhone, and some other digital data.
Did you begin your investigation with a hypothesis?
Yes. A number of hypotheses appeared clear to me in this case. My investigations are hypothesis testing exercises. That's just a fancy way of talking about something that we all do every day. We look at a situation and we evaluate what that is. Is there evidence that supports our hypothesis that that is what it is? Well, if we're looking at a red light, our hypothesis may be that traffic should be stopped, and we look around for data to verify that hypothesis, that indeed there are cars that are stopped at that red light. In this case, it was clear to me that 2 hypotheses needed to be looked at. Number 1, Eric took his own life as a matter of accidental overdose. Number 2, Kouri Richins surreptitiously had Eric ingest a massive amount of fentanyl and killed him. So, as the case proceeds, and I see new data, I see phone data, I see computer data, I interview people, I look at documents or things or other devices. All of that data gets fed into one of those 2 hypotheses, both of those hypotheses. Does this confirm it? Does it deny it? Does this evidence make it more likely that this hypothesis is true or less likely that this hypothesis is true? Does this evidence preclude the possibility of one of the hypotheses being true? So that hypothesis testing continues throughout the investigation, and sometimes a permutation of the hypothesis comes along. We have to change the hypothesis just a little bit to allow some of the data to fit that hypothesis. Not large permutations in this case, pretty straightforward. 2 competing hypotheses.
Sir, you just mentioned that in testing your hypotheses, you conducted some interviews.
Yes.
What, sir, is your process for conducting interviews?
So my process is to always have a recording device active for any of my interviews whenever possible. This eliminates any possibility for me to be biased or unclear in my reporting of what was said during that interview. It also protects me in a liability scenario, if someone were to allege that I had done something improper or had offered them material for their cooperation, anything like that. That would all be protection for me by recording that contact. So that is the primary objective of documenting an interview. Later on, when I report it, when I summarize that interview and in writing, because it's hard to get a lawyer to listen to an entire interview. There's some difficulty that they have with that. So they need a summary sheet about what the interview was about. And I type those up based upon the recording that I made, and I typed up those later, or I may have an agent type those for me from the recording, and then I'll review the report and sign off on it, and then it'll go into the file. So that would be my process with respect to an interview, all interviews.
Approximately how many interviews did you conduct in this investigation?
It depends upon your definition of an interview, I guess, but 45, probably, somewhere in that department. 40, I guess I could say 40 to 50 to be safe.
And in those interviews, did you identify yourself?
Oh, yes, always. There was no occasion in this case where I did not identify, give people my true identity and who I represented.
And did you record those interviews?
Yes. I think there were a couple of occasions where I could not get a recorder fast enough. But other than those couple of occasions, they were all recorded.
Who, for example, are some of the people that you interviewed?
I interviewed friends and associates of Eric's. I interviewed friends and associates of Kouri's. I interviewed a number of people involved in Eric's business and personal life. I interviewed family members, both the Richins family, and I attempted to interview family members of Kouri's family, but was not successful in gaining their cooperation for an interview. So that was generally who I interviewed.
And was the purpose to test your hypotheses?
Well, yes. I'm interested in getting those interviews done from as many people as I possibly can from both sides of the camp so that I can get the largest possible data set to feed into that hypothesis testing scenario.
Did you pass your interview recordings and written reports along to the sheriff's office?
I did.
Sir, as part of your hypothesis testing, did you analyze Kouri and Eric Richins' cell phone billing records?
I did.
How did you obtain the records?
Eric and Kouri's cell phones were being paid by C&E Stonemasonry. They were Verizon accounts. And I obtained the the billing records from C&E, from Allie Wright, with the authorization of Cody Wright. There were 2 productions of telephone records from C&E. The first one was for the period of January 2022 through May of 2022. The second production was May of 2022 through February of 2023.
In that January of 2022 onward time period, what types of information were you looking for in the billing records?
So because the billing records don't really offer content, that is to say it's not you don't get to see text messages or what the text message was, you do get to see the numbers that were connected to Kouri and Eric's phones. So we first of all decode that number to a name. We try and figure out who that is. And we fill in every instance where that number occurs with that name. And then we begin to count the total number of contacts with that phone number. So for example, we would see the highest number of contacts for Kouri's phone to her mother. Not an unusual circumstance that someone would be close to their mother, and that would be the highest number of contacts on your phone. So that was the procedure that I was initially interested in, was the weight. We call that the weight. So what is the weight of that person on the other end of the line? Kouri's mom was a high weight because there was a high number of contacts. And so I'm interested in how many times you contact that person. Occasionally, I'm interested in what time of day you typically contact that person, and the type of contact, whether that contact is by text message only or by voice and text. That changes the character of the person on the other end of the line.
Sir, did you pass your analysis of contact weight along to the sheriff's office?
I did.
Was there any particular contact weight that caught your attention?
Yes.
What contact did that involve?
It involved the contact with Carmen Lauber. I noted immediately that there were many hundreds of text messages between the two from the initial data set. That was January of 22 through May of 22. There was a very heavy weight. I don't recall if she was the second or third weight, but it was very close. The only two people that I recall that were ahead of Carmen on that weight was Kouri's mom and Eric. So that was the one that stood out to me. There were others that I investigated, but that one was of particular interest to me.
And to be clear, that involved the weight of contacts between Kouri Richins and Carmen Lauber.
That is correct.
Did that contact weight cause you to investigate Carmen Lauber?
It did.
What did you determine?
Well, it was immediately apparent to me that Carmen had a very extensive criminal record involving drug use and potentially drug sales. I noted that Carmen had a dirty urinalysis, meaning that she tested positive for prohibited drugs in her drug court around the time of Eric's death. I was very concerned about the high number of contacts and the criminal history for Carmen, and I alerted the sheriff's office about that.
As part of your investigation, did you search the Richins' home?
Yes.
When did you first search it?
I believe it was May the 8th of 2023. That was the day that it was released by the sheriff's office. It was an estate asset. Kouri's lawyer, two of her lawyers from Ray Quinney Nebaker, had showed up as soon as the sheriff's office had departed. And I had arranged for security to stand watch at the house after the sheriff's office released that. So I engaged in a conversation with counsel who wanted access to the home, and it was eventually agreed that one of the lawyers would accompany me on an inventory of the property, all of the assets in the house, all of the items in the house, and the detached garage. And so that lawyer stayed for a couple of hours and then left. I never saw them during my search of the property again. I continued to search the property for 4 or 5 days, and then that was the end of my contact with the house initially.
And what was your process for searching and documenting your search of the Richins home?
Right. So GoPro video, chest mounted typically, sometimes mounted on the head, and a backup audio recorder just in case something happens to the camera. At least I've got an audio recording of what I'm talking about, where I'm at, what I'm looking at. So that is the procedure for documenting those. There's also photographs that are taken. There are also, with respect to documents, I scanned with a scanner many thousands of pages of documents in this case from the detached garage office. So that was the general procedure for being at the house. There was at least one occasion that I can think of where I was called over to the house and I didn't have my camera with me, so my video camera. So I used the audio recorder and my camera on my cell phone to document things. I think that was in 2024. So with that being the only exception, that would be my process.
And was Clint Benson present at the home whenever you searched the home? And I guess by present, I mean in the home, not necessarily leaning over your shoulder.
That is not an easy question to answer because my focus was not on Clint Benson. My focus is on the things in front of me. I was never in that house without Clinton Benson's authorization. I was never in that house without Clint Benson being on his way. So if he wasn't there when I got there, he was on his way there, and so he would join up later. It's possible during the May searches that Clint had left the house while I was documenting things in the house. I think that was particularly true of the detached garage office, where I was spending maybe 8 hours in a day just scanning documents, just feeding documents into a scanning device. So I think Clint was likely not there during that.
He was generally there?
He was.
Okay, Diane, how do we do scanning documents? Thank you, I was right.
Generally there, I would say so, yes.
Close.
And you were recording with your GoPro the whole time?
Yes, with the exception I noted, yes.
Did you ever remove, well, other than your recording equipment, cameras, audio, GoPro, all of that?
Yeah.
Did you ever bring anything into the home?
No, I did not.
Did you ever remove anything from the home?
Yes, I did.
What did you remove from the home?
So during my May searches of the house, and in particular in the detached garage office, I encountered a number of documents that had Ray Quinney and Nebeker letterhead on the top, and they were either communications between Kouri and her lawyers, or they were billing records from her lawyers. That would be improper for me to read or possess. It would be unethical. I placed these documents into a manila envelope, and as I encountered more of them, I would simply grab a hold of them and put them into the manila envelope. And at the end of my May search, I took that envelope to the office of Ray Quinney and Nebeker and handed it over. There were other things that I removed from the house. Sort of the general category of the kids, the boys' things. The boys had requested a few things. I believe Child Protective Services or someone at DCFS had requested that we get documents that pertain to the boys. And believe there were some other documents that I removed that were personal documents that were now the property of Kouri Richins Benson. These documents involved vital records, birth records for Eric, other vital documents that, we would generally safekeep for ourselves, and I turned those over to my client. I'm trying to think if anything else was removed. Any item that I considered to be evidence was removed by the sheriff's office, not me.
So, if you came upon something that you considered to be evidence, how did you handle it with the sheriff's office?
I don't think there was a standard approach. I only recall a few occasions. I think the first couple of occasions I may have contacted the sheriff's office directly, either Lieutenant Hemingway or I can't recall any others. And then on one occasion I contacted Travis, the investigator with your office, and then subsequently spoke to the sheriff's office about removing an item.
And is it your understanding that the sheriff's office would then get a warrant and come to the house to seize whatever item you thought might have evidentiary value?
Yes, I was there for one of those occasions.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you.
Kouri is not having any of this testimony. She's just shaking the. She's spitting nails.
Are we going to take a break?
Control your client's
You tell me.
expression.
Would you like a break?
Could we have just a few minutes?
No problem. You know what? Let's let you stretch your legs. We'll take a restroom break. The witness asks for a break. We provide a break. All right, jury. Mr. Gabler, watch your step there. There you go.
Okay, everybody. Y'all do a break. Today only, if you have liked this video and you commented in comments, I liked or I shared, you are automatically in for the end of the month. Usually I do a drawing at the end of the day for a person, but for today, you are in for the end of the month drawing. So make sure you share or you like and then comment I liked. Miss Diane, will you please go ahead and like it? Honey, let me know how it is. I hope. Yeah, he's hurting. I would keep the neck brace on. I don't care what anybody thought.
What am I supposed to be into like?
Go into my YouTube channel and give a thumbs up to the video.
Okay, I can do that because I'm in the YouTube stream.
No, you're in StreamYard. You're not in the stream.
So YouTube.
Go to youtube.com, go to AdaKay Media, and then put a thumbs up on that video.
YouTube. Yeah, I can do that.
Right now, guys, just FYI, anybody who's interested in the Paralympics, we've got Canada versus Japan, and I think it's 9-0. Yeah, Canada's winning 9-0 against Japan in the Paralympic hockeys.
No, I don't want that. No.
So, y'all, please go. Oh, you can tell. Yeah, he's hurting. My father had that surgery. Actually, my father was one of the first people in Texas to get that surgery years ago. One of the very first people to get it. Buku years ago. He's deceased now. And my adoptive father that raised me. And anyway, it really did good for him, but I remember the recovery all too well. There was no forgetting that time period. It was a hard recovery. And he got the rods and the fusion, so couldn't turn his head very well. He was had to turn his body. Poor feller. Anybody else here have that surgery? Ugh. I believe Mr. Nesser is lead. Yeah, we do have some information. I did see that in StreamYard. I'll pull it up. I'll tell you a little bit about the attorneys. I hadn't had a time to do that today. Let me go. Oh, breaking news. I'd rather do that first. Breaking news. In El Paso, Texas, El Paso police are, stop it, investigating the death of a 19-year-old man who was found dead last week on 7500 block of Green Valley near the canal area. Officers with the El Paso Police Department respond to an unknown problem call that was about 7:54 a.m. on March 3rd and found Rogelio Suarez, Mr. Suarez, dead at the scene. The detectives with the Department Crime Against Persons Unit responded and deemed it was a suspicious death. And an update, Police Crimes Unit has obtained a warrant for Benjamin Jacob Perez, 32, who was booked into the Sheriff's Department for the charge of Red Room. Anyone with information? So, yay, they did get that. Hello, Miss Mary. Mary, quite contrary. Huh? Did you give one to Matthew? Yeah. Nope, I'm good. Oh, probably another hour, but we can. I'll have. So anyway, Mary came to help me pack. She helped me last night. We got a lot done last night. Hold on, Miss Diane. We can't hear you. My mouse. Come on, mouse. Where is you? Let me undo her. Okay, there you are, Miss Diane. Don't.
I don't do
leave
that.
them.
I don't. Fix me. I know. I need it.
Get your finger
I am
off.
so glad you've got some help.
Okay, guys, I will say our deaf client left about 5 minutes ago. So, Miss Diane, if you do not wish to continue and you look a little bit on the tired end, you may.
You are reading me right.
I can tell how you're interpreting.
I miss it every now
You
and
did
then.
it. You're amazing. Thank you, Miss Diane. Everybody, yeah, the likes are very important. People don't realize how important those likes are.
Oh, yeah.
And
Okay.
subs. We need y'all sub. It's free. It doesn't hurt you.
See y'all
Don't hurt you
later.
none.
Hopefully, see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, Boo. Have a great afternoon.
Call me after
I will
the
contact you in a little bit.
Yes. All right. Bye.
All right.
I got
Bye,
my
Boo.
Bye, y'all.
She's like, see you later, alligator. I'm out. She's like, I'm out. I'm gone. Thank you so much for liking, Miss Diane. I appreciate it. Okay, y'all. So we have a little bit of information about these attorneys as soon as I can get it to pop up again. It was in LiveCom, I believe. Was it? Okay. Bradsworth. Well, that was about him. We saw that about him being promoted. Where did y'all put the information about the lawyers? I'm sorry, June. In what part of Discord? Was it working? No. Was it in their case? No, I don't see it, June. Can you tell me what file it's in, please? For some reason, I'm not seeing it. Was it in chat? No. Livecom? Okay. There it is. Help if I have my glasses on. Okay, Catherine M. Nestor is an experienced trial lawyer who's been trying cases in federal and state courts for over 30 years. Her 60-plus jury trials have included a wide variety of complex cases, including capital red room, complex fraud. I'll bring it in front so I can read it better. get the comments out of the way. Get this up here. Make it biggin. Serious personal injury cases, civil court. Several of her cases have received national and international press coverage, and her cases have been featured in Court TV and New York Times and on national and local television programs. Kathy's reputation for outstanding work in the courtroom has been recognized by her admission to several elite trial lawyer organizations, including the American College of Trial Lawyers, American Board of Criminal Lawyers, and the International Society of Barristers. Kathy has entered appearances in thousands of cases across the country, including cases in Mississippi, Texas, Utah, Oklahoma, and California. She received several awards from her peers, including the Mississippi Trial Lawyer of the Year and Federal Bar Distinguished Service Award for the District of Utah. She has served as the head of the Federal Defender's Office in both Salt Lake City and San Diego for over 10 years. Kathy was asked by Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court to serve as an advisory committee to the Federal Rules of Evidence. Then you should know better, boo. Just saying. She also served as National Steering Committee for the Clemency Project during the Oklahoma Obama administration, which she managed over 4,000 lawyers in an effort to assist in 36,000 applicants with the presidential clemency application process. The next person is Wendy Mim Lewis. She graduated from the University of Utah College of Law in 1991, where she was a William H. Larry Scholar and member of the editor in the Utah Law Review. Upon graduation, moved to Denver, Colorado, where she clerked for the Honorable Robert H. McWilliams in the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals. While clerking for Judge McWilliams, she worked on both federal and civil and criminal cases of all varieties. It was during this clerkship that she developed her love for criminal justice. 1992, Wendy returned to Utah and worked as an associate for a private law firm where she handled complex cases, blah, 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 blah. And a particular note of the case is the state Utah Colorado, in which Mr. Colorado was found not guilty for the first-degree murder. State of Utah, John Blanchard, and in which Mr. Blanchard was spared the DP and sentenced to life with the possibility of parole. Wendy argued matters before the Utah Court of Appeals, Supreme Court, and the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals as well. In 1997, she returned to the clerking and spent the following 3.5 years as a law clerk for Honorable Dale A. Kimball, Federal District Judge of the District of Utah. She again worked the cases of all areas of law. In January 2001, Wendy became an Associate Federal Public Defender for the District of Utah, where she spent the next 21 years. Wendy developed a reputation for outstanding representation, offering under age 25 as a successfully argued and probated series of felonies based on the brain development of young offenders. Wait a minute. Let me get back. I lost it. Wendy served as a representative in the Utah Federal Public Defender's Office, and I got to get back to court. I'm going to finish this thought. So following, she's had several awards. That is Wendy. We'll get to the gentleman in a minute. Back to court. Something fell. Not gonna look.
Please have
Real quick, Alexander Ramos. Ramos was gritty and zealous advocate, assistant federal public defender. He represents hundreds of indigent individuals charged with federal offenses, including the whole list, a gamut. This awareness served as a constant reminder of the representation of an accused is a personal commitment to them and individuals as a client. That's all I see on him at the moment. We'll continue.
All right, folks, have a seat. Thank you. All right, Mr. Gabler, you're still under oath, sir.
Yes, sir.
Ms.
Please, the
Nestor,
court.
please proceed.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Ms. Nestor.
I don't believe you and I have ever met, but I am Kathy Nestor, and I'm one of Ms. Richins' attorneys, so it's nice to meet you. So I want to just kind of start with a basic observation, but just to make it crystal clear. You are not law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
And you've never been law enforcement in your whole life, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the rules and ethics and expected practices of private investigators are significantly different, would you agree with me, than those that apply to licensed law enforcement?
I don't know that I would agree with that in every circumstance. A private investigator, when he is hired by a lawyer, is bound to all the ethics that that lawyer is bound to.
Okay.
So,
But for example, you don't have to go get a warrant to go look at a house.
well, right, that's the state action distinction.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not a state actor.
Right.
I've never been a state actor.
Right.
I will never be a state actor.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you want to go search a house for 6 straight days and look at thousands of documents, you don't need to get a judge to give you permission to do that, right?
No, I got the permission of Kouri's lawyers who represented her to do that.
And you also got the permission of Clint Benson, right?
Yes.
And in fact, Clint gave you a key,
Yes.
and you had that key to use at your discretion.
Yes.
And there were times when you would go to the house and Clint was not there and you would let yourself in, right?
I believe that my testimony covered that, and that was that Clint was aware that I was there, and he was either on his way or there with me.
But you agree with me, and you have videos, I believe, that back this up, that there were occasions where you would go to the house, Clint was not there, you'd use your key, and you'd go in.
Yes.
And there were occasions where you would be spending hours and hours and hours in the office, because I've watched all the videos,
Yes.
and you would be there alone without Clint anywhere around you.
Yeah, I don't need supervision, counselor.
Perfect.
I was conducting an investigation, independent investigation, and he had given me the key, trusted me with that, and I was authorized to enter the premises at will.
Right. And said you were never outside his eye would be false.
He had knowledge of my presence there, as I have testified every time I was there.
Fair.
So from his perspective, it may look different.
But you agree with me, sir, that there's hours and hours and hours of video of you alone in that office going through things.
I think that I've already testified to that.
Okay. Now, you were not permitted access to the house until after Kouri had been arrested, right?
No, that's not correct.
You got in the house before she was arrested?
No, that is not correct.
Okay, help me out.
The house was released by the Summit County Sheriffs on the 8th.
Okay.
That's what gave us, that was the trigger, not Kouri's arrest. It was the end of their search that triggered our access to the house.
Okay.
The police were executing a warrant.
Do you know when Kouri was arrested, sir?
I don't recall the exact date or time.
Would it surprise you to be the day before May 7th?
Okay.
All right. So,
Objection, Your Honor, foundation on that.
Was
Would
it
you
May 8th?
re-ask the question, Ms. Nestor?
sorry, was it May, would it surprise you if it was the same day, May 8th, that you got access to the house?
It would not surprise me since I do not recall.
Okay. And during the time after Eric's death, but before Kouri's arrest on May 8th, did you ever go inside the house for that entire year?
I'm sorry, could you ask that again?
Sure. During the time between when Eric Richins died on March the 4th, in the early morning hours of 2022, and May 8th of 2023, were you ever inside the house at any point in between those times?
No, never.
Perfect. So the first time you ever got in that house, over a year had expired since Eric had passed.
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned the police had executed a search that day before they released it to you, right?
Yes.
And do you know how many times prior to that the police had searched that house?
No.
Okay. And then you've also testified here, I think very honestly, that on repeated occasions you notified the police, hey, there's something you missed. You might want to go back to the house and find it again.
I mean, I'm not going to adopt your characterization, but it is true that I called them back to that house when I discovered something that I thought was evidentiary.
How many times?
Oh, I don't know, 4, 5.
So on at least 4 to 5 occasions,
Yeah.
you found things the police had missed.
Yeah, oh, that's been my experience throughout my career.
And you
The
told
police
them.
never get everything, ever.
Right. Well,
It's
I'm not going to
true
argue.
in every case I've ever handled.
Sure not going to argue with you on that one.
Yeah, it's true.
So they come back because you call them and say, hey, I found something, come back, here's where it is.
Yep.
And they
That's
know
funny.
you're doing that. They know that you have full access to this house, right?
I don't know what they know. I
They-
can't answer that.
Well, you're calling them every time you find something.
Well, what opinion they formed in their mind is not within my knowledge.
Okay, fair. True, you called them every time you found something.
That I thought was of evidentiary value in their investigation.
And did
True.
any of them ever say, you know what, we're good, stop calling us?
No, I don't recall that at all.
So then the converse of that is they encourage you to keep doing that.
Well, no, that is not the converse of your hypothetical,
Okay.
and I do not agree with your assessment.
Okay? Did you feel like you were helping them?
I was following the instructions of my client to turn over anything I thought was relevant to the criminal investigation. This is not my case. My case is in the civil court. Anything that we thought was of value to the criminal case, we turned it over.
And the police were happy with that.
I don't know if they were happy or sad or distraught. I have no idea as to their emotional condition.
They sure never told you to stop.
The police never directed me to do anything, and if they had told me to stop, I would have ignored them.
Okay. So you could go in without a warrant, find something, call them, tell them to get a warrant, and they'd come get it.
I think that's an oversimplification and a vilification. I had permission to enter those premises. I had every right to be there. I didn't need a warrant. I'm not a state actor. I have the permission of the property owner. So I don't agree with your characterization.
When the cops would show up, did you point out what you were showing them? Were you usually there?
No, I was there on one occasion when the police showed up. They executed warrants when I was not there.
Okay.
Yeah. So I only remember one occasion where I found an audio recorder in a dresser drawer that they then recovered by warrant.
And you waited around and pointed it out to them?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, I never touched the device. So, yeah, I would have. I don't know if I pointed it out. I think what I did was, on that date, when I saw the recorder and recognized it for what it was, which is not easy, I just immediately withdrew. I left my audio recorder going until the police arrived. I don't recall pointing it out. I recall describing to them where it was.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. So then, there was one occasion where you found something that was a letter purportedly written by Eric called the My Princess letter. Do you remember that?
I remember a baby cakes letter. I don't know if I remember
That's it.
My Princess. Is that the same
That's
one?
the one.
Yes.
You remember finding that letter?
August the 9th of 2024 is when I took a photograph of that, but I found it on May the 10th of 2023. during my search of the residence.
So, when you found this letter, at some point, did you move the location that you found it from?
I don't recall ever moving the location. On the video, you will see me find the letter on May the 10th of 2023 when I'm in the bedroom, and it is located in the bottom drawer of Eric's side of the bed, the bottom drawer of the vanity. And I looked at it. I didn't think it was relevant. I put it back down on the drawer. On August the 9th of 2024, when I photographed it on the bed, I do not recall if that letter was on the bed or whether I went and retrieved it from the vanity. But there is video. The August 9th, 2024 was the episode that I described that I was called over and I didn't have a video recorder. So I was recording by audio, and this is the same date that I recovered the audio recorder. So the letter was also photographed, and then later, I think it was taken by the police. I don't know, but...
Let me stop you for just a minute.
Okay.
You left the letter on the master bed, correct? For the police to find.
I left the letter on the master bed. I didn't know that the police were going to come for it.
Okay. And they ultimately did, correct?
Well, ultimately, I don't know because I wasn't present, so that's beyond my knowledge.
Isn't it true that you moved other things around in that house often?
No, that is not true.
Did you move a computer that you located in the office?
I don't recall moving a computer in the office, but I did not move it out of the office.
Did you put it in your Tesla?
If you are talking about the C&E computer, I did not find it in the office. That is not how that worked.
Okay. So you found it where, sir?
I found it in possession of my client who had taken it, who had been given it or taken it from Becky Lloyd. So my understanding of the pathway of the C&E computer that I examined was that it was picked up by Becky, who lives nearby and works for C&E. The C&E computer, she then went to get business files off of it. I talked with her about this. I filed an extensive report regarding my interview about the computer. And then before I could get up to Francis to get that computer, I lived at the time 250 miles south of Francis in Washington County, so it takes me a while to get up to Francis. Before I could get up to get that computer, I believed that my client had already secured it, and so I went and got it from her.
So Becky got the computer from the house after Eric died,
Yep.
right?
Correct.
Then
I want to say, y'all, he is so uncomfortable right now. He is wiggling and squirming in that seat. This is not testimony uncomfortable. For those who are just hopping on, he had major neck surgery. He had his vertebrae in his neck fused together and rods put in. So this fidgeting, do not take it as uncomfortable with the testimony. He's physically in a lot of pain. He did not take his pain meds. He only took Tylenol, so he would be clear-minded for this testimony.
Becky gave it to Katie.
Correct.
And Katie gave it to you.
Correct.
And in all of that, no law enforcement ever put hands on it.
Correct.
And at some point, you took it back up to the office to go through it?
No.
Right. Well, there's video of you going through that computer in the office.
Well, I suppose that I may not have remembered that I went through a computer in that office, but the C&E computer was processed at a location in Midway, and I recall that there was what I want to say is an obvious missing hard drive location. I could see the outlines of a hard drive that had been in place in that computer. I became suspicious that the hard drive had been removed prior to me getting to that computer. I later sourced that missing hard drive to
Oh, my apologies.
an upgrade that was performed by a computer company at the request of CNE. The hard drive contents were transferred to a solid state drive, and I did locate that inside the computer.
Okay. So can we play for the witness only? Clip
Impeaching.
TG10?
He is in so much pain.
Right?
Yes, sir. No sounds necessary.
Okay.
I'm going to kind of wait till we get to the computer part.
Y'all, this guy's in so much pain. I'm hurting for him.
I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. Can we bring that one down? That's the next one. We want to go to the one right before that, which is 173. It's GXO 10073. Do you have that one? Okay.
I'm sure that tie hurts on his. Oh, he will. I hope he puts his brace on, guys. He needs to put that neck brace on. He's in too much pain. Look at him. That's excruciating pain.
Excuse me.
And they go in from here.
Keeping my head up.
Oh, no worries. Whatever you need, sir, to be comfortable. Take a minute.
Good. You should have
I'll
had
go
it
back
on
to
all
that.
this
It's going
time.
to take her a minute to upload that, Your Honor. So we'll get to that. You don't recall putting electronics, documents in your Tesla and driving away from the house?
Oh, I remember that, yes.
Okay.
But that was not the CNE computer.
Okay, what computer was that?
I don't recall. I'd
So-
have to see the video.
So you
That's why I make them.
You removed a laptop from the office and put it in your Tesla and drove away with it?
I don't recall that, no. I do not. That would have been my, if there was a laptop in that office, it was mine.
Okay, well, we're going to pull it up in just a minute. I'll help
Fantastic.
refresh your memory.
Yeah.
Also, you mentioned earlier that you didn't take, other than the vital records and the attorney-client privileged records, that you didn't take anything else out of the home. That's not entirely true. You also took a safe out of the house?
Yeah, I described that by report, but that house, that safe was returned.
Okay, so you went into the house with your own key, correct?
Yes.
You went into the family, I believe is in the master closet, is that right? Where was it?
Yes.
You picked it up, took it out of the house, and put it in your Tesla.
Yes, I believe I did that at the request of Clint Benson.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you drove it to a locksmith,
I did.
and you busted into the safe.
I did not bust into the safe.
Well, he did.
He bumped. He used a technique called bumping. It's the movement of the door and the frame of the safe that allows it to come open.
Okay, but you didn't have a combination.
I don't know if that was a combination. I thought there was a key to that one.
It was forced open with a hammer, right?
I think it was a rubber mallet, and it was dropped onto the ground.
Okay.
I think that's what eventually got it opened, was that it was dropped onto a flat surface.
And when you were doing that, there's no law enforcement there, correct?
Didn't need one.
I don't need law enforcement to babysit me.
Okay. And you open it up, and there's clips from guns in there, right?
I would have to go back to my report to,
Madam, you are a experienced lawyer. Why in the heck are you using the word clip? There are no clips. They're magazines. Get your information straight, because when you ask a question like that and you use the wrong terms, he's going to answer it in a way you don't want.
recall exactly what was in there.
But you handled it with your bare hands, no gloves.
I did.
All right. And, I'm sorry. And
He's honest.
You also found an unusual residue in the safe. Do you recall that? That you touched with your fingers?
I don't recall that.
All right. We'll play that in a second.
Fantastic.
I do think we found the video of the laptop, so can we queue up for the witness only GXO10073?
Yeah, that's my laptop. I am scanning into my laptop the documents that I am going through at the office. That is my laptop.
The black one?
Yes.
Okay. So you're scanning all the documents you're finding in the office and then loading them into your laptop?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And again, Clint Benson was not present when you were doing any of this?
Yes, that is my testimony on direct.
Okay. Now let's go to the one of the safe. Can you pull up the clip 100055? Hold on just a moment.
Another nothing burger.
1055. See if you can.
Okay, guys, this has happened throughout this whole trial. She works everything up for the aha moment. And then thud. Nothing burger. You spent all that time on that stupid computer, and it was his. He doesn't need gloves because he's not there as a police officer investigating.
Find that one. Sorry. I think it might be under the impeachment documents. Nope. Okay.
I know, right?
All right, we'll get this.
What happened to the depositions? It just, I guess anybody can say whatever they want on their webpage to get clients about how wonderful they are, but right now, y'all, I am not impressed.
Safe one up to refresh your memory about that residue. You don't remember touching some residue and filming it and asking the safe
Here's another one.
breaker if that was unusual to find residue in a safe?
I don't recall that. I would have to refer back to the video that I made of that for just this purpose.
Okay, no worries.
It's been a while, and I'm in a crap load of pain.
Is you were at the house. There were some times before you got access to the house while Ms. Richins was still living there that you would sit outside her house and observe the house while she was in it. Is that fair?
It is not fair. That is false.
You never did that?
I never sat outside her house and watched her. False.
Not on March 9th of 2023?
Correct.
Not on April 12th of 2023?
Correct.
Okay. But you did put trackers on their cars, is that right?
I did.
And that's a secret device that you put on someone's car so you can follow where they're going without their knowledge?
So GPS tracking devices are generally covert, and there's good reason for that. I put GPS devices on Kouri's vehicle and two of Lisa's vehicles, one of which was being used by Kouri's brother, Ronnie.
So her mother's cars and her car.
That is correct.
And how long did you track these individuals?
I think there were different times for different vehicles. I don't recall the exact amount of time, but that'll be in the file that you have.
And did you turn over your reports on every single place they went for months to law enforcement?
Yes.
And you know that law enforcement is required to have a warrant to do that.
Well, they have to get a warrant, and I have to go through a different procedure that's prescribed by Utah law to appropriately place those devices.
Did you track anybody else's car in this case?
I want to say yes. Yes, I did.
Who else's?
There were some vehicles that I suspected that Carmen Lauber may be utilizing. But I discovered that, in fact, the vehicle that was parked at her house overnight on many occasions was being driven by someone else.
So you never gave that report to law enforcement?
I believe I did.
You gave the Carmen Lauber tracking report to law enforcement?
Yes, it wouldn't be named Carmen Lauber, though.
What would it be named?
Oh.
Uh-oh.
I want to say there were a number of people that were associated with her residence.
That's all right. If it's
There was
someone.
Nick Bonsavage. There was another young man who were frequenting that residence, and I believe the vehicle that I tracked from that residence was seen there overnight on multiple occasions.
Okay.
I really don't remember because the point of that was to track Carmen Lauber. And when I discovered that it wasn't Carmen driving the car, I removed the device.
Okay. Law enforcement was also providing you, I believe you said that Mr. Bloodworth asked you if you got information from law enforcement, and you said no. Is that right?
No, that is not right.
Okay, please correct me.
Well, I would have discussions with law enforcement. I could garner an understanding. I could read between the lines, if you want.
In fact, you went to meetings with law enforcement about this case, didn't you?
Oh, yes.
How many times did you have meetings with them?
Oh, yes.
I don't recall. I don't count them.
Okay.
The number is not relevant to me.
Well, you appreciate it might be relevant to me? Can you try to remember?
Half a dozen?
Okay. Can you pull up TG 11 for the witness only? Can you make it bigger?
I like
All right,
him.
sir, do you recognize that?
He's like, oh, we're good. We're so good. Look at the look.
Can you see it?
He's like,
I can see it.
Do you recognize it?
he's like, it's another nothing burger.
I do.
All right, and is that an email that you sent to Detective Woody on July 13th of 2022?
I'm going to have difficulty talking about this exhibit because if it becomes an exhibit, it contains a confidential client communication. But I did send it to Detective Woody.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would object to Mr. Gabler being required to testify regarding any claim.
With respect, I'm not sure you have standing to make any objections, and he seems fully attuned to the issue. Ms. Nestor, I'm not sure where we're headed, so just take it one question at a time.
I shall. Thank you, Your Honor. Is it fair to say that this is an example of you suggesting to Detective Woody that now would be a really good time for law enforcement to interview Carmen Lauber?
Yes.
And why would that be, sir?
She's on the ropes in drug court is what it says.
Right.
She was on the ropes.
And in fact, what you argued was she would be very likely to be compliant at this point with law enforcement. Is that your words?
Yes.
All right. Also in here, you accuse Kouri of lying about the name of her house cleaner.
Yes.
And the lie that you said Kouri told was that her house cleaner was her cute cleaner, Norma?
Yes.
In fact, didn't you, sir, finally confirm that Norma Garcia was her house cleaner?
I did later confirm that. Yes.
So when you sent this to police and said Kouri was lying, you were wrong.
I was wrong.
Okay.
She's all like, thank God.
Prior to Norma.
Mr. Your Honor.
Gabler, you need to pause for the next question, sir. Thank you.
Very good.
Did law enforcement give you access to I'm going to try to use the right word, to folders where you could access their information on like a subfolder where you had a link to their folder?
No.
Did you provide them with links to your folder?
Yes.
And one of the links you provided them involved a download of Eric's phone. Is that right?
No.
Okay. Did it involve the decoded call logs that you talked about earlier where you figured out everybody's number and name?
I'm confused. You're talking about two separate things. You were just talking about Eric's phone.
You said no, right?
I had an identical copy of Eric's phone that I created from the backup on his Apple iCloud. I may have turned that over to them, but they already had Eric's phone. I didn't need to give them I had done, which was to trick the Apple server into repopulating a blank iPhone so that I could then forensically examine that iPhone and come up with context from Eric's phone.
Ooh, you're
So,
smart.
I may have given them that information that I created from a clone of Eric's phone.
So you had in your possession a clone or an exact copy of Eric Richins' phone?
It would not be an exact copy. Only the items that were unencrypted or decryptable from the Apple backup would be on the cloned phone. For example, encrypted data would not be present for biometrics, for his Apple Watch, if he was wearing a biometric watch, that is all encrypted. That would not come back to a new cloned phone. But all of the text messaging, the web histories, the call histories, all of that stuff will be present on that clone.
So you had access to all his texts?
I don't believe I did.
Why not? And this is maybe a stupid old lady question, but explain to me why you didn't have access to his texts if you downloaded everything off the
You
cloud.
said all of his texts.
Okay.
I don't believe I ever got all of his texts.
How far back did they go?
I don't recall the date at this time. I would have to refer to the file material to know the exact date of the first event on the phone.
So how much time did you spend reading through his texts?
Well, I don't recall exactly. I could refer back to some records to come up with an answer for you. It would have been a number of hours.
Hundreds of hours?
No.
Okay.
I mean, in this case,
Right.
936.3 hours.
Is how many hours you billed total for the case?
Yep.
And what were you paid for that?
I don't know.
How much do you charge an hour?
$125 an hour. However, that is not the only billing rate in this case. When I used computer forensic software and my expertise in that regard, the rate would be higher. $200 an hour, I think, was the discounted rate that I gave them.
So I'm really bad at math. Please forgive me if I get this wrong.
Yeah, well, we're both in the same place.
We're talking about over $100,000 you made on this case.
I would say so, yes.
Okay. Now I want to go back to that phone and you reading his texts.
Yes.
As you were culling through your hypotheses,
Yeah.
obviously one of the things you want to look at is the state of their marriage. Is that fair?
I mean, it's significant, but it's not dispositive.
I agree.
It's important context, but it's not evidence of anything, really. I see a lot of bad marriages out there. In my career, I've handled many hundreds of divorce cases. So, people have problems.
Did you review text messages between Eric and some of his friends?
Yes.
Did you review text messages between Eric and Bryce?
Bryce Knudsen?
Yes.
I don't recall specifically, but if they were there, I probably looked at them.
Okay. Your Honor, can I have just a moment?
Okay, I'm going to speed this up just a little bit. They had a conflab. This guy is good. He's got me on the edge of my seat. I feel bad for him, though. His pain level is probably at 100%, if not more. We'll back it up.
When you reviewed Eric's texts, did you find evidence of him sexting with people other than Kouri?
Sexting?
I don't recall that.
He ain't gonna answer that.
Investigate allegations of an affair with Eric.
Okay, but that's not my question. My question is, do you recall seeing sexting, as the kids say, on Eric's phone with people other than Kouri?
I don't really know what you mean by sexting. I don't know what the parameters of that are. And so my answer is no.
We know. He's all like, you ain't getting me to say yes on that.
Did you find any texts where Eric talked about having an open marriage with Kouri?
I don't recall that.
At some point, were you investigating cases that were being prosecuted in the Summit County area around the time that Eric died, where people were caught distributing fentanyl?
Yes.
Did you gather affidavits from cases where fentanyl was being sold in the Summit County area?
Yes.
And did you ever follow up on any of those investigations, or did you just stop by gathering the affidavits?
Well, they were plugged into the hypothesis testing matrix. I considered them for their proximity being in Summit County and for them involving fentanyl. In each of those cases, I found no relationship to this case.
Okay. I want to pull up TG2, Katie, just for this witness only. Sorry,
Another
A little
impeach.
bit longer, Your Honor. I'm close to done.
No problem.
We need an impeachment
sir, do you
screen.
recognize that?
I do.
Is that what you were talking about with Mr. Bloodworth, which is the decoding where you looked at his call records and tried to figure out who he was calling?
It is the record that I referred to when I was talking about it on direct. I agree with that.
And Katie, could we go to the page for the date 2/14/2022 at 12:23 p.m.? It's a ways down. Just a moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
All right, sir, we've blown up a section. Does that refresh your memory about what you determined a call that was made on December 14th at,
Give me the date one more time.
I'm sorry, February 14th, thank you, Your Honor, at 12:25 p.m.?
Well, this is not a record that I created, but I recognize the format, and it appears to be that Eric Richins' phone had an incoming call at 12:25.
Can you look at the call right above that one?
This is an outgoing call from Eric Richins' phone on March the 9th of 2022. I'm sorry, February the 14th of 2022 at 12:23, 2 minutes before the first record that we talked about, and that is to a different number, 801-473-5058.
So as part of your investigation that you were doing on the mirror phone, you could at least identify a call that was made by Eric at 12:23 p.m. on February 14th, right?
I'm confused. We're looking at an invoice record from a carrier, and you're asking me about his phone. Those are two different things.
Did this invoice come from his phone?
No.
Billing records?
From his carrier, from Verizon.
Right.
That's not a record from his phone. That's a record from his carrier.
I understand.
Two different things.
So according to the bill from his carrier,
Yeah.
he made a call at 12:23 p.m. on February 14th.
Correct.
Okay.
Objection, there's a 901 problem here.
I'm done with it, Your Honor.
Hold on. You got to approach for a moment if you would.
There's
Oh, it's okay, Your Honor. I'm done with it. Don't worry about it. I'm done with it. Y'all, this man is what I call a professional witness. Not necessarily professional in the fact that he does it for a living, but he has had a lot of testimony. He has done a lot, but he's good. He doesn't let her rattle him at all. Well, look at that man's gorgeous long hair behind him. Can you see my mouse? No, you can't. This guy here. Gorgeous long hair. I really feel for those couple, but you know, if the executor of the estate gave him permission to take something or do whatever he did, it's legit. Oh, you know how many, maybe 3 or 4 safes over time I've lost keys and I couldn't open them. You know, not the big fancy safes. Just drop them. I took one in the parking garage and dropped it off and it broke. Just drop the safe, it'll bust open. When he said that about the safe, about dropping it and it breaking open, it reminded me of the magnet fishing. They find safes and they drop them on the floor. They repeatedly, if they can lift them, do that until they break open. Dude, my heart goes to you. Wow, I'm praying for you, dude. I bet it does feel better, though, to have that back on.
Did you ever make any calls or
I love that
any
smile.
trips to Mexico as part of your investigation in this case?
No.
Shut that down.
You mentioned you interviewed 45 to 50 people, somewhere around there, 40 to 50.
Yeah, it's an approximate number. I have no method of calculating that number. It's approximate, based upon my memory.
Did you ever interview Kouri?
I did. I spoke to Kouri. She called me on January the 19th of 2023.
All right. And she
called him.
voluntarily spoke to you
She called me.
and talked to you voluntarily?
She did, and I stopped her. I told her it would be inappropriate and unethical for me to continue the conversation outside the presence of her lawyer. I then texted her lawyer and had a phone call with her lawyer about the propriety of her client speaking without her presence.
Okay.
I then
So
requested that Kouri submit to an interview multiple times.
All right, stop.
Okay?
Don't reveal what anyone else said to you.
Okay.
The point is, Kouri called you to talk to you and tell you her side, right?
I don't know what her intentions were. She seemed very angry that I had contacted one of her business associates. I believe that was the reason she called me on that date.
Okay. And so you never, to this day, have sat down with Kouri and heard her version of what happened?
No, despite my repeated requests.
Okay. But she called you.
And I was bound by the ethics not to talk to her outside the presence of her lawyer. She was a litigant. She sued my client.
Okay. And ultimately, as you were working with the trust, did you become aware that the trust filed a wrongful death suit against Kouri?
I am.
And are you aware they're seeking over $10 million in damages against Kouri Richins?
I didn't know that. It's irrelevant to me.
Okay.
Unless you get a percentage of it.
Okay, court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
recalled seeing any texts with Eric about him and Kouri having an open relationship, and you said you could not recall. Is that right?
Correct.
Can you put that up on the screen, Katie? Do you recall looking at that text?
I do.
You've seen this one?
I believe I have. It's a joke.
It's a joke?
It is. It appears to me to be a joke.
Did you see the text around this text?
I did.
So you have reviewed the text between Eric and Bryce?
I don't know. I don't know that this is a text from Bryce. I have no idea. This does not identify Bryce.
So
Doesn't
now that
identify anybody.
now that you have your memory refreshed, do you remember seeing this text between Eric and another individual saying that Kouri and I are starting an open relationship tonight? Right?
It says, Kouri and I are starting an open relationship tonight, so I told her I'm taking you home.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And you left that out of your report.
No. This would be part of my report.
Did you see sexting between Bryce and Eric when you looked at their texts?
I don't recall that, no.
Katie?
And is this sexting? I don't know what you mean.
No, I'm not talking about this one. I'm
Okay.
talking about other ones.
All right. I don't recall. I'm talking about many hundreds of thousands of messages in this case. I can't recall them all.
Bring it up and we'll talk about it. Is he?
Just a moment.
I wonder if he's challenging her to see if she has the guts to bring them up and put them in court. Oh my gosh, I may have to start using the dodge button in a minute. I'm getting it ready. The censor button is ready. I don't want to get in trouble. I've got to go clean
Show
this.
you this other text right here and see if this refreshes your memory. Do you remember seeing a whole bunch of emails like this or texts like this between Eric and Bryce?
Honestly, no, I don't remember. Like I say, there were hundreds of thousands of messages in this case. I don't remember even 1% of them. As I look at this, I mean, it just makes me laugh. It doesn't appear to be serious.
So how many of these joke sextings did you review that Eric did?
I don't understand this to be sexting. I think you're wrong about that. I resist your characterization. These are two friends joking with each other. That's what I'm reading here.
And they did that all the time?
I don't know.
Hundreds of times?
If I had the records, and then I could answer your question, but I don't remember all of these messages. And yeah, this is a joke.
Did you review all of the texts between Bryce and Eric?
I think at one time I would have gone through every single text message that was available to me on Eric's cloned phone. So, do I recall it? Well, I mean, I recall that it was a bit mind-numbing. There was a lot there. Nothing particularly stuck out in my mind or memory about those messages.
Did they repeatedly talk about having sex acts together?
I don't recall.
Did they repeatedly talk about oral sex together?
I don't recall.
Did they talk about anal sex together,
Also, don't recall.
but you read them all,
He's getting
I'm
embarrassed.
Sure that I did.
and it's all joking.
Knowing what I know about Bryce and Eric, yeah, that's how I interpret it.
So you do remember reading things of this nature, and you interpreted it all as joking.
No, as I sit here today, I interpret it that way. I would have interpreted it that way back at my original reading of it. That doesn't mean I recall it. It means I have an opinion about what I thought then. That's different.
And what did you think then? They were joking?
No. What I think now is that this was a joke. I do not have a recollection of this at the time that I first read it, but if I had a recollection of that time, I'm sure it would be the same as it is today.
And if there were these tens of 20s of 50s of these types of emails, all of them would be jokes?
Sustained.
That's it. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything further from Mr. Gabler?
I'm sorry, but yes, dude. I got to say, those kinds of, you can't get in the minds of these two people. He can't say what they were, whether they were jokes or real. He can only guess. And that shouldn't have been allowed in my humble opinion. He can only speculate.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. The text, they're a bunch of to-dos locker room talk from August of 2018.
That was my read of it, yes.
There wasn't any serious read that Eric Richins and Bryce Knudsen were engaged in some homosexual affair?
Zero.
In all of the text messages you reviewed, did you see any evidence of Eric using illicit street drugs?
No, I looked and I could not find.
You mentioned legal requirements for a licensed private investigator to place a GPS tracker on a car. What are those legal requirements?
So the statute governing that was adopted a few years ago. It requires that before placing the device, a licensed private investigator must identify the person or persons that are driving that vehicle and potentially the owner of that vehicle, and that they submit a request to query the protected persons database in the state of Utah for any record of those persons that are subject to the GPS tracking. That is designed to keep us from tracking people who have protective orders or temporary restraining orders or other lawful processes that define them as a protected person. We cannot track you in that circumstance. We do not have independent access to that database. So we must ask an agency of the state for a yay or nay. Is this person in the protected persons database? We have to do that before we place a device. We have to be certain that we are not tracking a protected person. So I submitted those requests to the appropriate counties of the jurisdictions where I placed these devices. The Summit County Sheriff's Office initially declined my request under the statute. I insisted. I finally got them to comply. I did the same with the Wasatch County Sheriff's Office, and they complied with my request.
Did you conduct your investigation entirely within the bounds of the law?
I believe I did.
Did you conduct your investigation entirely within the ethical bounds of private investigators and the attorneys you were working for in this case?
I believe that I did.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Nestor, anything further for Mr. Gabler?
No, Your Honor.
May we release this witness?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your time. Please step safely. You are free to go, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, please don't fall.
Mr. Bloodworth, is this an appropriate time to recess for the day?
It is, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be recessing for the evening. As always, please do not speak about the case. Please do not allow anyone to speak to you about it. Please do not watch, listen, or read anything about the case at all. Please do not do any research about the case. To allow me and the attorneys to talk about some legal issues that hopefully will keep us efficient during the presentation of testimony tomorrow, please be here ready to go at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you for your patience.
All right, the jury.
Folks, have a seat. Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, Mr. Ramos. In docket, if you would just make a note of this for me. Docket 1555, docket 1555. The state sets forth its understanding of your objections or requests related to the portions of the O'Driscoll interview transcript that you believe should be included under Rule 106 or excluded under various reasons, and the state's understanding of your objections or requests for inclusions related to the jail calls. I understand that to be the last word from the parties. The state presents it as the last word from defense, but if you would take a look at that specifically this evening and come tomorrow morning ready to let me know if you are changing any of those positions.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth.
Okay, I'm going to give you that rule real quick. Rule 106 basically means that anything written or recorded that's put into trial, the jury has the right and it is required for the opposing party that the jury can see and hear the rest of the comment or document before the snippet they're using and after. It is basically it's necessity, and it is for fairness. So they can't just cut out a part of a recording and give that snippet. They have to give the entire recording. Even though we don't see the entire recording, they have access because they have a right to look at that for context and clarity if need be.
Anything else anticipation of that?
FYI.
Discussion?
No, sir.
8:30 tomorrow morning?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Nestor, 8:30 tomorrow morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I've reviewed each of those portions of the O'Driscoll transcript. I've reviewed each of the jail calls and recordings that are listed in 1555. I have notes regarding all of that. Anything else I need to be prepared for on those two issues from the state's perspective, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Ms. Nestor, anything else on the record today?
No, sir.
Very good. Thank you for your patience. We'll be in recess until 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Okie dokie. We're done with that, y'all. Oh, my bangs look horrible. What a day this has been. Oh, you know what? I hate to do it to you. I hate to do it to the defense, but I still have a nothing burger. Everything that she tried to throw at the prosecution witnesses, I don't think anything landed. I mean, he did admit he forgot something here or there, but in general, did it land? And so, I don't think they made any headway on the defense on this case. I do believe the prosecution did, though. And this witness, oh, heart goes out to him, but he was a fabulous witness. Okay, guys, tomorrow, same time, same place, same faces, same everything. Possibly the prosecution will rest tomorrow. I know that they don't have a whole lot of witnesses left, and they did say that they hope to rest Monday, Tuesday. So we'll see what's happening with that. And then during break, we'll catch up on the trial that we started watching during lunch today, which is the reality star boat strangling trial. We watched most of the openings. We'll get into that again during breaks tomorrow. And again, thank you, Miss Diane, for interpreting. Thank you to my mods, Angela, June, and Honey. Thank you so much, Joe Schmo. And thank all of you guys for watching. Y'all are awesome. Everybody who said I liked is in the drawing for the end of the month. So with that, we'll see you tomorrow morning, 9:30 Central Standard. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care. Sorry.